Vivian. How are you? Mr. Willie, good morning. How are you? All right. If you guys don't mind, hit that thumbs up over on the YouTubes. Let's roll. I know that's right. Good morning. Good morning. Who do we have in the building? Who have I not said good morning to yet? Have I missed anyone? I feel like I've been pretty good as far as saying good morning. Good morning, Cullen over on the YouTubes. Good morning, Patricia over on the YouTubes. Good morning, Jeff over on the YouTubes. Vote Pedro, good morning. Kinsey, good morning. Pickle my dickle, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Guys, as we get in, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 10,000 likes. Also, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin. It'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. And if you don't mind, share the live, but also don't forget to repost it, right? I mean, share it maybe twice, but make sure you repost it. Like, that's super, super important. Super duper important. We're going to get into some debates here in just a moment. So if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. Guys, can we knock out the love you very much? It's the gift goal. Can we knock that out, please? You'll repost if I say hi. How about you repost it first and then I'll say hi? How about that? Hey guys, a couple of things that I really want to talk about, and just an FYI, of course, I really want to dig in the fact that America lacks patriotism. It's funny that this country was supposedly the home of the land of the free, the home of the brave, right? That's what this country was supposed to be. But this Trump administration, and hell, anyone that isn't standing up and just absolutely pushing back, you guys are part of the reason why we lack patriotism, right? Everyone wants to be America without actually being America, right? The ideas of the country, the idea that America is this shining city on the hill, that it's the place where everyone wants to come and everyone has the opportunity to make a better life for themselves. That's what the premise of America is, but we lack all of that. Literally. There's no more patriotism in this country. And when I say there's no more patriotism in this country, it's because a couple of different reasons, right? First and foremost, it's because we have a modern day slave patrol on the loose. ICE, a lot of people love to talk about the Gestapo, but I think it's super important that we actually call it what it is. This is a modern day slave patrol actively harming American citizens, undocumented immigrants, everyone. But there's also attack on civil rights. Specifically, I don't know if you guys saw what happened yesterday, but the FBI raid that occurred in Fulton County in Georgia. Trump is trying to steal the election, trying to steal the election. And going back to the premise of 2020 and the big lie, like, that's where we are. It's political violence in the streets. I don't think there's much for me to say about that one, but we understand who's enticing the political violence. We understand that the people on the right are advocating for political violence and they're upholding it, right? One thing that I don't think that's talked about enough, America first, that's racist. The slogan is racist. The premise is rooted in racism, and anyone that's trying to actually champion or uphold America first, you're just championing racism. last but not least, we are absolutely in the middle of a constitutional crisis. First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, 13th, 14th, I'm not 13th, 14th, 22nd, all of them. Our country is under attack. And if you're not standing up, fighting back, then you're the reason why America lacks patriotism.
You stepped in a box, now you're in the ring. Ain't no hugs here, you better take your best swing. Mike Hot, who wanna step in the flame? This ain't a debate, this is a mind game. Facts type lies, get left in chain. One wrong word, you slapped out your name. This ain't TikTok T, this is war zone talk. No script, no filter, no safe walk. Great stats to get scrambled like a glitch. I got fire in my mouth like I came from the pit.
Hey.
Step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air.
Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script.
One wrong
move, get cooked real quick.
No
cap,
no
shield. Better know your stuff.
Hey. Let go.
Step in, don't you wanna?
Yeah.
Sparring with Santana. I don't care what you claim or
hey guys, send your daily heart meets.
Only if not, right? Clap down. Whether you're
knock out the daily right gift goal.
Don't even vote. If your logic is weak,
tap the screen.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source. Just vibes,
that ain't
power, that's force.
I'm
the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
Step one, I'm snatching it all. Yeah. Step in if you
dare. Hey, Kenzie, thank you so much for the gloves.
In the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed.
Let's go.
Step in, don't you wanna?
Yep.
You wanna sparring with Santana. Step in there.
Hey.
Like punch in the air.
Ain't no
rules, no plan, no script. Get one wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield. Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? You wanna sparring with Santana? Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna sparring with Santana?
How do you Venmo me? Right here. Santana speaks for you. Hey, thank you for the crown. Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana. One-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. We are only looking for some debates, guys. If you are a Trump supporter or disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Please do not request up if you are not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. But with that being said, if you are a friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 25,000 likes. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals, and it'll help push us out to the FYP. So do all the wonderful things. Do all the wonderful things. Guys, I think that America lacks patriotism, period. We claim to be patriots. We claim to be the home of the free, the land of the brave, all this other good stuff, but we lack that in so many different sense. Sorry, grabbed the wrong person. In a large sense. So if you are someone that disagrees with something on the background, or if you are a Trump supporter, get in the box. We are only looking for some debates. Oh, geez, Louise, did I lose both of them? People have such short attention spans. It's super interesting. Super interesting how they have such short attention spans. And if you don't get to them like immediately, they leave. That's weird. That's weird. Whatever. Anywho, guys, the reason why I say the country lacks patriotism is because of where we are, right? And we can look at a couple of different things. First and foremost, ICE, that's the slave patrol, right? For anyone who is confused, because I know there's a lot of people saying like, oh, it's the Gestapo, it's the Gestapo. And it's not. There's a reason why it's the slave patrol and not the Gestapo, but we'll talk about it. Lee, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Salam alaikum, just a little bit.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Salam alaikum, I support Trump a little bit, not totally.
Okay. Lee, have you tried to come up before?
No.
You sure? Are you an American?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
Virginia.
Virginia.
Yep.
If I say 2 up, 2 down, what does that mean?
2 up, 2 down.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Are you born and raised
I'm
in
not from
Virginia?
here, but this is just where I live.
Where are you from?
No,
Where are you from?
I'm from Vegas.
You're from Vegas.
Yeah, I'm from Vegas.
What is it closer to drive from Vegas to Phoenix or Vegas to LA?
Probably Vegas, LA. I never drove to Phoenix, so I would think Vegas, LA. It's only a couple hours.
You're wrong. What's the name of the famous water stoppage?
Famous water stoppage?
Yeah, and that borders Arizona and Nevada.
I don't know. I've never been there.
Yeah, I don't think you're an American citizen, Lee.
I am.
And you don't know what the Hoover Dam is?
The Hoover, yeah, I know what the Hoover Dam is.
Okay, I'm gonna give you one chance. Are you, like, if you're not an American citizen, it's fine. I'll talk to you because I'm kind of interested now. But like, I need you to be honest. Just be honest.
I'm an American citizen.
How old are you?
Yeah, I'm 20.
You're 20.
Mm-hmm.
And you're from Vegas and you live in Virginia, but you don't know the Hoover Dam and you don't know what 2 up, 2 down is.
No, but right now I'm not currently in Virginia. I'm in Carolina.
And which one?
North Carolina.
What part?
What part? I'm not gonna tell you my city.
What's the QC?
The QC?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't live here.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Like it.
You fucking missed every single one of them. Every single one of them. Not just some of them. You couldn't answer any of the questions? Any of the questions? I don't know. Hi, Nicholas, are you a Trump supporter or you disagree with? You gotta have impulse control. Let me introduce you. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes, I am a Trump supporter. And I have a question. Why do you kick people from other countries? I mean, are you scared?
Are you an American citizen?
Yes, I am. But you're only debating American citizens because they have low intelligence.
Sure.
You're only debating U.S. citizens because they have low intelligence. You can't debate other people.
Or what state do you live in?
I'm not gonna tell you. I'm not gonna tell you.
You're not an American citizen.
Yeah, just go cry about it, bro. You're just scared to debate people.
I know. Shh. It's not about being scared to debate you. It's the fact that you don't go here, bub. You don't go here. It's weird. Go find your own fascists. Like, it's super weird that for some reason you think that you should have the ability to come in here. You think you're gonna come into our house and tell us what we need to do, who we need to support? You're just being weird. You're just being weird. Go debate about your parliament or your king or whatever the fuck you have wherever you are. We got this one. You don't have skin in the game. That's 0 for 2. We're 0 for 2. We're 0 for 2. But you know what? That's super interesting to me because that points out the fact that that's where we are now with MAGA supporters, right? Trump. Even the people in our country no longer support Donald Trump. And he has to import help. He has to import help to get anyone that resembles a Trump supporter. I don't know if that's a good thing or a scary thing. I don't know which one that is. Anywho, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. And with that being said, be an American citizen. Be an American citizen. We're not talking to people that are not within the U.S. that don't have skin in the game. Also, MAGA Trump supporter, if you're someone in the chat and you're yip yapping, you will get muted. We don't do thumb thugging. You have to get in the box. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Crocodilies. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Crocodiles. The crocodiles.
Yeah, I know. I was just messing with you. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Crocodilies. You said crocodilies, my friend. Yeah.
I did.
Yeah. You said what now?
Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I'm definitely not a Trump supporter.
You disagree with something on the background?
ICE the State Patrol. I don't agree with that. Attack on civil rights. No. Political violence, yes. Racist America. It's always that. Constitutional crisis always crash out you. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
So do you disagree
I'm not
with something on the background?
ICE is the State Patrol. Yeah, I disagree.
Okay. All right. Cool. All right. So we'll get into this and I will lay out why I say that. But before we go too far, what's your real name? Because I was messing around with the whole crocodiles, but what can I actually call you?
My name is Activist Prime.
Okay, I'm gonna call you Jeff. We're gonna call you Jeff. I'm not calling you Activist Prime.
I'm a drop. If you can't do that, I'm a drop.
Then leave, boom. I don't know what you want me to do with that. I'm not calling you Activist Prime. You can give a fuck about that. You can leave then. No, I'm gonna call you Jeff. And if you don't like it, then you gotta build a bridge and get over it. I don't care which one.
Okay.
I genuinely don't care which one. Anyway, Jeff, question for you before we go too far.
Hey, brother, I'm not gonna argue with you.
Okay. Jeff was super sensitive. The fuck was that, Jeff? The one thing that I will say is that I have seen, because I was, watching a couple of lives early, and they're super sensitive this morning. They are super sensitive. Holy fuck, they're sensitive. They are super sensitive, and Jeff just proved that. I don't know, but whatever. Whatever. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. Please be an American citizen. Lee, get out of the request. You didn't know what 2 up, 2 down was. You don't know what the Hoover Dam is. You didn't even know the QC was Charlotte, and you said that you're in North Carolina. You are not an American citizen. I don't believe you. You need more people. Period. That being said, guys, tap the screen, share the live. If we can keep doing all the good things, we can get more people in here for some debates. Let's get the likes up to 50,000 likes. Also, repost live. That would help a ton. Please and thank you. The Love Liz. They love Liz. Holy shit. They love Liz.
Sorry, I didn't mean to come up here.
Okay. Hey, Jeff was super sensitive, wasn't he? Oh, all right. Well, guess I'll drop you down since you don't want to talk to me. Holy smokes. People. Hi, Don. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Love you, brother.
You're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Mm-hmm.
What?
I support Trump, brother.
Are you in the United States of America?
Absolutely.
Which state?
California.
California love. What time is it?
Let me check. 7:33.
It is 7:33. Hey, can you name the 3 NFL teams that are located in California?
I do not watch football.
Can you name the most famous NBA team in California?
Clippers, maybe.
You can get the fuck off my live. Did he just say the fucking Clippers? No, for breakfast, you know you a lie. It's the fucking Los Angeles Lakers. My Los Angeles Lakers. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Dwayne, don't get muted. I don't know if I can mute a mod, but I will mute you. I'll figure it out. I'll fucking figure it out. Don't play with me, Dwayne. As a matter of fact, anyone saying Golden State Warriors, you're going to get muted as well, too. Fuck out of here. It's the Los Angeles Lakers. Oh, I see people you guys are just choosing violence. The Kings? Okay, I'll take that. Our Los Angeles Lakers. I'm in Spain and I knew that one. Paul Gasol, I know that's right. Fucking pow. Yeah, you guys are choosing violence. What the fuck is going on, chat? Why are you guys choosing violence? You're talking about the Spurs. Oh, you guys are hateful this morning. No, they're not the Minneapolis Lakers. Not anymore. But that is why they got the name the Lakers, because they came from Minneapolis. Fun fact. You guys are choosing violence this morning, though. I don't know what the hell is going on with you guys, but, try Jesus. Don't try me, because I got hands. And I will throw them. Don't play those games. The Lakers for men, Sparks for women. Yes, yes, yes. Supersonics? Seattle was robbed. The Supersonics should still absolutely be in Seattle. Again, only request up if you're a Trump supporter. All right, James. James Chen, I don't want to mute him for the entire live, but I know that if I hit it, it'll mute him for the entire live. Can someone mute James for like 5 minutes? Because for you to say the Lakers sucks, you're out of pocket. You're out of pocket.
Golden State is the best franchise of all time.
I'm going to start muting and blocking people. Not going to hold you. Not going to hold you. Not going to hold you. You guys play stupid games. You're going to win stupid prizes. You guys better stop playing. I don't know what's happening this morning, but you guys are choosing violence for some reason. Queen, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
All right.
Queen D, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Okay, I don't think so. I don't know what's going on this morning, but you guys are seriously, chat. I will shut this shit down. I will pour water on everything, and you guys will never see me again. I don't know what the hell you guys are doing or what's happening. Jamie, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I do.
You support Trump or you just disagree with something on the background, or a combination?
Both.
All right, combination. Jamie, how old are you? 19. 19. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Jamie, question before we get too far. First and foremost, I'm gonna be honest. Don't play in my face when it comes to my Lakers. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with everybody else, but I'm gonna at least hold you to that one. Anything else, we're good. But don't play about my Lakers. Jamie, do you know who I am?
I mean, I couldn't care less.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. But decorum dictates that I actually do a proper introduction. So would you mind if I give you a quick introduction? Not only you, Jamie, but everyone, a proper introduction to who I am and what this is? Perfect. Thank you. One moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the main event. Let's get ready to rumble!
Cry harder, Omega.
Y'all ready for this?
Guys, welcome in. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or someone that disagrees with something on the background. I am Santana. We are only looking for some debates, guys. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. If you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart. It's only one coin. It will boost the live, and it will help push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1-cent gift goals. If we can knock those out a couple of times, that'll help boost the live as well. Last but not least, guys, make sure you hit that follow button. We're officially over 80,000 followers, and you know what? We're not fucking stopping. We're on our way to 100,000 followers, so make sure that you hit that follow button. All gas, no brakes. Jamie, you are a Trump supporter, and I think that you lack patriotism because you support Trump, but here's your chance to prove me wrong. Jamie, what point on the background do you think that you actually feel the strongest about that you can stand on big business and prove me wrong?
Racist America first.
Oh, okay. Cool. All right. So, Jamie, just to let you know, right, the slogan, right, I know it's a bullet point. It's a lot to actually put on the background, but the premise behind that is America First. That's a slogan that was created and cultivated and used by multiple prominent hate group, including the AAA or the KKK, and that's something that has been weaponized. The meaning, the ideology behind it, and even more so, the conception of "quote unquote" America First is something that continues to perpetuate racism. So that's why I say that. Jamie, why do you feel different?
Yeah, America first is just the people first, not the non-people, not the people that come in.
Cool. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, Trump likes the people, and we get rid of. We don't let the illegals in. Because the
undocumented.
Yeah, them. We don't let them in because when we let them in, they do stuff, and we don't like that stuff. So we kick them out.
What about the people that's already here that do stuff and we don't like that stuff?
They're in jail.
Jail? What if they don't go to jail?
Don't know well.
You don't care about the people that do bad stuff but don't go to jail?
If they go to jail. Well, if they don't go to jail, I mean, we can't do anything about it.
So you only care so you care about the undocumented people that come into the country that do bad stuff, but you don't care about the people that's in the country that do bad stuff.
I do care they should get jail, but if they evade the law, then I mean, what can I do? I'm not stronger than the law.
How strong are you? What do you bench?
Like 95 pounds.
Okay. That's honest. I'll take it. All right. So let's actually take a whole step back, right? Do you understand the premise as far as like America First and how the actual America First slogan was cultivated, right? The origins of America First was derived by it was adopted and utilized by the KKK from 1915 to 1944.
Well, I don't think just because they use that, then that means we should just get rid of America First. People use good things all the time to turn into bad.
Okay. So the question I have though, if this slogan has been synonymous with white supremacy and hate groups, and even more so, the overall ideology of like such and such first, because the Nazis also used Germany first, right? It's the premise as far as like only our country. But then when they say only our country, they're not necessarily talking about like our countrymen. They tend to specifically speak to a race, right?
Well,
do you think the question for you, do you think the KKK, when they were saying America First, they meant people that look like me?
What time around the KKK?
I'm sorry?
What time around the KKK?
From the beginning to now, do you think there's ever been an instance where any member of the KKK has saw like Santana and was like, yeah, I like him. I want him to be a part of our club?
It's different because from the beginning, a man wasn't really considered, a black man wasn't considered as much as a white man legally. But once that got fixed, KKK still existed. So it's like, You have to tell
You
me
said once
which.
that got fixed.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean when the Constitution started recognizing black people as like full people, even though
Yeah.
we've always been full people. So you're talking about the actual. Oh, so you're talking about the racist roots of this country. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Wait, so you're talking about the racist roots of America. So we're going to talk about America first, their first racist roots. Okay, we're talking about the racist first American roots. Got it. Okay, so yes, America is based in racism, right? Racism, sexism, classism, and the premise of America first was derived based off of that racism, sexism, classism.
All countries are built on dirt, but that's why we fix it. There's not one country you can name that's not built on dirt.
What do you mean built on dirt?
It's built on corruption. That's how do you think you get it? To get a country, you have to kill, you have to destroy.
Yeah, I mean, there are absolutely countries that have been derived through heinous means, but like the United States of America, like they're special. They're absolutely. Hey, do you know what Turtle Island is? Howdy, partner. What up, Gucci?
No.
You don't know what Turtle Island is?
No.
Okay, Turtle Island was the Americas, right? It's with what the indigenous people called the Americas, Turtle Island. Did you know when the colonizers came to Turtle Island that they actually killed so many indigenous people that they cooled the temperature of the earth?
I don't think there's a way to prove that.
No, it's literally studies to prove it. They actually dropped the temperature of the earth because they took so many indigenous people's lives.
No, if that's the case, then yeah, it's bad.
Yeah, no, it is bad. But see, you know what's funny about them being bad, right? They didn't stop there. They engaged in chattel slavery, right? Where they stole black people and brought black people from Africa to the United States. And when they got to the point where Africans said, hey, you can't come and steal our people anymore, and started to fight back, and other countries no longer actually engaged in chattel slavery. You know what they did here? Do you know how they kept getting slaves, black people, as far as slaves in America when they couldn't actually go steal them from Africa anymore? You know what they did?
They did go steal them.
Yeah, but you know what they did when they couldn't go steal them anymore?
There wasn't a point where they couldn't steal them.
Oh, there absolutely was a point where they couldn't steal them anymore because they had to do something because they couldn't steal them anymore. Do you know, or would you like to know what they did?
Yeah, sure. What did they do?
They bred black people. They literally created breeding farms in the country to actually create more black people to put them into slavery.
Well, this isn't something new. I'm not saying that's an excuse for it, but
what do you mean that isn't new?
This isn't taking people from Africa and selling them. This wasn't new.
Yeah, again, we're not even talking about that anymore, but we're not talking about chattel slavery. We're talking about the breeding farms that occurred here in the United States. Where else did breeding farms occur across the globe?
It didn't occur at like a massive rate, but
it absolutely did. Where are you getting this information from?
Around the Arabian Peninsula, when they were taking millions of black people. Some families, some families took them and breeded them so they didn't have to buy more.
Okay, well, that's not the question. I'm not saying that were there certain people that owned slaves that actually continue to allow them to have children. And I don't even want to fact check that one. I don't give a fuck about that because that's not speaking to the question I had. Can you tell me one other country that engaged in breeding farms, specializing in creating black people to put them in slavery?
Probably not black people, but no, I couldn't give you one.
Okay, perfect. Yeah. So after, the colonizers came here and they killed so many indigenous people that it cooled the temperature of the earth, and they took Turtle Island and they took slaves from Africa and they brought them here, and they couldn't take slaves anymore. And they started, breeding farms, and then they put black people in slavery for years and years and years and years and years, right? And after black people freed themselves, right, they then had to fight for rights.
Yeah.
But not only black people, right? Because you remember how I said, hey, the Constitution was written for, the Constitution is about racism, sexism, and classism.
Yeah.
Okay. So black people, we had to fight for rights.
This
Women,
isn't,
they had to fight for rights.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone that was non-white men that owned land, the only people that were given rights with the conception of the Constitution was white men that owned land, and every single person after that had to be given rights. So the point that I'm trying to get to, right, is when you talk about the slogan America First and the premise behind it, not only is it steeped in the history of America, which is racism, sexism, classism, but it's also connected with influential hate groups that have perpetuated harm against all marginalized communities. So if you are someone sitting here saying America first, America first, America first, you're perpetuating white supremacy.
Well,
That's all it is.
When I say America first, it's just a citizen. So I can acknowledge America was built on evil, but I mean that there's some good and there's some bad that comes out of it.
Mm-hmm.
There's some good and there's some bad that came out of America being built on evil, right? But now obviously we don't have to deal with that. But
we don't have to deal with what?
The extremes that they had back then.
You think that we don't deal with those extremes that occurred 250 years ago and so on? You think we don't deal with that today? Hey, question for you. You know who Charlie Kirk is?
Yeah, nobody can hang a black person and get away with it.
Listen, you must be clairvoyant. Do you know what that means?
Clairvoyant?
Yeah.
It's like a superpower, right?
I guess you can call it that. You can see into the future.
I mean, no, I can't see to the future.
You kind of did a little bit. Hey, do you know who Charlie Kirk is? Or was? Sorry. Holy shit. Do you know who Charlie Kirk was?
Yeah, I know who he is.
Who he was. So Charlie Kirk, right? After Kirk got Kirk, there was something that happened, right? Black people started getting strung up in trees. Did you know about that?
No.
Did you know in direct response to Charlie Kirk being assassinated, Black people were overwhelmingly targeted and to the point where multiple Black people were actually strung up in trees. And also HBCUs were targeted. There were bomb threats that occurred on different campuses across the country. And overwhelmingly, nothing occurred, no actual pushback or any, mass media coverage or anything like even the Black people that lost their lives, they specifically deemed them like, oh, they did it to themselves. Even though one Black person had broken limbs, like broken legs, broken arms, they said that he broke his own arms and legs and then got into a tree and hung himself in Mississippi. Does that sound like something that would just normally happen?
That sounds pretty horrific. So.
Yeah. Hey, why do you think that that wasn't a bigger national news story and there hasn't been a whole thing with people trying to solve that instead of just saying oh, he must have did it to himself?
About a black person being lynched.
Being strung up from a tree after he broke his own limbs.
Was it just him or was it multiple people?
Oh, there were multiple people that were strung up from the tree, but there was the one that I'm specifically speaking about is because I'm really a little confused about how he would break his own limbs and then string himself up from a tree.
Oh, okay. So it was multiple people on the same tree?
No, there was multiple people that actually got strung up from a tree after Charlie Kirk's assassination.
Oh, if it was multiple, yeah.
Multiple people, different areas, different times throughout the week preceding after Charlie Kirk lost his life before they could identify who the alleged person was.
Yeah, it's a simple answer. Before the media even comes out with any statements All media does this. Any news channel does this. They come up with a hypothesis, right? So if they can't find direct correlation to this, then yeah, they're not going to push it out. They have people that literally come up with the hypothesis. They have people that go to college.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
First of all, that's not right. Have you ever heard the term "if it bleeds, it leads"?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a media thing. That's literally a news thing, and they put out headline grabbers, right? Things that are things that will draw attention to the headlines and get eyes. So like they never turn away or miss an opportunity to actually put something heinous out on Front Street. Hell, that's why we saw like Charlie Kirk with his assassination. It was plastered everywhere. But that's not what I'm saying. The question I have is, why is it that the Black people that were strung up from a tree after Charlie Kirk's assassination, one, why didn't they make a big deal about it and it wasn't plastered everywhere and they still haven't tried to like get more answers? And two, why is it that Black people were specifically targeted before any more facts, information, or anything like that came out about who actually assassinated Charlie Kirk or allegedly assassinated Charlie Kirk?
Now that you give me a little bit of information, it's simple. So usually the news, if the people were hung, right, they would have, I think they would have been hung for a while. So it's not, I don't think it was something that was done publicly, or if it was done publicly, I don't think anyone was around. The way medias work is they get journalists who dial into police radios or dial into what happens around the area and they record. So if the media doesn't have anything to record, then they're not going to have anything to post.
I don't think you understand what I'm saying. I think you're missing it. It's not about the media not having anything to post because they had the story. They had the story. I'm saying, why was the story not a bigger deal than it was? Why didn't they talk about it more? Why didn't they put an emphasis on it more? Why didn't they actually look for more answers versus the information that they were given? Why is it that this occurred and they were just like, hey, this happened, and then move on?
For the media, I can't tell you the exhaustive reason to why for that, but it's not like people just gave up on that. Police obviously are still investigating it. So just because
you didn't even know about the story, so how are you sure about that? Because they ruled it a self-unalivement and moved on in Mississippi.
Wait, you're talking about that one case. You said multiple.
Yeah. But you don't know any of them. So like, again, you're only making an assumption based off of what you think should be happening.
Well, it's if for the other cases, if they didn't rule it anything else, then it's by federal law, they must investigate it.
I don't know if this is actually going over your head or you're being willfully obtuse. I'm just going to give you this one. And then the question I have, I want you to ponder on for a second, because I got a couple of people to thank. So the answer is, it wasn't a bigger story as it should have been because it was Black people. If it wasn't Black people, then it would have been plastered everywhere. If it was white people, it would have been nonstop coverage. If it was anyone except Black people, then they would have still been talking about it today, right now, at this very moment.
Well, yeah,
hold on. I'm not even, this isn't the participation portion anymore. This is just me telling you this. That's the reason why it happened. Now, the question that I want you to take a few seconds to ponder on, because I'm going to thank a couple of people, but the question I want you to take a few seconds to ponder on is, why was it that Black people were targeted and HBCUs were targeted after Charlie Kirk lost his life, when there was no information or facts that came out about who the person was that Kirk Kirked? So think about that for 2 seconds, and I'm going to thank a couple of people. W's in the chat for Ethan. Ethan sent a $1 donation, said, love the content, GOAT. Do you have a page with all your sources? They're in the Discord, but I don't have a specific page for that. I might need to put something in my link tree though. Like absolutely might need to do that. W's in the chat for Ethan. W's in the chat for Ran. Hey, Ran, who sent a $2 donation saying, good morning, Santana. Have a great live and a great day. Love you for all that you do, Ran. You are fucking awesome, amazing. I appreciate you so much. I love you more, and thank you. W's in the chat for Kelton for the $1 donation saying they failed their their citizenship test, so you deported them. Yeah, they did. They absolutely did. Like, what the fuck were they even doing? W's in chat for David for the $10 donation saying this memo I wrote lays out how the ACA subsidies lost plus Medicaid cuts quietly collapsed rural hospitals in 18 to 13 months when it hits sites with wage crisis and rent spikes in low motion system failure. Link in the comment. I'm going to take a look at that, David, because like that's something that I've been I noticed like before that happened, and that's something like we saw a lot of the rural hospitals starting to shut down when they knew the ACA subsidies weren't going to be renewed. It's a whole thing. Hey, Jamie, just FYI, you have to swipe back into the app every once in a while. If you stay out for too long, it'll kick you. So every once in a while, just come back in. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $6 donation saying, been calling people bubbo when they're being bigoted. Nincompoops. In your honor, appreciate you, Santana. I appreciate you so much more. My wife called me Bub the other day. It was funny. W's in chat from Mike for the $2 donation saying, never heard that one, but I like build a bridge again. Yeah. I had a coach. He used to tell us whenever like something we were mad or whatever. He was like, you gotta build a bridge and get over it, big guy. So. W's in chat for Emily for the $2 donation saying, thank you for everything that you do, Santana. Love you. I love you so much more, Emily. Thank you. W's in the chat for KD, who sent the $4.99 super chat to say, did you see the flat Medicare Advantage rates? That's going to accelerate rural health. Howling, OB, and ED are historically first for cutbacks. I haven't seen that, but I'm going to go take a look at it for sure. For Shiggity. W's in the chat for Dylan for the $6.99 super chat to say, video came out explaining how Alex Petty actions acted aggressively, spitting and or kicking ICE cars. Is it real or AI? So I saw the video. They're still trying to substantiate it. For me, I don't really give a shit. I mean, it doesn't necessarily dictate him losing his life, especially because one, it occurred a week or so apart from the reporting. Two, as he was detained and physically backed off by ICE the first time he was able to do that. He had his weapon on him that time before. There were no shots fired. He didn't lose his life. There was a lot to it. So like for me, even more, because he was more, if this video was real, in that first actions, he was more aggressive in that first video, if it's real, than he was in the video where he actually lost his life. And so for me, that gives more credence to the fact that they fucked up. Because if this is the truth, then they have a preset interaction with him where they were able to handle him when he was being more aggressive without him losing his life versus what happened in the second video. So I don't know, but they're still trying to verify it. W's in the chat for Jennifer for the $10 super chat to say, get them, Santana. Please humble these a-holes. Love you. I love you so much more. And W's in the chat for Fisha for the $5 super chat to say, hi, Santana. Have you heard of this app called Upscroll? I actually just downloaded it yesterday. It's an alternative to the TikToks, but better algorithm, less censorship. Definitely check it out. Yeah, I saw someone talking about it, and especially because apparently the person that developed it is a Palestinian. And it's free Palestine until it's backwards. So I downloaded it yesterday. I haven't done anything yet with it, but I'm definitely checking it out. Last but not least, W's in chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, just want to say thank you for everything that you do. Jared, stop it. We fam. Things are getting a little tough in my corner of the world, but hanging in with this community is still keeping me focused. Love you in spite of being Lakers. All right, fuck off then, Jared. W's in the chat for Jared. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You is the best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Keep tapping the screen. Make sure if you guys see up at the top, if you see the word follow, you're not following me, hit that follow button. We are driving to 100,000 followers now. We're over 80,000. We're driving to 100,000. And I can't repeat the name too many times because, we're on TikTok. So Jamie, you have to come back in. We're on the TikTok, so I don't want to say it too many times. But at some point, I'll mention that name again because I downloaded it. I just haven't actually, I haven't set up an account or anything yet. But I'm interested. All right, Jamie, did you have time to think about why is it that Black people were targeted and HBCUs were targeted after Charlie Kirk's assassination prior to them having any type of suspect in custody or anything that happened?
Yeah, that's not right.
1 second. The wife was leaving and I had to make her give me a kiss. All right, Jamie, not make. I asked for a kiss, chat, not make. I can't make her do anything, but I said, can I have a kiss? Sorry. Jamie, you were answering.
Yeah, I said that wasn't right.
That's all you got after all that time?
I'm open to the possibility that it could have been racist, and if it is, it's wrong.
What were you doing while I was I know I was talking for like a good 5 minutes. What were you doing while I was just talking?
What I was doing?
Yeah.
I was just waiting.
You kept scrolling out of the app. Did you go look something up, or were you checking like the weather and scores and shit?
No, I didn't go look anything up. I was just waiting for you. But if it was racist motives behind it, then absolutely that's disgusting.
What do you think?
Yeah, most likely could have been like a racist motive, probably. Most likely, yeah.
Okay. You just don't give a shit.
I do. I just said it's disgusting. I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just a little confused. I would think that you would be willing to engage with what I was saying a little bit more, even from a sense of being intellectually curious and going to look it up to try to see if you can find more information about it, having an actual stance besides that's disgusting and if it's racist and it's fucked up. But
I'll take your word for it. I have faith that y'all are not lying.
That's interesting. I'm a little confused, Jamie, as far as like what just happened. I'm not gonna hold you, and the only reason I say that, right, is because like you had an actual opportunity to formulate. That's why I said take a minute and think about it. And I wanted you to actually formulate some type of cohesive thought when it came to like, hey, this is why I believe this is happening. The Bold Lion, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I'm a Trump supporter, man.
Okay. Jamie, I'm going to kick you because like, I don't know what's happening, but that was the Bold Lion. Am I tripping? If I gave him like 5 minutes, I gave him something to think about and I gave him 5 minutes and he comes back and gives me like a 1-word answer. That's kind of weird, right?
Yeah, that's a no-no.
Yeah, I don't know. Okay, cool. All right, the Bold Lion. You said you're a Trump supporter. All right, I think America lacks patriotism, and specifically Trump supporters, MAGA, you guys lack patriotism, and for multiple reasons, right? Because, ICE, that's the slave patrol. There's an attack on civil rights. There is political violence that is spurred on by this administration. America first, that slogan rooted in racism, steeped in racism, and continues to perpetuate white supremacy and racism. And last but not least, we're in the middle of a constitutional crisis that is, driven by the current president. So what point do you disagree with the most that you think you can stand on business and actually defend?
I'll take the first one. There's some that you don't have bullet points on, but I'll go on the first one. You said ICE is a slave patrol.
Mm-hmm.
No, I believe they're just law enforcement, people. If you're illegal, you shouldn't be here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, the thing is, like, I'll give you an example of medication, right? I used to be a registered nurse, even though, these medications do wonders for people, right? There's side effects, and there's going to be people that are going to be unalived from it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So it's kind of like it's a side effect, unfortunately. For every like maybe 1 million or 2 million that are deported, you're going to have, unfortunate situations like this, because we're humans and it's imperfect.
What unfortunate situation are you talking about? Are you talking about the people that have been murdered?
Yeah. Yeah.
Are people getting murdered from Tylenol?
No, not Tylenol. Let's say surgery, for instance, right?
Well, you said medication. If people were dying from medication, don't you think that like we would stop giving them that medication that were killing them?
Trust me, people do.
Right, people but like do. if there was,
let's go for insulin, for instance, right?
Okay,
right. People do get unalive for it. People overdose on it.
We're not talking improper usage of medication. Like standard medication, people are using it just a normal way.
Let's use surgery, for instance.
No, let's use medication, because I think that's a great analogy. Because like technically ICE is supposed to be like medication, right? I mean, they have a function, they have a specific duty and things that they're supposed to do, but they're going outside of their specific function and duty, and hell, even killing people. So like, I think that's actually a great comparison.
Sure, you can use that. Tylenol, right? Hasn't Tylenol been under scrutiny because they are supposedly linking it with autism? Right?
Oh yeah, Tylenol is under scrutiny because we have idiots running our government and people who have no actual history within the healthcare industry making claims that aren't true.
That's just the nature of the beast.
No, that's the idiots running our government.
You're not going to have 100% clean situation, okay? You just will not. There's always going to be, casualties, right? If a drug company is slated to make $10 billion, they are going to budget about maybe $3 billion for lawsuits.
Yeah,
right?
I agree.
It's just part of the equation. And this whole ICE situation is part of it. I'm not saying that it was right what happened, even with policing, everyday policing, that happens.
Yeah, the police force has insurance because they know they're going to kill people. Like literally, that's why they do it. Right. But when you talk about ICE, right? I mean, the actual function of ICE, they're not even supposed to engage with American citizens. So the fact that they're out here murdering us, American citizens, like that's a bridge too far. But listen, okay, let me take a whole step back, because I think that there's a couple of things that were missed, right? And I think if I lay this out a little bit more, maybe I can get you to understand my perspective as far as why ICE is the slave patrol, and even more so, like how it correlates. All right. So before I run too deep, question: do you know anything about the slave patrol?
Were those maybe the people that were making sure that slaves did not run off or something like that? Patrolling slaves, making sure that they didn't run off the plantation and maybe capture slaves?
Yeah, I mean, that was part of it, but like there's so much more to it. And as far as just making sure that they captured runaway slaves, they were actually used as far as like even after slavery ended, they were used to actually detain, round up, harass Black people, recently freed slaves. It's so much to it, but don't worry about it. So the origins comes back to they started the slave patrol in South Carolina in 1704, right? And then it, of course, went through different southern states, including Virginia, North Carolina, all this other stuff. And they actually they were listed as managing fear of slave insurrections and preventing escapes, right? So the whole point of the slave patrol was to basically keep Black people that were currently enslaved in line. And if anyone were trying to seek freedom, to ensure that like it was a whole thing, right? And it was comprised of white men that actually did these patrols, and they actually did it based off of like tax rolls. So you had to be a white man that paid taxes to even qualify to be on the slave patrol, right? And they pulled members from like all over, and they did things including have like slave cabins. They stop travelers. They required written passes for slaves that were off plantation. Like it was so much to it. They then actually committed different acts of violence, right, including whipping, beating, and killing slaves. And then if anyone that was suspected to have proximity to those slaves that were helping slave, they did the same thing to them, right? And so there's a legacy of the actual slave patrol. These people were connected to people who fought in the Civil War that were connected with the Confederacy. They helped enforce things like the black codes, and then later on Jim Crow. And then even more than that, they actually implemented a system of terror, right? And there was a bunch of actual criticisms, surprise, surprise, on the slave patrol, which included them being ineffective, poorly managed, and often only using force, right? So the reason why I say ICE is the slave patrol is because they're using the exact same tactics, right? When you take a look at the composition of ICE, about 90% of ICE is made up of white men. That's a thing, right? When you talk about the actual people that have the things that they're doing and the people that they're using to actually implement the acts of ICE, right? With the stopping and of people, the United States Supreme Court gave them coverage to do like racial profiling. And so they have the ability to walk up to people who are brown and, you know, maybe they're speaking Spanish or they're brown and they're near like Home Depot or whatever. They can actually say like, hey, where's your papers, right? And the actual intensity when it comes to the amount of violence that they're perpetuating now, hell, the now former leader, I guess you can call him, Gregory Bombani, or however you say his last name, like he literally was caught on camera telling other ICE agents that if anyone touches you, put them in jail, and reminding them that they have to do things above board at this moment because they're on camera, right? So the point being is all of the tools that were utilized by the slave patrol and the premise behind the slave patrol are the same things that are currently being used for ICE. So that's why I say that. What do you think?
Well, I see where you're maybe drawing the correlation there, but you can maybe draw that same correlation with policing.
Fuck right, you can.
You have to, yeah. So you have to.
But see, but do you understand like how you saying that just solidifies my point even more?
No, but listen, let me land the plane. You know, the thing is, you have to put things into context, right? We have in this land the Second Amendment right. All right.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh. So
yeah.
You know, so if you are policing, you know, an armed population, you know, it's quite different from if you're policing, like, let's say, maybe people in Japan or Great Britain or something like that. You see what I mean? You're policing an armed population, and it is a very dangerous job, right? And like I said, you know, there's always, you have to look at the numbers, right? How many people have been deported, you know, without,
not a lot,
you know, unalivings versus the unalivings, right? You know, it's never going to be a clean situation. It's just by the nature of life, nothing is ever going to be 100% squeaky clean. I'm not saying that.
I mean, and so I hear you and I get you and I agree, right? I expect some type of issues within the system, especially when you talk about yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can directly speak to like American citizens getting caught up in what's occurring, right? That's a byproduct of issues with the system. Question. In the last 10 years prior to the Trump administration, do you know approximately how many American citizens were detained by ICE?
There's been a lot.
Put a number on a guess for me for 10 years.
It's been in the millions, you know, Obama.
In the millions. You think there's been millions of Americans detained by ICE in the last 10 years?
Yeah. Yeah.
Where'd you get that number from?
You have to look at the numbers, man. You know.
No. I have. I'm saying, where'd you get that number from?
It's just stuff that I've been seeing on
Where'd you see that stuff at?
I mean, just in passing.
In passing, where?
Information. It might have been on TikTok. It might have been on YouTube.
And TikTok, on what? TikTok or YouTube? I don't know what you're watching or looking at or passing, but you might want to stop passing it, watching it, or looking at it, because that shit's just way wrong. Like, not even close. Like, I thought you were going to give me a number that was like,
they called Obama.
I thought you were going to give me the number. Hold on. I thought you were going to give me a number that was a little bit high, but I didn't think you were going to say millions. You're so far off. Don't worry about it. I got you, sweetheart. In the last 10 years prior to the Trump administration, there had been a total of 120 American citizens detained by ICE. 120. That's
why did they call Obama the deporter in chief?
Oh, we can talk about all that in just a moment, but I need you to lock in on this one for me, Bub. So within the last 10 years prior to the Trump administration, 120 United States citizens were detained by ICE. Do you know?
My brother was deported.
That's what's up.
And I know it's not just 120.
Do you know what the difference is between deportation and detainment?
Yeah, they detain you before they deport you.
Is your brother an American citizen?
Well, he wasn't. He was a green card holder at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I love the anecdotal story, but like you're like stopping my point. Like, I need you to lock in.
I'm listening.
So,
but they called him the deporter in chief. So
yes, I know, deporter in chief. We're going to talk about that, but let me get through my point.
I'm listening.
Perfect. So, in the last 10 years prior to Donald Trump, there had been 120 Americans, United States citizens, Americans detained, right? And within the last year, this year of Donald Trump being in office, take a guess how many American citizens have been detained.
I don't really follow it, so I'm not.
Yeah, sure. Take a guess.
Maybe 1 million, maybe. I don't know.
Where the fuck are you getting these numbers from?
Are you guessing? I told you it was a guess. I don't know.
I just told you within the last 10 years, there were 100. You said 1 million something the first time, and I was like, oh, that's fucking ridiculous. And then I said 120, and the difference between 1 million and 120. Where the fuck are you?
Dude, you said a guess is a guess, meaning I have no idea. I don't know. I don't follow it like that. Honestly, I'm more into geopolitics. I don't follow it. Honestly, I just don't. I am zero knowledge about it. And
you're fucking it seems like you're zero knowledge about guessing.
Zero knowledge about it.
Not even about that, but just like guessing. You like that doesn't even seem like a good guess. That's like if I was like, hey, pick a number 1 through 10, and you say like purple.
5 million.
No. You said purple.
Purple. Okay, that's not even in the ballpark.
Right, not even in the fucking ballpark. That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'm going to give it to you. In the last 10 years prior to Donald Trump, there have been about 120 American citizens detained. And since Donald Trump has been back in office, there's been about 170 American citizens detained. Now, the point being is that when you talked about the system and how there were going to be some flaws in the system and people getting caught up, absolutely. That's what happens with American citizens being detained. Right. Even when you talk about the increased efforts and the actual things that are being done, yes, we see a dramatic shift in the amount of people that were detained in a 10-year span versus a 1-year span. That could even kind of be chalked up to like, oh, we're changing the system and we're trying to do more. People getting murdered in the streets, American citizens getting murdered in the streets, shot in the face in broad daylight. That's not a fucking flaw in the system. That's a failed system. That's the point that I'm getting to. Like, so your premise that these people who have been murdered is just a part of like a flaw in the system and they're working out the kinks. No, that's not even close.
It's law enforcement, right? It's law enforcement. ICE is law enforcement. No holds barred. All right. During
ICE is the slave patrol.
Listen, it's not. You know,
it's literally the slave patrol. I gave you the parameters around slave patrol, and you haven't been able to tell me how none of those. Okay, cool. I'll follow your lead. I'm going to give you a parameter, and you tell me how ICE doesn't meet that parameter, right? One of the methods that ICE used for their form of justice was frequent whippings, beatings, or even, Slave Patrol. One of the things that Slave Patrol did for their summary justice was frequent whippings, beatings, or killing enslaved people. Can you tell me, has ICE been whipping, beating, and killing American people? Or people, period, because they've also killed people in ICE custody, but killing people.
ICE is law enforcement, man.
Yeah, that's not the question. Can you please directly engage with the question?
You're saying is ICE whipping and killing people? Unfortunately,
has ICE been whipping, beating, and killing people?
They have, unfortunately, yeah.
Okay, perfect. So they meet that qualification. All right. Have they been stopping, searching, and also entering premises without warrants?
I think so.
Yes. One thing that Slave Patrol did was they stopped, searched, and entered plantations and premises without invite. One thing that people criticized, or not one thing, but people criticize the ineffectiveness and poor management that was done, or I'm sorry, the ineffectiveness of Border Patrol. I'm sorry, not Border Patrol. God damn it, of Slave Patrol, and also the poor management, the people that led them. Has there been criticism about the ineffectiveness of ICE and the bad management of ICE?
Yeah, there's been criticism, man. Okay. You know, you're drawing two parallels, but you're not really, understanding the full crux of what's going on. You're just stuck on this parallel. You're stuck on this parallel, which it's really, honestly, it's not. It bears no correlation.
Bears no correlation.
It bears no correlation.
Even though you can't disprove the connection, you can't disprove the correlation that I've laid out. But they're not rounding up. There's a lot. What about the discorrelations, right? What are the quote unquote discorrelations?
The non-correlations is that you can say that the slave catchers or whatever, were maybe focused and unaliving a certain group of people, right? Which this is not the case. The unalivings has been the whitey people.
Oh,
right?
wait. And no. Did you miss when I said that? You must have missed that part. Cool. I got you right here. With the actual, with the Slave Patrol, this happened to not only Black people, right? Free Black people and also enslaved Black people, right? But this also occurred to anyone that they thought were harboring or protecting those Black people.
Right.
Hey, so Renee Nicole Good and Alex Purdy, were they white?
Of course they were.
Were they helping or advocating for protecting non-white people?
No, they were not.
They weren't?
No. How Renee, so? She was not being compliant, right? I'm not saying that she deserved that. And then the other guy, he had a hand pew on him.
Were they in the area of ICE in alliance with the people that ICE were targeting?
No, they were. I think one was just the recent guy. He was just videotaping and had a pew on him. It wasn't like they were involved in any.
Why was he recording?
Just to see.
He was just out hanging out and was like, "Let me pull out my phone and record on the day."
Well, he wasn't harboring any kind of illegal immigrants. He wasn't.
He was out recording and in counter protests as far as what was occurring by ICE, and he was recording them because that's a form of accountability to ensure that any of the heinous activities that are done by ICE is captured on camera. So wouldn't you call that an alliance with non-white people who are being targeted by ICE?
He might have been allied with them, but he had no type of, action of perpetuating undocumented immigrants.
What are you
as far as like harboring them or any type of action? He might have just been in protest, and Renee was not in protest. She just wasn't complying. But that's not the same.
Renee was a part of a group that was connected with letting people know if ICE were committing ICE raids. She was in the area close to her home, and they actually entered the vicinity of her neighborhood. And so she was part of the group of people that was making sure that ICE wasn't doing anything illegal. Both of them were. You're just way off base. You're not even close to being right. Both of them had correlation and were in direct vicinity as far as supporting.
Were they harboring illegal immigrants?
You don't have to be specific undocumented immigrants.
But your correlation was that
you don't have to. The correlation that I made was the actual people that were either helping or harboring slaves. So you don't have to sit here and say that, they were specifically just harboring slaves. And you're being disingenuous because the entire premise of this is not that, they had to be directly doing something, but the premise of it is the people that fell under the actual how do you say it? Not issues. The people that were also targeted by the slave patrol that were white were people that in some way, shape, or form align themselves with the black people or the slaves. And just like the people that are being harmed by ICE that are white are people that align themselves with these non-white people that are being harmed by ICE. That's the point.
Well, I got you. But then that being the case, then half of the U.S. population should be targeted then, because a lot of people, side with the immigrants. A lot of people do not side with the whole ICE.
Not everybody is out there in the pathway of ICE, though. Like you're being disingenuous.
There's a lot of protests going on, brother.
Yes. And you see the violence that's being enacted on these protesters, no matter what their race is. That's the point.
Right.
The point that I'm making is both of these organizations upheld white supremacy. And when you stand in between white supremacy and the upholding of white supremacy, you lose proximity to white supremacy, even if you are white. And that's what happened to Nicole. That's what happened to Renee Nicole Good. And that's what happened to Alex Purdy. Both of them as white people, as white people lost their proximity to whiteness and were looked at as non-white people. And that's why they were murdered. That's the point.
True.
How is that not true?
You've concluded.
How is that not true?
You are so reaching.
How is it not true?
It is not true.
Explain to me how it's not true.
Because it's not white tea supremacy, a white tea supremacy group. It is an ICE group for immigration, which is law enforcement. Stop this stuff. This is crazy.
I hear you.
And you have to put things into context because this is an armed population. If you are stopped by any type of law enforcement, comply. You not complying escalates.
You don't have to comply with ICE.
You have to comply.
No, you don't.
It could end up bad for you.
ICE does not have authority over United States citizens.
You perpetuating this
telling the truth. You do not have to comply.
It is a problem.
Bold.
It is a problem, man.
Bold.
I have sons. I have sons. I have black sons, right?
I do.
I would never tell them what you do.
This is what we're going to do. I'm going to mute you because you're having a little bit of an impulse control issue at this moment. You do not have to comply with ICE because they are not someone who has authority over United States citizens. If you identify yourself as a United States citizen, then you do not have to comply with them. That's not how it works. The only way that ICE has...
That's dangerous.
It's facts. It's absolute fucking facts.
Very dangerous.
I hear you.
I'm
going to finish my sentence. The only way that you have to comply with ICE as a United States, I'm sorry, not comply with ICE. The only way ICE has authority over you as a United States citizen is if you are actively impeding an action that they are partaking in, meaning if they are actively like detaining, arresting, pursuing undocumented immigrants, if they are in the middle of chasing down an undocumented immigrant that's running from them and you try to tackle them to stop them, then yes, they can detain you and they have authority in that instance. But the situation where Renee Nicole Good was in her vehicle telling them to go past her, they had no authority to stop her or demand her to get out of the car. When Alex Purdy was recording, they had no authority to detain him in that situation. The point being is, the premise that you're trying to push is the same premise that is people are trying to push on the right, comply or die. You do not have to comply. That is not how this works. You are an American citizen. You have rights. You are protected by the United States Constitution, and you exercising your rights as an American citizen, whether it's your right to freedom of speech, to protest, or your right to have a weapon on you, does not mean that you should die. That's the point. That's the point, Bowl. They can't kill you just because you are invoking your constitutional rights. And for you to sit up here and say, just comply, no, fucking no, no. That's a problem. You're willing to give up your rights. Gonna send you a request to come off mute.
Okay. Even though you have a second right amendment, right, does not mean there's not consequences behind that, right? And this is what I mean by that. You saying that people should not comply with law enforcement is a very dangerous thing.
When did I say people shouldn't comply with law enforcement?
I mean, you know, she's gonna let me talk.
I didn't say people shouldn't comply with law enforcement. I said that.
Well, you just said that.
No, I said they don't have to comply with ICE if they're American citizens, because ICE does not have authority over American citizens. Please be clear as far as what I'm saying.
Well, like it or not, ICE is law enforcement. And if they stop you, I suggest you comply because it could end bad for you.
Bold.
I'm trying to tell you.
ICE have authority over American citizens, yes or no?
No, they don't. But they can stop American citizens.
And they're legally, they're not supposed to. Why can they detain? When do they have authority over American citizens?
If they stop you, all right.
When do they have authority over American citizens?
If they stop you,
when do they have authority?
If you're non-compliant, they can't detain you.
You're being disingenuous. When do they have authority over American citizens?
If they were to stop you, because they can.
Bold. I need you to answer the question. You keep trying to repeat the same thing that you said, and that's not the answer to the question. That's just you telling people to comply, and no one gives a fuck about your forced compliance. No one cares that you would rather fucking live on your knees. No one else is sitting here saying live on your knees. Fuck that. Now answer the question, Bold. When does ICE have authority over American citizens?
I wish I can answer it, but you'll just mute me.
I told you the answer.
I'm trying to, but
okay, go ahead. I'm not going to mute you. I'm not going to mute you. Go ahead and answer it. And please actually answer the question. This
is the answer. What's the question again? Because you just stopped me and
the question is, when does ICE have authority over American citizens?
Okay, they have authority over American citizens when they stop you. Don't mute me.
That's not true.
When they stop you.
That's not true.
And if you're okay, so here we go.
That's not true.
Here we go. You act like because you're an American citizen, you cannot be stopped by ICE. You can be.
You can't slap nuts.
See, there we go. You're not trying to listen.
Because you don't understand. This is what we're gonna do. I'm going to give you a second. Or you can run. Sure. Okay. Fuck it. Just run. I guess. Just run. Like I literally told you 3 times when they can act, when they actually have authority over American citizens. I am so shocked that the people that say that they are so pro-Constitution, that people who scream, don't tread on me, for people who advocate for the Second Amendment right, the people that swore that they were ready to stand up to a tyrannical government, that's why they needed their ARs, are the same people that are now like, comply or die. I'm good with that. I'm good with it. Like the fucking plot twist. I never expected that. I never expected that out of people on the right. Holy shit. Catty Girl, thank you for the star map. I never expected that one. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Thank you for the corgi. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. If you are not a Trump supporter or you do not disagree with something on the background, please do not request up. We are not talking to friendlies. We're only looking for some debates. 1.4 thousand of us hanging out here, guys. Make sure if you look up at the top, you see that word follow. You're not following me. Hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. We are only looking for some debates. Sorry, hit that follow buttons. We're driving to 100,000 followers. Quantum, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I just want to make a point that I feel like
are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
No, but I really want to make a point to something that you were saying.
I appreciate you. Please, guys, please respect the boundaries. That's not how this works. That is not how this works. Oh my God, please respect the boundaries, guys. Like it's absolutely not acceptable for you to just sit here and say, well, I just want to make a point. It doesn't work that way. If you want to make a point, I read the chat all the time. Like I look at the chat, and if I see something in the chat, I will respond to the chat. If there's something super important, you can always get it to one of the mods. My mods on YouTube, on TikTok, like they are amazing. They will get it to me if it's pertinent, or if you specifically want something either answered or you want to make a statement, you can send it to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Santana Speaks for You if you're over on YouTube. And I read those off. Like I read all the things off. But please respect the boundaries, because we're only looking for some debates. And when people make the decision to come up here and try to somehow like take over and say like what I have to say is the most important thing in the world right now, like disrespecting the boundaries of the live, it's like it's wild and it's counterproductive. Like I appreciate you so much, but please don't do that. Like that's super rude, super disrespectful, and that's counterproductive. Please don't do that. And I'm saying please. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We are only looking for some debates. We are only looking for some debates. Did you crash out yet? Not yet, but I bet you I can make you crash out. B-Mass, I'm going to mute you. I bet you if you come up here, you will crash out. 1 second, sorry. I sent you a request. Get up here. Let's see who crashes out first. Hi, add your nickname. Are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes.
Yes, you're a Trump supporter. Yes, you disagree with something on the background, or a combination?
Yes to both.
Combination. All right. Can I have 2 seconds just to thank a couple of people and then we'll get into it?
Do your thing, bro.
Perfect. Thank you. W's in chat for Lauren for the $5 donation, saying thank you for your time and energy. Your lives consistently bring important context and perspective. I appreciate you. I appreciate you way more. W's in the chat for Mike, who sent a $2 donation, saying, does the caller know that policing was started by slave catching? We didn't even get to that one,
Policing
but absolutely.
was not started by slave catching. That is false.
You're absolutely right, Mike. We didn't even get to that point, but it's something that, you know, a lot of people don't know, and a lot of people never get to. Also, W's in the chat for Mike for the follow-up for the $2 donation. Saying, I think this is why it's going to take a long time to get this country under control. They don't even teach you people what the F really happened, and y'all don't want to read or figure it out. They don't. They just want to live in their bubble of ignorance. It's a thing. W's in the chat for Stacy for the $5 donation saying, I'm pretty sure you just made an ICE officer crash out. I am positive he was an ICE officer. Like I'm 100% positive he was an ICE officer. W's in the chat for Kayla for the $3 donation saying, as someone who was a Republican, you and a bunch of other people changed my mind. No longer MAGA, and now I watch you guys daily. Republicans are hypocrites. Yes, they are. W's in the chat for you. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $2 donation saying, why did the Supreme Court approve racial profiling for ICE to use if it's not about race? They are intentionally disingenuous because they don't want to admit that it's absolutely about race. They think they won't be affected. You know what it is that they don't want to admit it because then they feel like they are admitting to being bad people, and they don't want to do that. Apparently, this guy didn't have impulse control, and I muted him, right? And since he was muted and he wasn't able to speak while I was reading out donations, he just skedaddled. Oh, well. W's in the chat for Taryn Miller, who sent a $9.99 super chat to say, Santana, so glad that I found you. I've been listening to you from other people. I love them. Your vibe is such a vibe, my guy. Thank you for speaking up and out. Happy to support. Also, go Suns. You better stop starting stuff. W's in the chat for you, though. Thank you. W's in the chat for Mark for the $10 super chat to say, I'm new to your stream and I'm enjoying your content. Keep teaching us, brah. You just got a new sub, brother. Thank you so much, Mark. I really appreciate you, and welcome to the stream. Welcome to the family. I hope you enjoy it. W's in the chat for Megan for the $5 super chat to say, some of my family came to the U.S. from Germany before World War II. Personally, I'm not fond of the Trump administration use of the word the homeland. Your thoughts? They're all Nazis. They use a bunch of Nazis terminology like yes. W's in the chat for Domo, who sent a $2 donation calling the guy a coward. Yes. W's in the chat for Drake for the $2 super chat to say Hexeth loves the amendment that nicks prohibition. Yes, he does. W's in the chat for Willow for the $4.99 super chat to say, just sent you a DM from a lawyer. Can you please play it for the class? I would have to check it and then have that check. But yeah, I'll look at it. W's in the chat for you. Thank you so much. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything is accepted and things appreciated. If you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right, nickname, welcome back. Which point do you disagree with most on the background that you think you can defend?
Let's see. Most of them don't make sense. Let's see. ICE is the slave patrol. That is incorrect. Illegals are not slaves forced into work.
Undocumented immigrants.
Or forced to be brought here. So it's completely wrong.
Nick, undocumented
let's see, attack on civil rights. How is it a civil right? Listen to me.
What the fuck is happening? Impulse control. No one gives a shit that you're a random white man. You don't get to just come up here and gish gallop and then yell and say, listen to me. No, Bubba, one at a time. Send me a request to come off mute.
Hey.
You see what it says right here? What's that say?
What about it?
What does that say?
Constitutional crisis or crash out, you lose. So stop crashing out, bro.
All right. No, that's you. You gotta have impulse control.
Not true at all.
I hear you.
No, all you do is hurl insults at your callers. You don't want to debate.
I hear you.
You want to bully people. You're just a big bully.
I know, and you're a baby.
Just a big bully who's afraid of confrontation.
You're crying.
I'm not crying.
You're literally you're a grown man on a TikTok live crying about something else. Like,
dude,
come on,
that
tighten
is
up.
The whole platform is you are.
Shh. Tighten up. The only thing that I was sitting here saying is that it's not quote unquote illegals, it's undocumented immigrants. We don't dehumanize people here on my platform. That's a boundary. Please respect the boundary. Please pick one point and we'll start with that one point. We're not going to do all the points at the same time. So which one would you like to start at? I sent you a request to come off mute. You got it. You got to accept the request to come off mute.
Stop muting me, bro.
Have impulse control.
Muting me. Stop muting me. Policing was not started to catch slaves in this country. Policing was started to protect
can
the people.
You tell me which point that you want to start on?
The slave patrol one. That's what we're on, bro.
Okay, perfect. So ICE is the slave patrol. Would you like for me to lay out the premise as far as why I say ICE?
No,
is
you've been laying
patrol,
it out for. I've been listening to you for 2 days.
Okay, perfect.
Spew your nonsense.
You've been listening to me for 2 days?
Spewing your nonsense, bro.
Okay, this is the first day that I've had this topic, so you're lying. You're lying.
You were talking about it yesterday.
You're fucking lying. I wasn't. This is my first day. You're lying. You're absolutely lying because this is the first day.
Yesterday.
You're fucking lying. This is what I'm going to do. Stop. I'm going to show you something. You're a fucking liar. You're not only are you a crybaby crash out, but you're a liar as well, which is weak. What I was talking about yesterday, my background from yesterday was this one right here. ICE is step one. I never said ICE is the slave patrol. That's a difference. That's a different background that I was using yesterday. This is the background from today. So stop lying. You may have been here for 2 days, but this is the first time I've used this background. This is a new background. I just made this morning.
What's up with you muting me all the time, bro?
You have impulse control issues.
Not true at all. You just don't let people speak.
You don't know how to stop speaking while other people are speaking. Now, I would like for you to go ahead and lay out your premise as far as why you think that ICE is not the slave patrol.
Because the immigrants, whether they're here legally or not, are not slaves. They came here by choice, not legally.
Okay.
So how are they slaves?
Sure. Donald Trump is using ICE to round up undocumented.
No. How are they slaves? Don't dance around.
Donald Trump is using ICE to round up undocumented immigrants to sell them into free slave labor, and then also to send them to concentration camps. So that's how they're slaves. Donald Trump is literally making them slaves. Does that answer your question? You see how it works if like you let me finish my whole sentence before you start speaking and you actually hear my answer? All right. Now I'm going to unmute you.
You haven't let me finish one sentence.
You had a whole question for me.
Listen to me. The reaction by Donald Trump to these individuals does not make the comparison to them being slaves. You have to have the comparison without Donald Trump being involved, comparing these people to slaves. Yes, it is 100%, bro.
Why? Why?
Yes,
if Donald Trump is feeding them into free slave labor and then sending them concentration camps, then why?
What are you talking about? Free? Now, listen to me. You're saying that Donald Trump wants them for free slave labor, but he's deporting them. So it doesn't make sense.
I said, okay, listen to the whole sentence one more time.
Now, hold on. He's rounding up these people and
listen to the whole sentence. You're not listening. You're so fucking emotional that you can't even hear what I'm saying.
I'm listening to you.
Okay, perfect. Donald Trump is using ICE to round up undocumented immigrants to feed them into free slave labor and then send them to concentration camps.
Yeah, prove it. Prove that.
Sure. Got it.
That's your theory.
I got
prove
it. Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. Do you know what the 13th Amendment is?
Yeah.
What's the 13th Amendment?
Yep.
What's the 13th Amendment?
Go ahead. Do your thing.
You said yes, you do. What's the 13th Amendment?
No, go ahead. Do your thing.
You said yes, so I'm saying what's the 13th Amendment?
No, go ahead. Do your thing. I'm letting you talk.
Okay,
tell me what the 13th Amendment has to do with an immigrant being a slave.
What's the 13th Amendment?
Tell me what it has to do with.
If you don't know, just say you don't know. You don't have to be like such disingenuous. Like, holy
Trust me, I know the whole Bill of Rights.
Then what's the 13th Amendment? Your ego is so fragile that you can't admit that you don't know something. This isn't even a got you. Like you're just a fragile little snowflake, and you can't say that you don't know something.
Not true at all.
Then what's the 13th Amendment?
I want to see where you're going with this. Like, what are you talking about?
Where I'm going is saying, what is the 13th Amendment?
You first tell me what a immigrant has to do with the Bill of Rights.
What is the 13th Amendment?
Why? You don't get to ask me questions.
I literally do. This is my live. You came up here. You came up here to speak to me. I didn't go search for you. This isn't your live. This is my live. So I get to do whatever the fuck I want. And right now, I want you to tell me, what is the 13th Amendment, since you said you know what it is. And I know you're trying to buy time until you can get in front of a computer and look it up. It's fucking fine. I'm going to read it out if you don't know. I just need to know if you knew what it was or not, instead of you just saying, yeah, I know, when you really don't know. Because me moving past this, if you don't know the answer, is so fucking unhelpful. Like, just be genuine. What are we doing? You're an adult. Act like an adult.
Everybody knows what the 13th Amendment is. Everybody knows what the 19th Amendment is, giving women.
Okay, 13th Amendment.
Everybody
the 13th Amendment, then, sure, fine.
Everybody
the
knows
13th Amendment is what allows slavery in the United States of America. Right? We agree?
Go ahead, read it.
We agree, right?
Nope.
Why? Why don't we agree?
Because you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
Because you're wrong.
How am I wrong?
You're wrong.
That's it. You're listen, the mediocre is seeping through your pores. You're such a mediocre white man that you can't even admit that you are, yeah, you just Googled it. You just Googled it. It didn't abolish slavery, slap nuts. It legalized it. Don't even worry about it. I got it, sweetheart. The 13th Amendment, Section 1, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude except as a punishment for a crime, wherefore the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to the jurisdiction. So no, the 13th Amendment did not abolish crime. Did not abolish slavery. It legalized it. There's a difference. There's a difference. Now, do you understand the difference?
Talking about? Stop muting me, bro. It abolished slavery except for prisoners, bro. So get a clue. I just wanted to hear what you had to say.
It legalized it. It didn't abolish it. I know you got to run. Run, you coward. Go. Shoo. You don't even know how to fucking leave. You guys are absolutely the fucking worst. You're just the worst. Like, what the fuck are we doing? And I'm not going to kick you. I'm just going to put you on mute and I'm going to make you stay up here and figure out how to leave yourself. Oh, I can't. He probably has. Oh, there we go. The actual fragility for you to even just sit here and say, I know what it is, without knowing what it is. Like, that wasn't even a gotcha. Like, they're so worried that everything is a gotcha because they don't know anything, that they can't answer questions honestly. I'm just trying to figure out how much do I have to get into this, or can I speed run this shit? You guys are so bad. You guys are so bad at this. What the fuck are we doing? You mute, you lose, you can get the fuck out of my request. I'm not talking to you, you fucking weirdo crash out. Dark mode, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Yes, sir.
Which one? Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, or both?
All of them.
Okay. Kind of got some background noise. Is there any, a little bit of a quieter place you could?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to mute you while you're not speaking, and then you can come on and off mute, but your background noise is a little wicked, okay?
Nah.
Yes. You see? I just muted you. You can't tell me nah. I don't care if you move out of the area or not, but you can't tell me that I can't mute you while you're not speaking.
I can come off mute whenever I...
But I can mute you again. You see how that works?
I can come off again, so...
Yeah, and I can mute you again. You're not that bright, are you?
Nah, I'm brighter.
I know you're not. Nah, you're not that bright. I'm gonna go ahead and move on because I don't think there's any actual reason for me to talk to you. I think that you, I don't know what the fuck is happening there. I don't know what the fuck is happening there. W's in the chat for Heather for the $2 donation saying, My daily hug sending. Thank you so much. I wish I could afford more. You're the best. Heather, you are fucking awesome. I appreciate you more than you could ever imagine. Thank you so much for the $2 donation. W's in chat for Gregory for the $5 donation saying, the MAGA's morality and ethics hinge on the opinion and perspective held by their cult leader. They are demoralized and amoral. Thank you, Santana, for keeping up the good fight. We love you, man. I love you so much more. W's in the chat for Gregory. Thank you so much for the $5. W's in chat for JD for the $5 donation saying, when you feel like a guest is so dense / unreceptive, they're not worth your time. You have to either go through. What's the thought of bringing up a friendly or show them they're not worth your time? It depends. It depends if if I think they can get it or if it's just down, if it's time to clown. So it just depends. W's in chat for Jeffrey for the $1 donation saying, Hector Talk said that his baldy is better than yours. Whatever, Hector has a milk dud. W's in chat for Ryan. Hey, Ryan. Who sent a $25 donation saying, how can we stay hopeful in a hopeless world right now? Each other. That's the only way we can. Like literally, Ryan, the only way that we have an opportunity to find any type of light in the darkness is through each other, through community. That's why it's so important. I tell people all this all the time, like make sure that you find a community that you believe in, that you can engage in, and someone that will help you through this. We have to help each other. We have to protect each other. That's why I genuinely enjoy like the mutual aid support that we do when we come together and we help each other, because like we all we got. W's in chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying this dude is just a sad little crash out. He was the worst. W's in chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, not sure you ever saw this, but apparently Stephen Miller removed Rep. Veronica Escobar amendment to the Homeland Security funding bill that banned deportation of United States citizens. I didn't see that, but I'm going to have to look that up. W's in chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, I love how good you are at finding the small crack in the white male ego and then just going boop to watch it unravel. The trick is it's not just the white male ego. It's just men, period. We all have fragile egos. And I have one, and that's why I know it's there, and that's how I know how to press on it. W's in the chat for Harper for the $5 donation saying, did you go to college for something? Hashtag Santana for president. Yeah, I went to college for a lot of stuff. Mostly fun. For fun. Thank you for the $5. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted and things appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. I'll get to the super chat donations here in just a second. Keep tapping the screen, guys. Let's get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background, request up. We are only looking for some debates. We are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. You mute, you lose. You said that I'm scared. I'm not scared, but you're a whole fucking crash out. I'll give you a chance. I'm serious. I'll give you a chance, but I'm not interested in like the weird shit, the over talking crash out stuff that you do. Like, so seriously, I'll give you a chance. We can have a conversation, but if you start it, I'm letting you know from jump, getting you up out of the paint. Thank you so much for the cake. What's your actual name? I'm not going to call you mute.
I'm not going to tell you my actual name. I'm not going to tell you my actual name.
Give me a different alias, like a
just call me you mute, you lose.
Okay, I'm going to call you Steve. Steve, what do you disagree with most on the background that you think you can defend?
Well, I have a question, and it's about
no. What do you disagree with the most on the background that you think?
Can I get to the? Can I get to what I was going to say?
I don't care about your question.
Here we go. It's about the thing that is in the background. If you'd let me finish, you talk about me crashing out, dude. You guys do this to me all the time. You guys know that I'm going to make. You guys know that I'm going to make a point.
I just said
you guys start crashing out before I even talk.
What's your question about the background?
Once again, don't even let me finish talking. That's
what's your question about the background?
It's always me, but it's always you guys doing it. So,
what's your question about the background?
Given the objectable fact that slavery has been a institution that has followed man throughout the dawn of time, since men could even, the first actual commodity that men traded was actual other human beings. Given the objectable fact that white Christian men were the only people throughout all of history, when they had the power, abolished slavery in the known
White man
world.
started slavery.
No, they didn't.
They literally
Oh
did.
Man, here we go.
White man started chattel slavery.
Can you show me
I'm talking
anything
about chattel slavery.
Oh
Can
man,
you just
here we go.
tell me which point do you disagree with on the background?
What? Okay, show me one historical art.
Which point do you disagree with on the background, and then we can talk about the point.
Once again, I've already won. Thank you for this easy win.
Fuck out of here, you fucking weirdo coward. I literally sat here and said, which point do you disagree with on the background? You came up because you wanted to monologue and say some weird shit. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. And that's why I never bring you up. Like, you guys are fucking weird. Each and every one of you. Each and every one of you. Like, what the fuck are we doing? All you had to do is pick a topic on the background and we could talk about it, but you thought that you were going to get a chance to be up here and monologue? I don't care about your monologue. It means nothing to me. It means nothing. Yeah, I know I shouldn't have let him up. I shouldn't have. That was on me, but like I tried to give him an opportunity. Rui, you said won. Who won, Rui? Hey guys, look up at the top. If you see the word follow, that means you're not following me. 1.5 thousand of us hanging out here. If you see that follow, hit that follow button, right? We are now driving to 100,000 followers. 100,000 followers. Make sure you hit that follow button. Make sure you hit that follow button. Hi, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? Deb, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? I guess that's a no. Deb's like, let me get out of here. Guys, can we knock out the daily gift goal? It's the donuts. Can we knock out the donuts, please? That'll help boost the live. Also, send your daily heart me if you have not done so. It's only one coin. It will boost the live and push us out to the FYP. Mute is so embarrassing. You think so? Hold on. What is it? Yeah. Summer.
No, sorry.
Okay. I'm gonna drop you down. Thank you, Softer. You said mute is so embarrassing. Oh, you said, oh, never mind. You can reject that. I get what you're saying. He is. W's in the chat for Kelta for the $1 donation saying starting a petition for late nights this week. ... Maybe. W's in the chat. Thank you so much for the cake. W's in the chat for Lisa for the $3 donation saying keep schooling these. I'll just call them incels. Absolutely, Lisa. Thank you so much for that $3 donation. Holy shit, guys. W's in the chat for Gerald. Thank you so much for the $10 donation saying, why do people say that Renee's shooting was self-defense when the bullet will not stop a whole ass SUV 2 feet from your knees? It's because they don't know how things work and they're looking for any type of coverage. The creator, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I want to debate about the ICE, the slave patrol.
Okay, but are you a Trump supporter or you just disagree with something on the background?
Well, I was a Trump supporter, but you can't agree on everything he's been doing.
Okay, well that's fine. All right. You have like a little bit of an echo. I don't know if you're connected to a Bluetooth or something. Are you connected to something that you could disconnect it?
I'm on speaker on my phone.
Okay. Do you have it in a case?
No. It's in my room. You could mute me, so.
Yeah, no. It's whenever I speak, I can hear that little bit of an echo. But give me 2 seconds if you don't mind. I'm gonna finish these thank yous and then we'll get into it. W's in the chat for Jay. What up, Jay? Fucking op. Jason, a $5 donation saying, you just called me weird. Call me weird one more time. I'm telling Mama Jones, I be snitching. You my op. Jay, you may be my biggest op, but you're not weird. W's in chat for Jay. W's in chat for Jeffrey for the $2 donation saying, I don't know how you do this and not curse people out. If I curse people out every single time, then we wouldn't be able to have a beneficial live. Plus the TikTok will be like, pow, and I don't want that. So I try to be productive. W's in the chat for Katie for the $2 donation saying, yes, we didn't even get to that point. The 13th Amendment is not a part of the Bill of Rights. He's so fucking stupid. They're stupid. W's in the chat for, I think it's pronounced Marlesian, who sent a $4.99 super chat to say, this is MAGA IQ. Yes, it is room temperature. W's in chat for Dylan for the $2.79 the $2.79 Canadian to say Phyllis Papa. I don't know what Phyllis Papa is. W's in the chat for Ryan for the $2 super chat to say I'm poor and this is all that I can afford. I love you. First and foremost, Ryan, like anything that you're willing to do to support, hell, even just showing up means the world to me. So thank you so much for that $2 donation. You're fucking awesome. I appreciate you. Guys, if anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. All right. Creator, you said that you disagree with the premise that ICE is the slave patrol.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like for me to tell you why I say that there's... Okay, perfect. So the reason why I say that ICE is the slave patrol is because of the correlations between the slave patrol and ICE. We can talk about the way that or not necessarily the way that it was founded, but the actual functions of the slave patrol, the way that it's comprised as far as the makeup of ICE versus slave patrol. We can talk about the actions they're actively engaging in. We can talk about the way that they have protection from the law. And then we can also talk about the criticisms that occurred with the slave patrol that also occur with ICE. It's the direct correlation, and both units were used to uphold white supremacy. And so, yes, ICE is the slave patrol.
But I'm not going to argue that I know the whole thing. I just want to hear to see if I can learn something. To me, I thought ICE was for immigration, illegal immigration specifically.
Yeah, ICE is supposed to only have authority over undocumented immigrants and supposed to be utilized for enforcement that relates to undocumented immigrants. But they've gone way outside of their preview as far as what they've been doing, including not only overwhelmingly detaining American citizens, but they've also been murdering American citizens. And even more so, they have been infiltrated by people that belong to other white supremacy hate groups, such as the Boogaloo Boys, the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers. And it has all been in furtherance of white supremacy.
So you think, well, yeah, technically they've been doing that. But you think is...
Technically they've been doing what?
They've been violating U.S. citizens' rights. I agree 100%.
Not the way that they've been doing under this Trump administration. Prior to this Trump administration, while I disagree with the efforts and intention of ICE, they had more regulation. They had a different call to action, and Donald Trump and his administration has weaponized them and turned them into the slave patrol.
Would you say during the other presidents, in their terms, they also, like, the media didn't push as much because nobody really had the devices, but you think the same thing was happening back in the, let's say, before 2001? I mean, after 2001, when it was created?
No, again, the way that this administration has specifically utilized ICE is different than any other administration previously. And even more so, the way that they have continue to give them coverage in the name of upholding white supremacy is the reason why I say that. So even when you talk about like the way that it was done, right? ICE ICE in the other previous, let's say like the Obama administration, right? Yeah. Because we know that people call Barack Obama the deporter in chief, right? And he had a net immigration rate. He actually deported more people than came into the country. But see, the issue is that even Barack Obama was taken to court as far as saying like, oh, he didn't give access to due process for undocumented immigrants. But what happened was they took the ACLU took Barack Obama and his administration to court, and they won, saying like, actually, they did give them access to due process, right? And so the Obama administration uses like expedited removal different than the Trump administration is currently using it. And then even like the pursuance of the law, the Trump administration is violating the Constitution and human rights. And so that's why there's such a difference between the two.
I agree. I could agree with.
You're muted.
Sorry, somebody was calling.
Mm-hmm.
I could agree with that. I would say that I wouldn't necessarily it does. It is violating U.S. Rights, but I would say it's more in the sense that I wouldn't call it a slave, because it would be like forcing people to do things. Like, slave to me is, all right, they are working evilly how they're doing it. Like, I don't agree, but at the same time, I wouldn't call it a slave patrol, to sort of say.
Well, I call it a slave patrol because of the tactics that are being utilized by ICE and the things that they're actively doing in furtherance of what the quote unquote goal is. And again, you can directly speak to not only some of the criticisms, but the actions and all of the things that they've done. So that's why they are the slave patrol. For example, let's look at like one thing that the slave patrol did is they work in connection with like former members of the Civil War, and they help with enforcement of things like the Black Code, and then later parlayed that into some enforcement of Jim Crow segregation, right? So they had even the quote unquote law on their side when it came to enforcing and perpetuating the harm that they engaged in. Just like ICE, who has been receiving protection from the Supreme Court and saying that they have the ability to engage in racial profiling when looking for undocumented immigrants. And even the Trump administration sent an internal memo saying that they no longer had to have a warrant to enter people's premises. So they're violating the Constitution in that way, but they're doing that under the guise of the executive branch. And then, like, even you could talk about their leader who was caught on camera telling them if anyone touches them, then you can arrest as many people as you want. So all of this was connected in the guise of like law enforcement and having protection under the law, whether we talk about the slave patrol or we talk about the current iteration of ICE.
Oh, okay, there we go. That makes sense. And now I see the what you're saying with the analogy of saying it's slave, because how you put it, that would make sense. Well, then you're pretty good on what you're talking about. I would say, how about, I wouldn't agree then. I'm switching topics to attack on civil rights.
Okay. Yeah. We can definitely talk about that. Really quick. W's in the chat for Martin for I think it's like $2 Canadian to say mandatory vasectomy for all. Thank you for what you do. Keep up the good work, sir. Absolutely, Martin. Thank you for the $2 donation. Also, W's in the chat for Mike for the $5 donation saying, if you don't mind, please remind your listeners tomorrow's National Anti-ICE Strike. No work, no school, no shopping. I know that's right. W's in the chat. Also, it's my birthday. Sorry. It's my birthday tomorrow. Absolutely my birthday, and we're fucking turning up. If anyone else would like to support the live, we can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out. Guys, only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. If you're a friendly, tap the screen, share the live, get the likes up 300,000 likes. Also hit that follow button. We are currently driving to 100,000 followers. We're over 80,000 and we're driving to 100,000 followers. So make sure if you have not hit that follow button, hit the follow button, turn on notifications. If you see a gray heart at the top, you haven't sent your daily heart me, go ahead and send your daily heart me, do all the wonderful things. All right. Civil rights. Yes. The reason why I say that civil rights are under attack is, do you know what the Trump Justice Department headed up by the FBI did yesterday in Georgia?
No, not for it.
There was a raid on the elections office in Fulton County, specifically raiding the elections office, trying to get the ballots that were he went to Parker's and called me. Yeah. They specifically raided the elections office and took the ballots from 2020. And this is a inference and setting the framework for being able to not only steal the 2026 midterms, but also it's a continuation of the big lie. You can you can add on top of that the actual rights that have been lost in multiple ways since this administration has taken over. Whether we talk about rights that were afforded to women, rights that were afforded to the queer community, but just rights as a whole. This administration doesn't care about rights, and they're actively showing it by their actions that they engaged in Fulton County.
Would you say rights is only for men and female?
I mean, men and women?
Yeah, my bad. Male and female, sorry.
Men and women. I think rights are for anyone that is
like human
jurisdictions. Are you talking about human rights? I'm so confused what you're saying now.
No, I'm saying in totality. Like, we're talking about human rights, right? That you're saying?
I'm talking about the rights for citizens and everyone that's within the jurisdiction of the United States of America.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm clarifying. Because when you say,
are you trying to figure out if I'm talking about like animal rights?
No. When you're talking about, when you say like queer, right? I mean, LGBT rights and all that, wouldn't you say they have the same rights as us, as regular people?
Yes, the queer community have rights as regular people, but they've also tried to do extensive things that specifically target only people within the queer community, right? I mean, like you can even take a look at Donald Trump's active attempt of trying to ban transgender people from being able to utilize their Second Amendment right, which the NRA came out and said, like, absolutely not. You can talk about the shift in the Republican Party that has tried to overturn Obergefell, which is the case that led to the law that passed gay rights. Or hell, if you want to step outside of the queer community, you can talk about the push that's on the right now, where they're trying to revoke the women's right to be able to vote. So all of these things are rights that are under attack actively, or they're setting the stage for by the people on the right.
And you would think that after, let's say, Trump's term is over, that this will possibly just go away. Like, oh yeah, it's just like, to me, I don't think you could actually do that unless it's like we talk about like the Handmaid's Tale, but I don't think nobody's rights can be taken away.
You know, the only way that women can have like the national right to access to abortion is if they codify it into law now because of Roe v. Wade being overturned.
Say it again.
Since Roe v. Wade was overturned, the only way that women nationwide can have the access to abortion is if it's codified into law. Right, since the case law was overturned, the only way that it can be reestablished is through legislation. So unless it's codified into law, which would take it passing through the Senate with a 60 person vote, then like that actual right to health care for women is not something that would be established on the nationwide level anymore. So yeah, just because Donald Trump leaves doesn't mean that people who are having lack of access to rights will receive access to rights again. Also, did you know the Supreme Court is still set to hear and make a ruling on a section within the civil rights, the passing of the civil rights bill, and possibly overturn that as well? I mean, that would be another thing that's lost when it comes to actual rights, when it comes to voting rights. So again, a lot of this stuff, even if Donald Trump leaves, it's not just stuff that can be fixed.
Well, when it comes to what I understood about the Roe v. Wade was that they just said it's not in the Constitution to make it legal or illegal. So each state would have its choice, so to say. So that's what I understood about the Roe v. Wade overturning. So it wasn't like, oh, this is going to be illegal because we said so as a government. It's more like we can't find a reason to make it illegal or legal. So we're just going to leave it up to the state if you want to do it. Yes or no.
Question for you.
Yeah.
Which state are you in?
Jersey.
Yeah.
I'm
in Washington State. Do you think that I should have the ability to go to the dentist because I live in Washington State, and you shouldn't have the ability to go to the dentist because you live in Jersey?
I mean, we both should have the opportunity, yeah.
Right. We should both be able to go to the dentist. Now, the dentist, it depends on like, you know, what we can afford and, you know, how good and all this other stuff. Like those are other factors, but we should both be able to at least go to the dentist, right? We can agree on that, no matter which state we live in.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because going to the dentist, that's like oral health care, right?
Yeah.
Abortion is health care. That's the point. And so sitting here saying that like, oh, we're going to send it back to the states where certain states limit that access to healthcare, that's unacceptable. Why should, you know, a woman have healthcare based off of which state that she lives in? Saying that a woman can have access to healthcare because she lives in one state, but she can't have access to healthcare in the other state. Like that's absolutely insane.
Yeah, but it's like when it comes to, for example, I don't know how it is in Washington, but it's like over here in Jersey, you try to get a gun, right? I'm switching it to a gun, an example for a gun. Over here, you need, like if I were to go to Florida, for example, or red state, I'm getting it easily. Like I could get that permit within days. Over here, I have to wait at least 6 months and then a lot of background checks, but I still am able to get a gun. But
yeah, but still in your same example, the example would be like in Florida, you can get that gun, you know, with the background check and all this other stuff. But then in Jersey, you can't get a gun at all. Like that's the analogy that you're looking for.
Yeah,
so we're not talking about like the level of being able to gain access. We're talking about in certain states having access and then certain states not having access. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, I see. So some states are making it completely illegal. Like I'm assuming red states, obviously.
Correct. There are certain states that not only can you not get an abortion, but they don't even give exceptions, right? A lot of people believe in the exceptions when it comes to abortion, like exceptions for incest, rape, or life of the mother. But there are certain states that don't even do that. But then there's also like other caveats. There's certain states like Texas that won't even give their citizens the right to vote on it. One of the big premises as far as like sending it back to the state was that, oh, well, if you make it more localized, then people have different values in different states. And then, you know, you can actually, based on the state and the people and how, you know, things are in that state, then they can vote on it. But then Texas is saying like, nope, not even going to put it on the ballot. But then again, you have states like Florida, where Florida is just saying like, hey, we'll put it on the ballot. And then when there was enough steam and people actually willing to vote for it, instead of them saying like, oh, you need to get a majority of the vote, which is like normally 51% of the vote, they said, well, you need to actually get 60% of the vote. So they changed the rules after they put it on the ballot because the people demanded it. And so when the people voted for it, they voted for it at the 57% clip. But that still wasn't high enough to meet the 60% threshold that had been increased by the legislators because they didn't want abortion. So the point that I'm getting across is like saying that, oh, we're going to send this back to the state creates irregularities and limitations that should not occur, especially for things like healthcare, which abortion is healthcare. That's lost to an actual right. And with a loss to that actual right, that's something that will not be just overturned when Trump leaves office. It literally would have to be codified into law nationwide in order for that to be something where women can get access to healthcare no matter what state they're in.
Well, then I would just, in that case, I mean, I'm hearing you out, but the thing is, obviously, because of my principles and because I don't think any baby should be aborted, but that's my personal belief. You know, everybody has their own.
Oh, so you actually have a problem with abortion?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What's your problem with abortion?
It's more that it's just an innocent life that's just getting taken away. That's it.
Oh, so you don't want to murder babies? Got it. Okay.
So
your actual morality, is it based in your religion or like family values or like where does that come from?
I mean, if we're going into it, then it would be obviously God, Christianity. You don't want to. Yeah.
Okay. Got it. Hey, creator, what if I told you that I had a solution that would ensure that we don't have to worry about, quote unquote, killing babies anymore? You think you would be willing to actually get on board with that one?
Killing babies?
Yeah, well, we don't even have to worry about abortions. What if I told you I got a solution where we never have to worry about abortions again?
All right, let's hear it.
Okay, really quick though, just a couple of quick things. One, if there were a nationwide abortion ban, right, where they say like, hey, we don't want abortions at all in the country, and we're going to pass this ban and sign it into law, would you support that?
If they ban abortion completely?
Yeah, if they say we're going to sign a law and, there's a ban and this is how we do things here in the U.S., would you be okay with it?
I mean, like they mentally, obviously, but like people who actually live it day by day, like, for example, I'm from Dominican
Republic. Just talking about you. Would you be okay if this was signed into law? Like, not saying, you sitting here fighting against it. If they said, hey, this is going to be the new law, abortion is banned in the United States, would you be like, all right? Or would you be like, nope, got to stop this. Stand up, fight back. Which position would you take?
If they're banning 100% abortion, I'm fine with that.
Okay, perfect. Would you also be good with them enforcing that ban to the fullest extent of the law outside of violence, outside of sticking a weapon in someone's face? Like if there was a fine, if someone tried to do it, if there was a jail time connected, if someone tried to do it, if they tried to break that law, would you be good with enforcement to the furthest extent of the law?
Like if somebody tries to do it and
right, and they say that you're trying to do it, you're going to jail. Would you be good with that?
I would say, I mean, you could try to enforce it, but at the end of the day, people are going to find a way. There's always a way.
Right. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, if they say, you get jail time if you break the law. Okay, perfect. Yeah. Last but not least, would you be on board with exceptions, right? Are you for any of the exceptions, life of the mother, rape, or incest, or is it just exceptions?
Yeah. So I'm with I would say, with the exception of obviously the baby dying or causing harm to the mom in the sense that is a life or death situation, then
okay, so you're only good with life of the mother. So rape and incest, there's no exception for those.
I mean, I'll let God deal with it, but yeah.
Okay, got it. Okay, cool. All right. I have a solution that I think would work where it would take care of all this. W's in chat for JoJo. I'm going to thank two people really quickly, and then I want you to hear me out. All right.
All right, let's hear it.
All right. W's in the chat for mad about brows for the $2 super chat to say regular people. WTF, bro. I know. I was right there with you. W's in the chat for Mad About Brow for the $2 super chat. W's in the chat for T for the $20 donation saying, love what you do, found you through Dean. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the 20. Thank you for the love and support. Guys, if anyone else likes support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Santana speaks for you. It's the best way to support the live. Everything is accepted. Anything is appreciated. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, keep tapping the screen. Let's go ahead and get the likes up to 300,000 likes. Also, hit that follow button right here. If you see follow, you're not following me. We're driving to 100,000 followers. We have officially, Liz, W's in chat for Liz with the Galaxy. We've officially crossed over 80,000 followers, and we're trying to get to 100,000. So go ahead and hit that follow button. Hit that follow button. Turn on notifications. Follow the backup as well. All right. Creator.
The solution.
Check me out. Nationwide mandatory vasectomies. What do you think about that?
That's I mean, teach his own, but that's a horrible idea.
Why?
In a sense.
Wait, hold on. Do you know what vasectomy is?
When a guy.
Okay. Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me give you a little bit more because it may sound like a bad idea on its face, but trust me, I've done the math. I've done the science. It works, right? Check me out. Nationwide mandatory vasectomies, right? Vasectomies are more safe, efficient, and effective than any form of birth control, right? You can talk about the shot, you can talk about the pill, you can talk about the IUD. It's more safe and effective than any of those. Vasectomies are reversible up to 5 years at pretty much the same rate, depending on the person, right? That's where it fluctuates a little bit. And then even after 5 years, it's still reversible. It's just the actual efficiency or effectiveness of the reversal, it starts to slightly decrease, but you can still get it. Now, check this out. You can actually freeze the sperm prior to the vasectomy, so you don't even have to worry about like a decline in population. And if someone says like, hey, I want to have kids, but I don't want to have this vasectomy reversed, then they can still have kids because they have frozen sperm, but they don't have to have their vasectomy reversed. It's more cost efficient. It's less costly than an abortion, and the recovery time, it's outpatient surgery. Listen, today is Thursday. You can go get a vasectomy today and be balling by Sunday, maybe Monday, balling in the gym by Monday at least. It's quick, simple, outpatient procedure, and it addresses the root cause of the issue. It addresses the actual primary cause of the issue, which is men and their sperm. If you eliminate men and their sperm, then there's no way that you have to worry about having an abortion, because if there's no men delivering the sperm, then you don't have the baby, with the conception and then the abortion. So I think we should get on board with mandatory vasectomies, right?
Nah. And it's because you're saying it's mandatory. That's the problem. So, like, when we're talking about abortions, right? For example,
wait.
We're talking about a product that's being.
Wait, hold on. Didn't you say you would get on board with the nationwide abortion ban?
Yeah, but that's different.
How is that different than the nationwide mandatory vasectomy?
Because a vasectomy in itself, like, let's say there's no egg, you can't create a baby. You cannot create a baby no matter how. We're talking about a baby being born already. So
right, and I'm talking about addressing the root cause of the issue, right? The root cause of the issue is the men and their sperm, right? So if you actually address the root cause of the issue, because people want listen, hey creator, did you know, right? Me and you, two men, we can get together and we can take care of this like men. We don't even have to worry about them pesky women. We don't have to worry about them women talking about abortions and my body, my choice and all that. Listen, me and you, we can do this together. All we got to do is actually, govern men.
Yeah, but how about we just, the women that are having unprotected sex, why not just use condoms? And it's a man who uses the condom.
Well, I mean, you do understand that condoms aren't 100%.
Yeah, but they're not.
But also, hold on. Why are you talking about women? Women are they're step 2 in the equation.
Yeah, that's what I said.
But you're talking about step 2. You're talking about step 2. Step 2. Why are you skipping over step 1? Like, why are you talking about 2? Let's talk about 1.
What are you talking about, City?
You keep wanting to talk about women. I don't even want to talk about women.
Okay,
I'm coming to you man to man.
Exactly.
Man,
so,
right?
So men.
I want to talk about and focus and target men, right? Let's talk about the men. Let's talk about these pesky men that can't keep it in their pants, right? They just need to keep it in their pants. But if they can't keep it in their pants because meat watching is weird, then if we did vasectomies, they could have as much consensual and safe sex as they wanted to and not have to worry about making babies.
Yeah, but at the same time, all men could be abstinent as well for going.
Well, see, that's meat watching. I don't care about meat watching. Again, I want people to have as much as safe and consensual sex as they listen, chat. You know my stance. Go out there and get laid, especially tomorrow. Tomorrow is my birthday. And for my birthday wish is that everyone in the chat go out and have some safe and consensual sex. That is my birthday wish. I don't meet watch. Like I don't care who people have sex with, as long as it's safe and consensual. I don't care.
Yeah, but it's exactly. But you gotta know that the easiest way to prevent it is just by not having it.
Again, you're sitting here talking in the stance of like,
no, but I'm saying that would be another solution.
No, that's not a solution. That's for some reason that's meat watching. I got a question for you. Okay, let's talk about it from the standpoint of sex then. All right, I got it. Don't worry about it. Check me out. Women, right? Women. Hey, in typical, how often can a woman get pregnant in a 30-day time period?
How often?
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't know. I wouldn't be able to tell you.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
You don't know?
No.
25?
I would say once a month.
Okay, you looked at the chat. Good job.
No, I know, but you're saying I don't know if there's another way. Like,
yeah,
after their period, obviously the egg they start ovulating.
Yeah, during the ovulation window. Is in typical when they can get pregnant, and you know the ovulation window it can fluctuate for different people, but usually it's somewhere around a 1 day to a maximum 2 day. I'm sorry, maximum 3 day. It just depends on the person, but in typical, once a month, right? In typical, there's pretty much an optimal point once a month where women can get pregnant, right?
Yeah.
So let's say that a woman got pregnant. And in typical, within a year time frame, how often can a woman get pregnant if they are pregnant?
If they are pregnant, how many times? One time.
Yeah, in typical, they can get pregnant once a year. All right, cool. So for every woman in typical can make about one baby a year, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Now let's talk about them men, right? Hey, we men, right? Hey, in 30 days, how many times do you think in 30 days that a man, how many days out of 30 days do you think a man can get women pregnant?
How many women can he get pregnant? Many.
No, not women. How many days out of 30 days can a man get a woman pregnant?
2 out of the 3 days.
Out of 30 days, not 3 days, 30 days.
In the month, because the ovulation period.
Not the same woman, just a woman.
Yeah, a woman, or how are you asking how many women can he get pregnant? He could get as many.
How many out of 30 days?
Out of 30
how many days
a month.
Can a man impregnate a woman in a 30-day period?
I mean, obviously it depends on the woman during their time cycle.
Let's say that 30 days, there's 30 women and they're all ovulating. How many times can a man get women pregnant?
All 30.
30. Got it. Holy smokes. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, but it could be more.
Yes. I'm just saying how many days. So 30 days. Got it. So 30 days. There's 365 days a year. Would you agree that men have the ability to get a different woman pregnant every day of the year?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So if we can establish that in typical, a woman can create a baby once within a year, in typical, but a man can create a baby 365 times within a year. Who do you think it would be more beneficial to regulate? A person that can create a baby once every 12 months, or the person that can create babies 365 times within 12 months? Which one do you think would be more pertinent to regulate?
Based off your logic, it would be the man.
Right. Yes.
Yeah, but that's based off your logic.
No, that's based off of logic, bub.
Nah, because the reality is, you need two to tango, so to say. You can't. 2 men will never create a baby. 2 women will never create a baby. You need 2 to tango.
Right, but your whole issue is that you're saying that you don't want babies murdered because you think that abortion is murder. And my point is, if we eliminate the need for abortion by addressing the root cause, which is vasectomies, again, safe, efficient, effective, reversible, you can freeze sperm. Like there's so many positive benefits. Outpatient surgery, quick
Yeah,
recovery
you're right.
time.
It's true.
So
but
why is it that you're willing to mandate women's bodies, but you're unable to mandate men's bodies? I'm confused. What's the symmetry breaker?
So you're false comparing two things. So it would be the equivalent would be tying her tubes and then
No. That wouldn't be the equivalent. You know why? Because one, when it comes to any type of quote unquote tying women's tubes, it's not a quick outpatient procedure. That's an actual surgery that has actual recovery time that is longer than 2 to 3 days in typical. Also, the process of it being reversed is less efficient or effective than men getting it reversed. Also, the cost is way more. So the things that you're saying does not equate. The equivalent would be women on some form of birth control, but the symmetry breaker there is even the birth control that women have to take is less safe or effective than men getting vasectomies. Did you know that with even like the IUDs or the shots or the pills, they can cause chemical imbalance in women that cause either physical changes, such as common symptoms like weight gain, or mental changes as far as chemical changes within the brain, and also additional pains, right? Sometimes it can alleviate pressures from a menstrual cycle. Sometimes it can intensify it. Sometimes it can cause women to go prolonged periods without having an actual period. Like there's so many side effects to it. And also there's some studies saying that there's some, I think there's a connection when it comes to like cancer and all this other stuff. So there's so many other side effects with taking the actual birth control method of the pill, the shot, or the IUD versus men. Again, snip, couple of days recovery, you're G to G, and you can get a reverse, and it's like the same thing. Yes, blood clots. Blood clots is a huge one when it comes to women as well with birth control.
Well, yeah, then that would be a good solution.
Right. So I got you on board. So you and I can both agree that instead of advocating or saying that women shouldn't have access to abortions, me and you should be advocating for mandatory vasectomies for men, right?
I wouldn't say mandatory. I would say because
you were just saying that you were willing to do a nationwide abortion ban.
I would prefer, let's say that because you're acting like abortions don't hurt the woman either. Like
yeah, exactly. But I'm saying that
it hurts them as well.
So back to abortions.
Traumatized because of this.
You keep going back to abortions, and I'm telling you, that's step 2. That's a symptom. An abortion is a symptom. The vasectomy addresses the root cause. Why wouldn't we want to focus on the root cause instead of the symptom?
All right. So then would you say that men should also have a say on if their child should be born or not? No. So I'm the one who delivered the sperm to my wife, and I don't have a say on if she gets to keep it or not.
Yeah, because it's women's bodies.
But I take full responsibility of the baby.
That's fine. That's fine. You're not the one that has to carry the baby. Did you know that women are in typical never as close to death as they are when they're pregnant? Did you know that?
No, I did not know that.
Yes, women, they have physical changes to their body. They have mental changes to their body. They have compromised immune systems. Women are literally never in typical as close to death as they are when they are pregnant. And so for you to sit here and say, well, I should be able to have a decision in my wife, whether or not she carries the baby or not. Listen, I am all for having a conversation as a married couple, but it's still the woman's decision because the woman is the one that is literally putting her life on the line when you talk about carrying and delivering a baby. Do you know anything about the mortality rate in women with delivering children?
No.
Super high. Women die all the time having babies, and hell, when you say a black woman, gets way higher. And then you could talk about like the infant mortality rate, right? Like babies dying. And again, black babies die at a higher clip. So the point that I'm getting is having life is such a dangerous process for you to sit here and say, as a man, I should have a say. Like, that's fucking hubris. That's hubris. If you want to say, then I say you have a vasectomy, right? Because again, if we do those mandatory vasectomies, then you don't have to worry about like accidental pregnancies and all this other stuff. And you can have an actual conversation with your partner and you guys can make a conscious decision versus, you know, you guys just hanging out one night, Netflix and chill or whatever the case may be. And then you get into it and then whoopsie daisy, we got a baby. Like, you can actually plan your life.
I'll give you the point. I'll give you the point.
So you can agree. Instead of talking about abortions, we should be talking about mandatory vasectomies.
Well, because of my stance, I would say no.
Why?
Neither or. I would say
you still haven't given me any. Okay, listen. Stop. Stop for a second. Hold on. I'm gonna read off a couple of thank yous. I want you to really think about it. I want you to really. I want you to put on your Jimmy Neutron thinking hat, right? And I want you to give me a reasonable, plausible answer about why you cannot back mandatory vasectomies that's not rooted in your fifis. Do you know what fifis are?
No, I don't know.
Fifis in your tum-tum. It's your feelings. Give me something that's not rooted in your feelings that's a logical reason why you would say this is why we shouldn't do this. Okay?
Vasectomies.
Right. I'm going to mute you and I'm going to say a couple of thank yous. And then I'm going to come back to you. First and foremost, guys, tap the screen. 1.3 thousand of us hanging out. Looks like he's going to Google. Good job. Hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow and you're not following me, hit that follow button. Also, if you like to support the live, you can do so. Santana Speaks for You, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. You can send a super chat. I will read that out. W's in the chat for Maggie for the $2 donation saying, listen, this dude sure isn't having sex. Probably ain't had sex. And the rest of us want to get our Marvin Gaye on. Exactly. Like, I don't understand why they want to meat watch so much. But like, again, consensual and safe sex for everyone. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation saying, even when you break it down Barney style, they still somehow blame women. It's because they only want to blame women. They're not missing the point. They just want to blame women. W's in the chat for MAGA Cries for the $2 donation saying the world would be a better place if the incels would just admit that their personality is why women won't have sex with them. Big facts. Big fucking facts. W's in the chat for Elisa for the $5 donation saying, please let the guests know that forcing women to carry their pregnancy is also traumatic and harmful. Yes. Plus, meds and vitamins can counteract against birth control. This dude is a hypocrite. Yep, plain and simple. W's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $2 donation saying, can you be pro-choice and not in favor of AB? Yeah, you can. Like, literally, that's all pro-choice is. Pro-choice is not saying that people have to get an abortion. Being pro-choice is just saying people get to make their own decisions. That's all it is. So you can have a personal preference, but you also would take the stance that people have the right to actually make their own decision. I've never personally spoke about what my stance is on abortion. I just always rely on the fact that it's the woman's choice and everyone should have the ability to make the choice when it comes to their health care. So that's pro-choice. W's in the chat for Jana. Hey, Jana, who sent a message through their YouTube membership. Guys, if you're over on YouTube and you don't have a membership, join the membership. You get cool access to these cool emotes. You can do like Jana's doing right now. You get a message across and you also get access to the Discord. Fucking become a member. Jana sent a message and said, thank you for always sticking up for women, sending you love and strength to deal with these callers. Absolutely. You're fucking awesome. Debbie's in the chat. Debbie's in the chat for Jay for the $5 donation saying 12 years off because, and 12 years off birth control, not because, birth control, and still have side effects. Fucking exactly. Debbie's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying, if you can't take accountability for your own sperm, why are you going to force it on someone else? He doesn't even believe in exceptions for rape and incest. So, like, what are we doing? Again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link tree in the bio. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. All right. Creator, floor is yours. Give me a viable reason why mandatory vasectomies is not a good idea that's not based in your feelings.
I mean, one, it could be, I was obviously searching. It could not be, it's possible that it can be reversible.
Yeah.
But you're talking about freezing,
it depends on the individual person.
Mm-hmm. It could also work. So
yeah. And again, so talking about the premise as far as it being reversible, like this is the commonality. Of course, there's a possibility of issues as far as it not being reversible, the actual ability being different than person to person, just like anything when it comes to medicine. That's why they call it practicing medicine. But that's something where, the actual reward outweighs the risk. So I don't think we would consider that one.
So I have a question now. Then
wait, so does that mean you don't have anything?
I give you the point, but I wouldn't say mandatory. I'll say a man could.
But wait, you're willing to actually force a ban of abortion on women, but you're not willing to force mandatory vasectomies on men? Okay, don't worry about it. I got you. I think I have some common ground. I think I have a place that you and I can meet in the middle. Would you like to hear that?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. The place that I think that we can meet in the middle is if we say no mandatory vasectomies, no abortion ban, let people do what's best for them. Let people make their own decision about their own health care. How about that? How about me and you advocate for people having the right to make the decision about their own health care based off of them and their healthcare provider? How about we do that one together then?
Yeah, but that was my original stance. I was just saying, because you were giving the example. Oh, if it were up to me, But then you also brought up that.
No. You said that you don't believe in abortions, and you also said that you would support an abortion ban.
Yeah, but that's my personal stance.
Right, but you just said that's why I said, would you support an abortion ban? And you was like, yep, I would support an abortion ban. So again.
Yeah, and it's hypothetical, yeah. Look. We can, okay, I can agree with the vasectomy.
Is mandatory vasectomies, is that a hypothetical?
It's not a bad idea.
Is mandatory vasectomies, was that a hypothetical?
That you're saying it's a mandatory, yeah, that's a hypothetical.
Okay, so then why is it that you can get behind your hypothetical, but you can't get behind my hypothetical?
And your hypothetical, I did get behind it, but it's not mandatory.
You kept saying, exactly, you kept saying, no, you're pushing back on it. So the point that I'm getting across is not even necessarily talking about hypothetical. I'm talking about reality and principle and what we can actually advocate for and what we can push people towards. And the point that I'm saying that we can push people towards is ensuring that these people actually have the right to make their own decision. So how can you not get behind people actually being able to make their own decisions? Like that's the big point that I'm trying to get to.
Okay. I am behind that.
Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I needed. That's what I needed. Like us sitting here understanding that the premise of regulating women body while not regulating men bodies when the bigger issue is the men and not the women, like that's the problem.
But you wouldn't agree that both are the problem instead of just aiming it at the men?
No, I wouldn't agree because one, I think abortion is healthcare. Two, I think people should be able to make their own decision. And three, I think people should have as much safe and consensual sex as they possibly want. I have no issues with people actually being able to make their own decisions and have sex or whatever the case may be. So I don't want to restrict people. So no, it's not both problems, the men and the women. The problem is that people for some reason want to regulate women, but they're unwilling to regulate men. And the only thing that I'm saying is, have some consistency. Either we're going to regulate everyone or we're going to regulate no one. But like this fucking hypocrisy is blowing my mind.
Excuse me, hold on.
Mm-hmm. W's in the chat for Mad Scrabble for the $2 donation saying, fun fact, vasectomies in the United States consistently spike right before March Madness every year. Also, keep your religion off my body. I know that's fucking right. W's in the chat for Marie. Hey, Marie, who sent a $1.11 donation saying, I'm fine with controlling women. And I realize, I'm fine with controlling women. And I realize vasectomies are logically the solution. But when someone talks about controlling my dick, I get the ick. So get good, ladies. This guy, that's exactly him. Perfect, spot on impression. Debbie's in the chat for Mirror for the $1 donation saying, question, I genuinely want to know what if a horrible person reverses the vasectomy and hurts a woman and children, what would you do to prevent that so it wouldn't happen again? Fucking law. Just like, that's why the question I had for him was, would you be willing to actually ensure that an abortion ban was upheld to the furthest extent of the law? Same thing with mandatory vasectomies. If you actually didn't get the mandatory vasectomy, or if you somehow got it prior to, or got a reverse, because like my premise is like, you would have to at least be 18, because, you know, I would say start at 16, goes to 21. That's a 5-year span. And, you know, at 18, technically you're an adult, you can make a decision, but most people want to, you know, have that furtherance before they actually get it reversed. But I think this is something that could be like, if they're going to enforce an abortion ban by law, then you're going to enforce the mandatory vasectomies by law as well. Debbie's in the chat for Steph for the $1.99 super chat to say Trump is corrupt and incompetent. Bars. If anyone else likes to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. Best way to support the live. Support the live. Everything's accepted. Anything's appreciated. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. All right.
I'm back.
Creator, you're back. So we're G to G, right? Both of us agree. Hands off women's bodies, and you know, healthcare is healthcare, right?
No, we wouldn't. I wouldn't agree with that.
Why?
Well,
is it just because you just want to control women?
No, because
it seems like it's just because you just want to control women.
It's because the baby is an entity of itself. If you just want to control
women, you can just say just because you just want to control women.
Nah, but it's because
women think you just want to control women.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean
I think that you want to control women.
It's like when kids.
And you sound like you just want to control women.
Can I?
Because logically speaking, everything that you said just says that you want to control women.
I want to control.
Can you give me any actual, again, one last time, anything that is not based in fifis?
Yeah, but that's the problem, because let's say a man shoots a pregnant woman, right?
And they kill 2 people. Why is it double? Yeah. No. I hear this.
Okay,
go
ahead. Run
it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if it's considered killing 2 people and you get charged double, right? Because this is the law. Why doesn't
What's
this
murder?
baby?
What's murder?
Wait, can I finish
What is murder?
Can I finish my statement?
What is murder?
Murder is it depends, but it is.
No, killing. What is the actual legal definition of murder?
I want to have it off.
I'm literally speed running your actual
all right.
And that's why.
Murder is the intentional killing of
the intentional forceful ending of a life.
Yes.
So
they're intending, someone else intends to kill another life.
Yes. Abortion wouldn't be that, because it's not forcefully ending another life. One, life begins at certain points regulated by whether we talk about the Constitution or even we talk about religion. When you talk about the Constitution, all persons born, right? That's when the Constitution of the United States of America grants rights, and that's when you are a person. Even if you talk about the Bible book, and the Bible says,
science.
And when you talk about the Bible book, life is declared as far as, no, you can talk about conception, life begins at conception, but when you talk about religious stance, it's at first breath, right? Even when you break it down from a religious aspect, the Bible,
I'm just clarifying because
tell me in the Bible where it says that
Jesus
life doesn't
says,
begin at first. I knew you in the womb. That's not saying that life began. Yes, I knew you before you were formed. That's still not when life is set to begin. In the Bible, it says life begins at first breath. It even talks about how there's certain prefaces of God breathing life into people. You need breath for life. Life, breath. No. You guys are so fucking bad at this, and you always try to use your religion as justification. Did you know that the Bible tells you how to get an abortion?
It does not.
Literally, it does. You don't know the fucking Bible.
Oh, because...
What are the bitter waters? What are the bitter waters?
Are you Christian?
What are the bitter waters?
Explain it.
The bitter waters is the story in the Bible that talks about how you actually give an abortion if you think that your wife has cheated on you with someone else. And literally, if the person forces an abortion, it's a property crime, and the person has to pay a fine. They have to pay a fine because it's a property crime. Versus if you actually murder someone, then that's a sin, and the cost of sin is death. It's two different things. You don't know your religion, but yet you're trying to use your religion as a sword instead of a fucking shield. You don't know your religion. You have no justifications. The only thing that you have is the fifis and your tum-tum, and I'm so fucking tired of these men without uterus thinking that they can control women when it's just fucking healthcare. Women are fucking dying in cars because they can't access healthcare, but for some reason, you think that your sky daddy would be mad at women having access to healthcare. It's fucking weird, and you just want to control women. Just fucking say the thing. We are so sick of you guys being so fucking weak and not saying shit with your chest. Just say it with your fucking chest. You want to control women. That's it. That's all it is. You want to control women. Just say that shit. Like, just say it. The fuck?
All right, bro. You won, bro. I'm sorry, bro. You won.
I know. I fucking won because, like, you don't have anything. You've been up here for the longest and you ain't said shit. You ain't said shit this entire time. Fuck are we doing? W's in chat for Roberta for the $5 donation. Thank you for the heart hands. Roberta said, my son and his wife don't want children and tried to get a vasectomy and they were denied. They had to move out of Texas to get access. Mandatory vasectomies would have fixed that problem. Exactly. It's fucking weird. They're trying to force people to have birth. Like it's all related to the fact that, white supremacy. You guys think that, like, people sit here and say, like, that I'm a racist because I always make stuff about race and always brings race up. It's always about fucking race. It is. It's literally all about race because fucking they made it that way. Race, capitalism, it's all like the fucking system was established to be about race. And you get mad when I start talking about race. I'm a racist because I keep telling you that the shit's racist. How the fuck does that work? What are we even talking about? But long story short, they're worried about the decline in the white population. Instead of actually, like getting a fucking personality and having white men go to therapy, they would rather just force everyone to try to have more babies. So, like, that's what it's about. W's in the chat for Kimberly for the $20 donation saying, happy birthday, early birthday, Kimberly. My birthday is tomorrow, but thank you so much for the $20. You're fucking awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. W's in the chat for Mike. What up, Mike? Who sent a $2 donation saying, do these weirdos know people have been having babies since before the Bible was invented? I don't think this guy that I was talking to knew too much of shit about shit. And then Mike followed up with a $5 donation with some clapping hands. Mike, I fucking appreciate you so much. You are absolutely, absolutely so fucking dope. I see people saying Dave in the chat. I see Dave is in the request. I can't remember exactly what Dave did. Dave was a crash out. I remember that shit. Dave was an absolute crash out. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links, and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you're over on the YouTube, you can send a super chat, and I will read that out. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. Dave, I remember you, but I don't remember you. What's your deal?
Say it again.
I said, I remember you, but I don't remember you. What's your deal?
Well, I just wanted to come up and say, man, I mean, Trump's the greatest president ever, man. Like, he's lowering gas prices.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about that. Would you like to talk about something on the background?
We're shutting the southern border down. Hey, let me talk, boy.
Oh, I remember you. You're the insignificant white man that kept crashing out. Oh, hey, hey, fuck you. Get out of here. Now watch a black man work. Get back to the chat, boy. You stay in line, boy. Dave said, I won. Win these nuts in your mouth, Dave. How about that? Here, I got you. Don't even worry about it, bub. You won't even be able to chat anymore. You can't even use your thumb thugging in my comments anymore. They got me fucked up, chat. Like, not gonna hold you. Not gonna hold you. Listen. Mediocre white men. The ones that think that like you have some type of authority, that you have the right because you're white. You are not your great grandpa. And I am not my ancestors. I will lay hands on you. I don't take that shit. Howdy, partner. You got me fucked up. And I'm a card-toting 2A member. I don't play those games. You got me all the way fucked. Look at Dave back in the request now. You want to come back up here, boy? You want to come back up here, boy? Say please, boy. And you can come up here, boy. I got you. Don't even worry about it. I got you. I got you, sweetheart. Oh, the boy left. The boy got out of the box. Oh, go on get there, boy. Go on get there, boy. Get out of here, boy. Fuck you mean. And he's back in the request again. You're not gonna get up here. I tell you what, Dave. I'll let you up. And I'll give you 5 minutes. I'll give you 5 minutes uninterrupted. But you got to send $500 to the pay links. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Santana speaks for you. $500. And I'll let you up. And I won't interrupt you. Send that Cash App, PayPal, or that Venmo. Hurry up, boy. Hurry up, boy. Actually not going to come up if you don't do it. I'm going to go ahead and kick you on out of the request until you do it. I'm going to go and get you on out of there, boy. Get you on out of the request, boy. Marco, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
Well, I mean, I would.
Hey, Swan. You cut out.
I wouldn't say I'm a Trump supporter. I think he a lot of times, I mean, you listen to this guy, he sounds like an idiot most of the time he speaks. I mean, that's the fact. And he says some dumb stuff.
You don't want to say DUMB, friend. That's ableist.
Topics.
Did you hear me?
But I think that.
Hey, did you hear me?
I think that all.
Marco?
Well, I was talking, but go ahead. What you
No, I said don't. At least while you're on my platform, please don't use the term DUMB. That's ableist, and we just want to stay away from that.
Using that word. That's
it's an ableist
that's another
term.
problem that we have. Right?
I hear you, but listen,
that's kind of crazy, right?
I hear you.
I know.
Like, I grew up in an age where people use certain terminology, but I'm of the mindset when you know better, you do better. And if someone says that this is a derogatory term that dehumanizes them, then I don't love any word so much that I have to push back on it. So I'm just letting you know.
Yeah, doesn't matter to me either. You know, I've heard some things that have bothered me a little bit, because no one should feel like, you know, and I'm not pointing fingers at anybody, but you know, it's not a good thing. I think we do need to try to find more common ground than, you know, to separate ourselves, whatever we have to do that. Like what you just said, you know, I just want to have, you know, have a conversation, you know, without going straight to insult and, you know, and all these things. And people get heated, people have emotions, you know, all these things get involved. You know, boy, there's so many things that you have up here about, and I've been listening for about an hour. And so you've talked about a lot of different things, and I would have to ask you more about things than, and I'll try not to assume, you know, too much by what I've heard. But you know, it sounds like you know, I've heard you say, people say I'm a racist because I speak about race a lot, and you know, but I, you know, I'm defending race. That's why I talk about it a lot. You know, I've heard all these different things.
No, I mean, I can clarify it, and what I'll say, a couple of different things, right? So first and foremost, like the biggest thing that I like to tell people is I match energy. Like that's who I am. I am someone that is always willing and actually seeking a conversation. That's why I have here, you know, crash out, you lose. And so I am actively always in pursuit of a genuine conversation somewhere where we can like find commonality, and hopefully I can deliver a point that would be beneficial to the person I'm speaking to, or at the very least the people that's listening, right? That's what I hope to do anytime I speak. But then, you know, like for anyone that, you know, can't behave themselves, I'm funny as fuck. And so I do get on, you know, onto my jokes. But the point is, like, I'm always looking for some type of middle grounds. Now, when it comes to race, right, and the reason why I made that statement in that point is because most people who claim that, oh, you're racist, they don't know anything about it, right? They don't know what race is. They don't know what racism is. They don't know who created it. They don't know, like, any of these systems of oppression that still persist today. Like, they don't have any type of historical and present day perspective. And a lot of them think it's just like calling names. And I'm going to be very clear, Marco, if the only thing that Black people had to deal with when it came to racism is people calling us the N-word, we would take that every day, all day, twice on Sunday. Like if that was racism and people was just calling us the N-word, we would take it. But people don't understand like how it's so intertwined when it comes to racism, white supremacy, capitalism, classism. Like it's all so connected and intertwined, and people don't have that understanding. But they hear me calling out the disparities or the discrepancy between white people and non-white people, and then talking about how like white people have to address these issues, and they're the only ones that can actually tear down these systems. And they say, oh, you're racist because you keep talking about it. If I talk about it or if I don't talk about it, it's going to be here. So why not try to address it head on? And that's my perspective.
Okay, but well, the first thing I would think I would say that comes to mind, you know, in my mind, would be such a like what are the rights that you don't have as a Black man that a white man has that you don't have? What are some of those rights?
Sorry, 1 second. I wasn't expecting a question. I thought you was going to talk a little bit, so I was going to bite my breakfast burrito. 1 second, sorry. So when it comes to rights, it's not about rights, right? That's not the premise of racism. It's more than just like quote unquote rights. But one thing that you can specifically call to if you want to know what I don't have a right to and you do, voting. Specifically, I don't have the guaranteed right as a Black man in America to vote. Did you know that Black people, their right to vote is actually up for, I think it's every 20 or 25 years, somewhere around there. It has to be renewed, giving Black people the right to vote.
Well, I mean, every person has to register to vote.
No,
anyway.
no, no. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Every 25 years, Congress has to actually pass legislation. Hold on, listen to me. Every 25 years, Congress has to pass legislation saying, yes, Black people can vote. But that doesn't happen for you, Marco, as a white man. Congress never has to actually pass legislation and put your right to vote up for a vote, where if there's enough people to say, you know what, nah, we don't want white people to vote anymore. Like, that's not a thing. But if enough people say, nah, we don't want Black people to vote anymore, then they can make that happen.
I would say that, I've never even heard, anyone speak of that, because it's probably it's a non-issue for anyone.
Yeah, I mean, you can say that.
Impeded. How old are you, bud?
I'm 38. You can say that because you can say that though, because you don't have to deal with that. And then also,
well, either has it ever impeded you from the time you were 18 to 38?
You mean impeded?
Have you ever been turned away at the polls ever?
Yeah.
For what? For what reason?
So the one thing that happens in minority communities, and you may not know this, is a lot of voter purging, right? There's actively ways that they try to interfere with Black people being able to vote. And so a lot of times can I finish the sentence?
Well, be genuine now.
I'm literally trying to tell you. You asked me for a personal experience, and I'm setting up my personal experience.
If it was based on you being Black, then it's important to me.
I'm literally trying to set up my personal experience, but racism isn't about my personal experience. Why I am a Black man in America, the points that I speak to is larger than me. You're asking me for my personal experience, and so I'm telling you. So like I said, so a common practice within marginalized communities and voter areas is not only purging voter rolls, specifically for minority areas, but they also change registrations and polling places without notification. So I have been in situations where I've had to vote and my voter location has changed due to me being in a minority predominant area. And I've had to actually find a different location to go vote on the fly as far as voting. A lot of people, when faced with that situation, will just say, you know what, I'm not going to vote and go home. A lot of people wait until like the end of the day and try to vote, and then it's too late. I have been faced with that situation where I was not notified that my voter location has changed, and I had to go to a different location because a lot of times they will reduce the amount of voting locations for Black people, minority areas, that forces them, one, to wait longer, which makes them less likely to actually stand in line and vote. Two, they will change it without notification. So again, last minute changes, so they're unaware. And three, they then put in additional stipulations and barriers to ensure that it makes it harder for them to vote. One great example of that is in Georgia, they do this thing that's called Sold to the Poll, where people go to church, Black people go to church, and then they leave church and they all go vote together. And one thing that they used to do is provide like snacks, water, chairs, especially for elderly people to be able to be there and vote. But Georgia passed a law saying that you can no longer provide water, food, or assistance for anyone standing in line to vote. So literally, this is something that directly affects Black people. And then that's talking about Black people on a whole. But me specifically, yes, I've been turned away from voting because I had my voter location changed without my knowledge.
Well, that's not turning you away.
That's literally turning you away.
I mean, you took that because, I mean, unless that affected all races. If a polling station is relocated,
polling stations are changed in areas that are predominantly Black,
that just doesn't. But you can't say
polling locations are changed for people that are predominantly Black, and it overwhelmingly affects people that are Black.
Let me ask you a question. You cannot say with certainty. You can't. It's impossible to say that only affected Black people. You can't say that.
Didn't say that it only affected Black people.
Even if you say, well, okay, well then even if it predominantly does. Hey, look, man, they change it around here. I live, and I live in Virginia, and I live in a place where, it's not. I mean, I always refer to like that Theo Von clip, where he says, I had my Black friends tell me, because there's some irony to it. It's funny because he's like, man, I'm just as poor as you are, dude. You know, I'm just as poor. White people.
What you're doing is class reductionism. There's a difference between there's a difference, Marco. There's a difference between being poor and white and poor and black. You're talking about classism.
Is there?
And there's yes, there's absolutely a difference.
Well, I don't feel it.
I don't care if you feel it or not. Listen, this is the problem. This is the problem, Marco.
That isn't a problem.
Stop. Listen to me. You want to reduce this to an individual level. Racism is not about the individual. It's an ism, which is a system. This is bigger than Marco. This is bigger than Santana. So just by you saying you don't feel it does not mean that it doesn't exist. That's the point that I'm trying to get across to you. And so even in my example of changing voter locations, while yes, there are some people that are not black that were affected by them changing this, the majority of people that were affected were black. And so it overwhelmingly disenfranchises black people. It is targeted to disenfranchise black people, and anyone else that's caught up in it is caught up in it because their proximity to blackness. And he left. This is so frustrating. I don't understand why mediocre white men always want to come up here and have a conversation about race, but they never want to actually engage in a conversation about race because they always think that we are specifically talking about them. They always think that we're targeting them specifically. We're not talking about you specifically. It's not about you. Holy shit, it's not about you. Do you get what I'm saying, Marco?
Dude, I've been here. I didn't get kicked. I accidentally I made my screen full and it kicked me off.
Okay. Did you hear anything that I said?
I was listening attentively. And I understand where you're coming from too. Okay. But I do get it to a degree. Okay. And I get an understanding of where you're coming from when you say, and I agree, racism is out there. But, we do have to look at individuals as well, because, there are racists out there. And when I see any form of racism, it's, I call it out. I would stand beside you and call it out. And, there's a lot of, I brought my own children up. Okay. I have 5 kids. They're all grown now. Okay. And I have 4 daughters and 1 son, and my 4 daughters. Okay. And I brought them all up I never mentioned race. I never mentioned black, white, because people are people. And that's the way, I was raised. That's the way I raised my children. And, and during when my daughters started their dating, their dating lives back in their teens, I didn't tell them who they could and couldn't date. I've seen them. They dated black guys. They dated white guys. I cared about who treated them better. How they treated my daughter is what mattered. And I told them that, it had nothing to do with skin color or anything. I have 2 grandbabies that are mixed. I have 1 that's not, 2 that aren't, and none of that has ever been an issue.
All right, I'm going to cut you off because, like you said a lot, and I don't want you to go too far. Wait, let me just cut you off for a second. I promise you it's important because, if you haven't been making your point this entire time, then you said a whole bunch of nothing for no reason, and you said a bunch of harmful stuff. So at least let me correct the harmful stuff that you said, and then you can make your point.
There's nothing harmful in what I said.
Literally, you said multiple things that's harmful.
Okay, well,
you said that your grandbabies are mixed.
Yes. That's what,
are they
that's
puppies?
What they're
are your grandbabies puppies? They're black and white. Which side is black? Which side is white?
I'm just going by
or is society. Is their left side black and their right side white? Is it like diagonal? Are they like black and white striped like a zebra? What are we talking about?
They're human beings to me.
Exactly. They're not puppies.
They're my grandbabies.
They're not puppies, so they're not mixed. They're not puppies, so they're not mixed. They're biracial. The rhetoric that you're using, the rhetoric that you're using as far as calling people mixed is harmful rhetoric because, again, it's dehumanizing. I understand that you may be an older gentleman, and it's kind of hard to understand certain terminology that can be used that actually dehumanizes people. But this is something that biracial people have had to deal with their entire lives and their existence as far as being called mixed. You don't say that. And so that's why I said you're saying harmful things. And even more so, question for you.
Well, no, here, let me say this. Let me say this. I just got through telling you I didn't.
Okay. That's harmful rhetoric as well. You saying that you don't see color, that's harmful. Do you know why?
Human beings are human beings, man.
Do you know why it's harmful to say you don't see color?
I'm sure you're going to tell me what
I absolutely am going to tell you. It's harmful to say you don't see color because that means you don't understand the lived experience of individuals. You as a white man and me as a black man do not have the same lived experience being in America.
No, you're right. We don't.
Exactly.
We don't.
So people have individual lived experiences. So for you to sit here and say that I don't see color means you don't see the individual experience that people go through in this country, right? Not everybody gets to live the way that you live. And we're not even talking about class. We're talking about life experiences. That's the point. So you said a whole bunch of harmful shit, and I'm correcting the harmful shit.
Well, okay, thanks.
Also, don't tokenize your family. That's harmful as well. So what I'll do is, I can't be this because I have this. That's tokenization.
Can I even say a set? Can I even talk?
I'm just trying to correct all the harmful shit that you've already said. I literally tried to cut you off.
And I said, thank you. That means move on.
This is fucking pointless. Go ahead.
Jesus.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I'll tell their black fathers who call them next. Okay, I'll tell their
literally fucking tokenization. Just covered it, but you didn't get it.
I'll tell the black people in their life. Okay, that call them.
It's literally fucking tokenization. And yes, correct them.
Point is,
absolutely. You know what, Marco? No, fuck that. Yes, correct them. You know why? Because I correct black people all the time. I correct biracial people all the time. I correct white people all the time. It doesn't matter who's saying the dehumanizing shit. It's still dehumanizing. And the point that I said at the very beginning when I told you don't say the D-U-M-B word is because it's dehumanizing. The more you know, the better you should be. If you didn't know that, and then someone told you about it and gave you the information, then you should be willing to course correct. So I'm not holding you to the standard if you don't know it, but now that you know it, then you should hold yourself to the standard. That's the point. Marco, I want to bring the temperature down. I'm going to say thank you to a couple of people, and then I'm going to send you a request to unmute and give you the floor. Going to bring it down. Just going to say thank you to a couple of people, and then I'll give you the mic. W's in chat for Trisha for the $10 donations and white reparations. Thank you for the work every day and dealing with the bigots and the racists. Also, I didn't realize you're in Washington still. I'm not going to say that. Washington Representative Perez from District 3 voted to approve ICE budget expansion. Anyone south of Olympia needs to vote her out. You know what it is out in Olympia. I'm not even going to hold you. Like, you know what they do out in Olympia. W's in chat for Melissa for the $5 donation saying thank you. I've learned so much on your lives and have researched it and learned more. Like I'm just happy to hear that I somehow sparked your thought to do more research. It's funny. I was having a conversation with someone yesterday and we were talking about the amount of people that have followed me from other lives into like some of the lives that I like to spend my time in, like Swan, like Solid, like Jeff, like Sean. And the amount of people that have been able to grow and learn from just following me there, like that's been a whole thing. So that is fucking awesome. W's in the chat for Kaylee for the $10 donation saying, I don't want to talk about race equals because it'll out me as being a raging racist. Yeah, they never want to talk about race. They never do because they want to have some type of coverage, right? It makes them feel like good people. W's in the chat for Mike for the $2 donation saying a fucking male fragility. Yes. What up, Kobe? W's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $1 donation saying my right to vote is literally up for vote. It's crazy. Exactly. Hey, Kenzie, thank you so much for the puppy. That was in chat for Jeffrey for the $1 donation. The point is going over Marco's head. No, it's not going over his head. He's dodging it like the fucking Matrix. That was in chat for Rand for the $5 donation saying, I'm from VA. My father was raised in VA. He told me and my brother if we were queer or dated outside of our race, he'd disown us. Just because you didn't do it doesn't mean that others didn't. And you put in parentheses, I'm pan non-binary and my brother married a POC, so that that advice didn't take too well. I know that's right. W's in the chat for Jocelyn for the $1 donation, saying white fragility. Yes. W's in the chat for Yornis for the $5 donation saying, hey, is Yono? Hey, Yono. Question for the guests. Can you name a single time your whiteness made you unsafe, unwelcome, or presume criminal before you even spoke? Thank you for the paper crane. That is a great question, and I promise you we'll get to that one. W's in chat for Allie for the $1 donation saying, as a white woman, I've learned so much from you and others. Thank you for doing so much of labor, teaching every single day. Love you. I love you so much more, and that makes me happy that you have been able to gain so much from not only myself, but other Black creators. That's fucking awesome. W's in chat for Jennifer for the $1 donation saying, thank you for helping others deconstruct. I'm not helping them. I'm just, like saying, hey, maybe you should do it. So W's in the chat. W's in the chat for Raymond for the $20 donation saying, Marco is out of touch with the reality. School him. You know how we do. W's in the chat for Jots and Tittles for the $5 super chat to say, if one day I woke up as a Black person, does he think that if one day he woke up as a Black person, does he think his life would be the same when he was white? Oh, that's the question I'm gonna start giving him. And W's in the chat for Patty for the $10 Canadian super chat. You are fucking awesome, Patty. Thank you so much, guys. Again, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and links are in the bio. If you are over on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Guys, make sure you're tapping the screen, share the live, run the likes up to 400,000 likes. Also hit that follow button. We are driving to 100,000 followers. I'm so excited. Let's do it together. Hit that follow button. If you see the word follow the backup account as well. All right, Marco, send you a request. The floor is yours.
Well, it has to come down to, as far as I always look at, we have to first always look inward, right? At ourselves. I mean, that's the first place we always have to look. What is my behavior? Because I cannot be responsible for other people's behavior. I can call it out. I can say, that's bad behavior. I can stand by any of my brothers, no matter what color they are, and sisters, whoever. I can stand by them and say, that's wrong. That's bad behavior. That's what I can do about it. I can speak out when if in those circumstances, but I can't be responsible for how other people behave in their disturbed behavior. I can't do anything about that other than call it out when I see it. I do know that that's the only thing I think that can be helpful. It starts with the man in the mirror, right?
Okay, MJ.
I believe you know that. The other thing I would say.
Quick question for you. What is race?
Well, I don't know if you want the general what society thinks is right. Like I said, man, I don't.
Sure. What do you think? What do you think race is? Your definition of race.
I don't give it much thought because, like I said,
fine.
Man,
I'm saying, can you give us some thought and tell me what your definition of race is?
I look at people's behavior. So
I understand.
I don't know.
I hear you, but can you tell me what you think race is?
I'm trying to answer. Okay, so when you look at job applications, it says, your race. So, they're obviously race means a person's, I guess, that, and it says on the application, are you white, Hispanic, Black? It's what it says on all applications.
Hispanic is not a race.
Well, does it say that on there? On the application? I'm just asking you, does that, or does it say race? What is your race?
And then underneath it has lean on the census, not the applications. Like if you really want to look at a place where you can categorize race.
So what's your definition?
You don't know what race is. That's fine. I'll give it to you in a second. That's fine. I'll give it to you in a second. I'm just trying to see what
and make a point from what it is.
Yeah.
What about it?
What is racism?
I think it's negative behavior based on based on their color of one's skin.
No.
Bad behavior
cool.
based on the color of one's skin.
You don't know what that is either. All right, cool. Who
it's never been an
created race?
issue. You know, I don't treat people by the.
That's fine.
You know,
That's fine.
That's what I'm saying.
Who created race?
And I don't hang around people
That's
who do.
fine.
Either.
Who created race?
I don't know.
Okay, perfect. So you don't know what race is. You don't know what racism is. You don't know who created it. You don't know the function. You don't know how it persists today. What makes you think you're qualified to be the arbiter as far as like how racism exists and persists and how it should be
because I can learn
by non-white people?
I can learn. I can learn. I can watch behavior.
You don't seem like you are willing to learn because you've been up here fighting back on the premise of you're sitting up here saying that I don't see color. And I'm sitting here trying to explain to you why it's important for you to see color, and you're pushing back on that premise. You think you can learn when you're not even receptive to basic shit?
Are you saying if I don't agree with you, then I don't know what I'm talking about?
That's saying that if you are actively sitting here listening to black people,
that is what you're saying. You're saying if you don't agree with me, then
do you want to tell me what I'm saying, or do you want me to tell you what I'm saying? Which one? Who do you think is going to be right about? Who do you think is going to be right? Who do you think is going to be right about what I'm saying? You thinking that you know what I'm saying, or me telling you what I'm saying? Which one do you think is likely going to be more right? What are we doing? What I'm saying is if you have an inability to actually be receptive towards black people trying to give you information based on a system, based off of a reality that we not only have empirical historical data categorizing everything that we're talking about, but we also have the lived experiences, and we can also tell you how it exists today. You are unwilling to even engage with the premise that it's important for you to understand that you saying mixed is harmful. You saying that I don't see color is harmful. You literally pushed back on those things. Like, that's the point. And if you're unwilling to actually be receptive to those things, why in the blue moon do you think I would believe that you...
Are you gonna let me say a sentence?
Why in the blue moon do you think I believe you would actually be willing to learn and address racism? Now you can say your sentence.
The black people that are in my life are very successful, okay? I've known them for years, and they just have a different outlook on it than you do. So I don't know. They're
you don't know what my outlook is.
One of my black friends is a company. He owns his own company.
Literally I told you about tokenizing, and you're doing this shit again.
Listen to me. What do you mean?
That's tokenization.
This is my experience in life.
I don't give a shit about your anecdotal experience and your tokenization. I've already told you about that. I got you, Athena. I've already told you, like, no one cares. You keep trying to make this an individualistic thing, and it's not about the individual. Sorry, Kobe, go ahead.
I've already pointed out.
Not Marco, Kobe.
How do you know they're black if you don't see color? I'm confused. You said you don't see color, but then you see color when you can tokenize them? Do you see color or do you not see color? How do you know they're black? Macro, that's for you. How do you know that they're black? Because I thought you said you don't see color.
Can I even speak? If I can get a sentence out.
Yes.
I don't know. Only when I agree with people, I can talk. As soon as I disagree, then there's a problem.
Stop fucking whining and answer the question. God damn.
Right. When you do it, it's okay. When I do it, it's whining. Isn't that funny?
Can you ask the question? How do you know they're black if you don't see color?
Well, I don't care if they're black or white.
No, but you said you don't see color. But how do you know they're black?
Well, I use common sense, my dear. If you see a black
person, it's not common sense though.
And they're in front of you, and they're standing.
Also, she's not your my dear.
Then they're black.
You don't know her. Don't do that.
Don't tell me how to talk. Don't tell me how to talk.
What the fuck did I say? You fucking be respectful. I will put a fucking collar on you. Sorry, go ahead, Athena.
No. Can you answer how you see color, but also you don't see color?
Well, I just explained that to you. So
You didn't actually explain it to me. You said no. You
I
didn't.
just did.
So then you do see color. You do see color. Then stop saying you don't see color.
Oh wow! Oh my goodness!
No, then stop saying I don't see color if you see color.
Well, he asked me, "Do you see color?" And I said, "No, I really don't." So I don't know. What do you guys? What is your point of all this? What
So
are
you
trying
don't
to-
see color until.
What is your objective here?
My
What are you
objective
trying-
is to tell you that you do. So you don't see color until it's time to tokenize
I do see
your
color.
friends.
I don't see color. Which one is good or how can saying I look at people and their behavior and how they treat people and treat others and treat me? How can you turn that into a bad?
But you don't look at their
How can you
behavior
say
if you're
that?
tokenizing
I'm
them
asking
for
you a
being
question.
black. Yeah,
I'm
I'm
asking you a
answering you.
question.
Yeah, I'm
You
answering
can't
you.
hear her.
No.
Hold on. I'm sorry, Athena. 1 second. You cannot hear her if every time she starts speaking, you speak over her. Stop letting your fucking fragile ego show and have an actual conversation. Also, Athena, please stop forgetting that you're a super mod here.
I know. I
this.
don't want to. I don't want to
know.
disrespect your.
Sometimes
panel
you got to
and
kill them,
abuse-
though.
I don't want to disrespect your panel and abuse my mod. But Macro, so if you didn't actually see color, you would have just simply said, I have American friends who own businesses. But you saying you have black friends who have businesses goes to show that you don't only see color until it's time to weaponize it, right? Because if it wasn't about weaponizing it, and if you actually truly did not see color, you would have just said, oh, I have many friends, American friends who have businesses. But that's not what you said. Right, Malcolm?
Well, sure.
So,
Well, okay. Now it's my turn to talk. Now, can I please just speak for 30 seconds? Okay. The reason I said that, and I said it that way, it's got nothing to see. This is the problem too. Saying words like weaponize and using these terms. That's all I was trying to point out is that they're this guy in front of me that has this live, he's black, right? Obviously, right? We know that. So, I mean, what I'm saying is that, but the black friends that I know, they don't have podcasts. They're not talking about, they're not on, having lives and talking about race and things like that. They're busy. They own companies. They're out there doing things. And that's what I'm saying. And when we go out, we play golf and we do things together. Okay. We don't have conversations about race because it's all about behavior. When it does come up, it's almost jokingly because they know it's not affected them. They've told me. I've never had these experiences with some of the, some of my other, that these people talk about online.
Do you think the
they'll listen to it,
1800s?
they'll be like, I don't have those. And these are black people. saying this.
Okay. Do you
Okay.
think the 1800s was oppressive for black people?
Well, of course it was.
Do you know that 2,000 black
We don't live in the
politicians? 1 second. Do you know that 2,000 black politicians existed during the Reconstruction era? Do you think the early 1900s was oppressive for black people?
For the most part, I would say.
Do you know that rich black people, including millionaires, existed?
That's why we changed that.
You know that Black
We've
Wall
changed a lot of
Street
that.
existed? So no, Makro, what I'm trying to show you, right? By the way, do you think slave masters are racist?
God.
Do you
answer
think
that?
so? Yes, you think slave masters are racist. Did slave masters have black children?
We don't have slave masters in America.
No, I didn't
today.
ask you that. I'm asking you again. Did slave masters have black children?
I'm assuming they had all kinds of children.
Okay. So clearly then your proximity to blackness doesn't say anything about you being a racist or not. And second of all, successful black people have always existed, right? Even under even in the 1800s. So success does not actually deny structural disadvantage or barriers. I don't know what you're talking about.
So what does? Then tell me what does. What is it? How is it affecting you today? Are you black?
so-
Are you white? What are you?
Hold on. I'll say this
How is it
really
affecting
quick.
you?
I'll say this.
What
really
is it
quick,
doing? How is it?
I'll say this really quick. The premise as far as sharing like this anecdotal experience, I've already tried to go down the anecdotal route with you and you denied it. right? I tried to explain anecdotal experience. I tried to explain to you how Black people have to have their right to vote recertified every 25 years. I tried to tell you about how voting practices has specifically disenfranchised me. I can tell you about how I specifically have been affected by medical racism. But you bringing them back to how does it affect you is such bullshit, because you've already shown the propensity to deny my lived reality, whether it's by you saying I don't see color or by you dismissing the actual lived experiences that I chose to share with you. So your question is a bad faith question as far as how does it affect you? And I would much rather speak to the bigger picture, because you can't deny the bigger picture.
Yes, exactly. So Macro, if you actually read something, I'll give you some stats, right? The average white family within the US has roughly 8 times the wealth of the average Black family, and white college graduates have over 7 times more wealth than Black college graduates. Almost 2 million people are locked up within the US, and Black people are in prison at 3 times higher rate than white people. Black men receive 20.1% longer sentences than white men who commit the same federal crimes. Black women are in prison at 1.7 times the rate of white women. In 2020, there were an estimated 580,000 unhoused people, 39% of whom were Black, even though Black people are only about 14% of the US total population. Black and white people use substances at similar rates, but Black people are imprisoned for those substance crimes at 5 times the rate of white people. Police within the U.S. also continue to unalive Indigenous, Latinx, and Black people at significantly higher rates, as much as 350% more frequently than white people. Black newborns are 3 times more likely to be unalive than white newborns, and that death rate is, by the way, half, like between 32 to 59% when a Black doctor takes over. Black women are 5 times more likely to die during childbirth than white women at every single economic, like income rate, by the way, income class, right? So Macro, what is it? If you actually want the data and if you actually want the facts, I have all the facts, including from government agencies, recognizing that systemic racism actually exists, Macro. So my question is, can you even define what racism or systemic racism is in order to deny its existence?
Well, I would say that at first I don't believe, and I'll tell you why. Let me, if I can finish. Okay, I don't believe when there's a Black man in this country today that has been the president of the United States. And
can you address my point?
Well,
can you address my point?
I'm addressing it in my way.
You're not addressing my point. I don't care about there being a Black president. Again, you're trying. No. You're trying to go back to saying. You're trying to go back to saying the existence. No. You're trying to go back to saying the existence of successful Black people means there are no bears. And I'm trying to tell you, in 1800s, in the 1800s, there were 2,000 Black politicians. 2,000. Them being there did not mean that Black people were not being oppressed. Now, can you address my point? Can you define what racism is? Because you somehow think that you have the authority to deny the existence of racism. So I'm asking you again, what is racism?
I think there is racism.
What is systemic racism? Define it for me.
I don't believe there is systemic racism.
You're saying you don't believe there is any. So define it for me to know if you actually understand what it is.
I didn't believe it's right now today. There's definitely
I don't care if you believe it exists or not. I'm saying again, if you think you have the authority to determine if it exists or not, that means you must know what it means. So define it for me.
No, I don't. I'm just saying.
Did he just leave?
Yeah, he did. I don't know if it was the fact that he got a call or phone died or something, but it just.
Okay.
Give him a minute. That's not the first time that it's happened, so he might actually come back. So let's give him a quick second. Let me say thank you to a couple of people. W's in the chat for Tessa for the $5 donation, saying dude going the nice colorblind white racist bullshit, dude can absolutely see that there's black people. Yeah, you got to give me a minute. W's in the chat for Tish. Thank you so much for that. W's in the chat for Samoa Song for the $10 super chat to say, thank you, Santana. I'm 46 and still learning. I'll be removing certain words from my vocabulary. Listen, I promise you, that's all it is, right? It's the more that you know, the better you can be. And if someone says like, hey, this is harmful, this is dehumanizing, like there should be no word that we're so attached to that we can't like give that word up. Like it's just, like that's where we are. W's in chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying this fragile white man is so hypocritical, just wants to his lived experience heard, but doesn't want to hear anyone else's. Apparently only his experiences are important. And like, that's the issue with anecdotal experiences. W's in chat for Lyric for the $10 donation. Saying, sorry you had to educate this man when it shouldn't have been on you. Listen, I agree with that, but then also understand that like I put myself in this position. And since I put myself in this position to like have to do this heavy lifting with education, then I accept it. In a normal situation, I would say no, but like in these situations, I invite this, so that's on me. W's in the chat for Rand for the $2 donation and does not think that raising his children in ignorance and platitudes cause harm to white people or non-POC. Yeah, like the fact that he's willing to say that and do that is more harmful than, you know, just like making sure they understand what type of world they're going to live in. W's in the chat for B for the $5 donation saying, hey, Santana, it's B. I see you. I appreciate you. I love you. And happy birthday for tomorrow. Thank you so much for the happy early birthday wishes. W's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $1 donation saying, Marco talking and not saying anything. Exactly. W's in the chat for Jeffrey for another $1 donation saying, Marco, I don't see it, so it's not happening. Big facts. W's in the chat for Jeffrey for another $1 saying, I love hearing black women cook misogynist. That's what Athena does. W's in the chat for Kel for the $1 donation saying white men love patronizing women. Their tones say it all. Exactly. W's in the chat for Jeffrey for the $1 donation again said, I love seeing black women cook misogynists. Absolutely. Absolutely. Guys, if anyone else would like to support the live, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana Speaks for You. Best way to support the live. If you're over on YouTube, you can send a super chat. I will read that out, guys. Make sure that you are hitting that follow button. If you look up top, you see the word follow. Hit that follow button. Make sure you're following me, but make sure you're following Athena, Covey. She is up here. Make sure we're showing Covey some love. Let's immediately get Covey over 1,000 coins. There is 1.2 thousand of us hanging out here. Please and thank you. Show Covey some love. Make sure you hit that follow button. And I got an idea. Since it's myself and Covey up here, Athena, and we're doing a tag team back again. And we have Marco, who seems to be adverse, I'll say adverse to hearing certain things. I think it would be pertinent to institute a bounty. And I actually like how we did it last time. And so I want to do it again. We will say there is a $200 bounty on Marco, and that money that we are able to collect for the bounty, all of it will go to whatever cause Athena wants us to donate it to. So that $200 kick fund, whatever cause Athena is championing and she wants us to donate it to, then that will be the cause that we donate to. So guys,
you're not that important, man.
You don't think so? Cool.
No.
Let's see.
No,
let's see how
not.
important. Bub. Let's see how important I am. $200 kick fund starting now. If you want to add to the kick fund, Santana Speaks for You, and we will be donating whatever we collect to whatever charity that Athena has. All right. Anyway, floor is yours, Athena.
Can you define systemic racism for me?
Well, I'll just say whatever it is you want me to say. Because
no, can you define systemic racism for me? Because you're claiming that you know what systemic racism is.
I would say that systemic racism is when another individuals, okay, or a group of people, like exactly how it sounds, you know, systemically, it's a system. First, you'd have to define what a system is, right? So I would say systems are, you know, a series of laws, how our society set up, government, things like that, series of systems. And you would have to say, are those systems racist? You know, and I would say that some statistics point where it could be pointed to that they are, I would say, and some can be pointed to that they're not. So there's statistics, like, for example, I'll give you an example. You know, why is it that that
So I didn't ask you for an example. I asked you for the definition.
To FBI, why do more black people commit? Why is
That's
there
not
the
true. That's not macro. Macro.
1430.
Which table is that in the FBI?
Yeah, look it up.
No, I know. I'm saying which table is that? No, I know. I'm asking you which table is that?
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying, the reason I'm saying it.
No, I'm saying I didn't ask you for the reason. I asked you which table. I didn't ask you for the reason. I asked you which table.
I just want to know what can how should I refer to you as?
Again, I'm asking Covey. But again, what table? Yes, Covey. What table?
I don't know what you mean. What table?
Have you not looked it up yourself?
Yeah,
you know that the FBI crime statistics are released in. Hold on, the FBI crime statistics are released in tables. You know that, right? You didn't know that, so you didn't look it up. So you probably heard your daddy. You probably heard your daddy Ben Shabibo tell you that, and now you're regurgitating it. Okay, then which table?
Don't insult.
Which table?
Which
table? Which table?
Well, I can look it up real quick. Hold on.
Yes, look it up right now. Bring up the source right now.
Also, just an FYI, guys, we are currently doing a $200 kick fund for Marco. If you would like to add to the $200 kick fund for Marco, you can send it through the Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Not over on YouTube, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links in the link tree in the bio. $200 kick fund, and whatever we raise will go to whatever charity that Athena is raising money for. And so if you are tired of hearing Marco and the stupidity that for some reason continues to fall out of his mouth, you can add to the pay links. Santana Speaks for You. We are currently at 158 out of the $200 kick fund. So if you would like to add anything to the $200 kick fund, which will go all 100% will go to whatever cause that Athena is currently championing, then you can do so at Santana Speaks for You. Let's go.
Yeah. Can I just say the last time we did this the last time Santana did this, all the money was donated to a charity called Darfur IDP. It is a charity that is running in Sudan currently. It's not only operating in Darfur, it was started by Darfuris who lived in IDP camps or internally displacement camps, internally displaced persons camps. A lot of those people have already died, by the way. May their souls rest in peace. But the money did land up in that particular charity, which is operating in Sudan currently, which Sudan is going through a genocide and more than 10 declared famines as well. So it really, really did go for towards a good cause.
Hey, really quick, I do want to ask Marco a really quick question. Marco, I know that Athena is dropping so much information on you and you're looking up something, and I appreciate you looking that up. I have to know, though. I absolutely have to know, because it seems like you have missed this. And I think there is an opportunity for us to, at the very least, bridge the gap while you're getting this information. You've missed a lot.
What do you think I've missed?
A lot, but I want to extend the olive branch. How about this? Can I please extend the olive branch? Please.
Okay. Sure.
Okay. I'm gonna let you get back to Kobe, and I feel like this is gonna be a little bit more contentious. And so, in order to lighten the mood, would you mind if I share a quick magic trick?
It's your show, man.
Perfect. You can fuck all the way off. W's in the chat for the chat. W's in the fucking chat for the chat. I swear, Kizzy, W's in the chat for Kizzy for the box gloves. I was trying to hurry up and stop because you guys are fucking wild. You guys are fucking wild. Fucking wild. We were getting ready to do $200 kick fund. $200 kick fund. And I was adding it up. I was keeping score. I was telling you guys how much we were raising. And I'm just going to start with this one because this one person was just like completely fuck this dude, right? This one person just said completely fuck this dude. And that one person, let me make sure hold on, where'd it go? Here it is. Fucking W's in the chat for Jay, who sent a $200 donation and said, kick his racist ass. Fucking W's in the chat for Jay. Fucking W's in the chat for Jay.
Oh my God.
That was on top of the money that we had already been raising. This was after I had already started talking about the money we had already been raising with the donations that we raised for the $200 kick fund, which again, every single dollar that we raise for this kick will be going to whatever cause Athena has for us today. We were able to raise for the $200 kick fund. Oh, just got one more that just came in. Let me add that in. We were able to raise $445.77.
Oh my God.
Right.
Oh my God. Y'all are gonna make me cry. Genuinely.
My chat fucking hates certain people, and they're super petty. They're petty a lot. Athena, they bully.
And also they're generous when they know it's for a good cause. Thank you so much, Santana. They are really petty, but we love pettiness in this household. And I also encourage pettiness. And I also encourage low-key, high-key bullying when it comes to bigots. So if it's warranted, if it's deserved, and if it's funny, then I encourage it. I just wanted to tell you guys, I probably will pick the same charity again because they really, really, really are in need. I don't know if people are paying attention. More than 60,000 people were unalived in 3 weeks. In Sudan, in a specific city called El Fasher. Another city, Al Diling, was liberated yesterday by the Sudanese military, but there's still a lot of people who are experiencing famine. The city that was liberated yesterday was under siege for or a couple of days ago on the 26th, was under siege for 2.5 years, by the way, over 1,000 days, right? So people are really starving, going through level 5 famine for years. So Sudan really, really, really needs like our eyes on it. So I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Hey, Athena. Oh, my bad, Solid. I didn't see that. Athena. I didn't see it. Sorry, Solid. Athena, can you, I see certain people saying, can you give the name of the charity again? Would you mind sharing that?
Yes, the charity is actually in the link tree in my bio, by the way. It's called Darfur IDP. So IDP stands for Internally Displaced Person. There are about 20 million, I think, or 13 million internally displaced people currently in Sudan. So IDP, Darfur IDP is the name of the initiative. It's in the link tree in my bio. You can find a lot of initiatives that support Sudan and Congo, by the way, and also Eritrean refugees who are actively starving today on the ground. So if you want to help these 3 groups of people who are very vulnerable, who largely get ignored and erased from general narrative, all these initiatives are in the link tree in my bio. If you want to learn more about Sudan or Congo or a lot of African issues and Black issues on a global scale, you can also follow me. By the way, I host a lot of lives talking about that. But yes, that initiative is also in the link tree in my bio.
Absolutely, absolutely. I will say this, Marco is back in the request. Marco, we raised $445.77 to kick you. Marco, I'll make you a deal. If you send $500 to the pay link, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Santana Speaks to You, send $500 and that will go to the donation for the charity. If you send $500, then we'll let you back up. But you have to send that $500, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Santana Speaks for You. And again, your $500 will go with that $445.77 and we will send it to Darfur. So Marco, if you truly, truly, truly want to come back up here and finish this comment, I'll add a sweetener. I normally don't do this, but if you send that $500 and you come back up, not only will we donate that to a wonderful cause, but I guarantee you will not be muted at all on the panel. No one will mute you. I won't mute you. My mods won't mute you. No one will mute you. That is the deal of a fucking century. $500, you can come back, you can finish the conversation, and you will not get muted. But you got to send it. Santana speaks for you. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. In the meantime, in between time, what up, Solid? You looking very debonair.
Yeah, this is I hate this job because it's getting in the way of me breaking these toys. I was rushing to get to my location.
I didn't even see your text.
Listen, because Athena stole my op, right? I've got to let her secrets out the bag. I need everybody to know that Athena braids her underarm hair and uses it as a jump rope. Need everybody to know that.
At least, unlike Solid, I don't wet my socks and put them on in my shoes because I like the green cheese
gross,
taste. Mm-hmm.
So, okay, but you weren't supposed to tell everybody that.
That's gross.
I told you that in confidence, and you just gonna run around telling all that. That's all right.
Solid also likes to collect the nail clippings of all his friends and family because he likes putting them in his smoothies, and he also likes putting them in his soups for the extra crunch and the saltiness as well.
Both of you are going to get dropped.
That is my secret.
Gross.
That is my secret. It's not your secret to share. So
happening.
Now I got to talk about how Athena freezes clam chowder and eats it like a popsicle.
I'm telling you, I will drop both of you.
Okay.
I will drop both of you.
All right. Okay.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Let me run through these thank yous really quick for all the people that send in these donations. I'm just gonna say your name and say thank you because there were so many, and you guys are all so fucking amazing. Marco, I see that you are still in the request. If you want back up, Marco, $500 to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Santana speaks for you. You get back up here and no mutes, no muty. No. W's in the chat. Hold on, let me start. Okay, here it is. W's in the chat for Destine for the $2 donation for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Abby for the $20 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Jared for the $25 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Robert for the $10 to the Kick Fund. I already said it, but I'll say it again. Fucking W's in the chat for Jay for the $200 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Tiana for the $5 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Jimmy for the $50 for the Kick Fund. Said, please get Pew Pew Marco gone ASAP. I know that's fucking right. W's in the chat for Raven for the $5 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for William for the $1.20 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for James for the $7.77 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Maggie for the $5 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Margarita for the $10 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Amanda for the $5 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Lyric for the $5 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Lauren for the $1 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Joel for the $20 for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Yo No for the $15 to the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Muriel for the $2 to the Kick Fund. Yes, he is a misogynist. W's in the chat for Kenzie for the $20 for the bounty for the Kick Fund. W's in the chat for Brittany for the $10 saying kick this POS, you know it. Fucking W's in the chat for Trisha for the $25 saying bounty fund. I know that's fucking right. W's in the chat for Roberta for the $20 for the Kick Fund and said Covey. And last but not least, W's in the chat for Gray for the $5 added towards the Kick Fund. You are fucking awesome. W's in the chat for all the donors. Thank you so much. We were trying to raise $200 for the Kick Fund to get Marco up out the paint, and we were able to raise $445.77 for the Kick Fund. And with that money, we are sending it to Darfur. Covey, can you tell the people one more time about the charity that we are sending this money to?
Yeah, so the charity does not operate only in Darfur, by the way. It operates all over Sudan, but it's only called Darfur IDP because the people who started it are from Darfur. But it's called Darfur IDP. They currently are actively trying to get like essentials to people who have fled from El Fasher after it was taken over in October. That's one of the areas that they're trying to work in, but they're also working in all over Sudan areas that are impacted currently. So it's a really, really good organization. Also, if you are a feminist and you're watching this, there's another initiative in the link tree in my bio that takes care of period care for Sudanese women who are displaced. And there's also another project for Congolese women who are victims of SA. It's called the Linda Project, by the way. That's also in the link tree in my bio under Focus Congo. They take care of them. So yeah, if you're a feminist, you care about women, and you don't care about women in the global south, then you're not really a true feminist, by the way.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, guys, show the people, Solid and Athena both some love. Can we please, oh, got it. Can we please show Athena some love and get her over 3,000 coins, please? And can we get Solid over 1,000 coins and follow both of them? Please. Thank you so much. Follow both of them. They are both absolutely amazing. Marco, you're still in the request, but I ain't seeing no money, honey. So you ain't getting up here until you send them shekels. You got to send them shekels if you're trying to get up here, guys. Only request up if you're a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. We're only looking for some debates. Hi, Jam, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background? I'm going to take that as an accident. Also, guys, hey, remember, follow the main account. We're driving towards 100,000 followers. So if you don't mind, please hit that follow button. We are trying to get to 100,000 followers. 100,000 followers. We're over 80,000. Please make sure you hit that follow button. If you look up at the top, you see the word follow. That means you're not following me. Hit that follow button. We're driving towards 100,000 followers, and I'm so excited about the opportunity. And guys, again, can we please get Athena over 3,000 coins, and can we please get Solid over 1,000 coins? Please.
Can I also say some thank yous, by the way? I just want to say thank you so much, Heidi, for the $35. I appreciate you. And also thank you very much, Lyric, for the $8. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. I keep hitting accept, but I think that, let's see. These people aren't loading because we had them in a box for a while. I'm sure this person didn't mean to request. Mel, I don't think you're not a Trump supporter, right? Mel and Thor?
Hey, man, I'm in the hospital, man. It was an accident. I dozed off.
All right, go and get some sleep. Also, make sure you eat some of the hospital ice. It's the best ice. I appreciate you. Hope he's doing okay.
Hope you feel better.
Sorry, guys, 1 second. All right, let's do this because Marco still ain't sent that monies, and Marco's still in a request. I don't understand why he's still in a request if he ain't sent that monies. And the only other person in the request is this weirdo that was here earlier. That I don't understand why you think that I'm going to let him back up, but you're not coming back up. So no. This is what we're going to do, because I did want to stay on for a little bit longer, but the box is kind of dry. So I'm thinking that we hit a restart, but we go to the backup for a little while. Athena, or would you be willing to come hang out, or what do you got going on?
Yeah, I could swing by and hang out. Yeah, definitely.
Okay, all right.
I'll be in the chat.
Okay, all right, chat. So this is what we're gonna do. Let me find the old Tubi something to watch for a second, and we're gonna just
Where did he fight back? Why the fuck? This is another thing. Like, why are you guys so cool lying about this? Why are you so cool lying? Like, he didn't fight back. He had his back turned, was tackled to the ground. At one point, he tried to stand up. That was it. He was on his knee. He tried to stand up. He didn't punch anybody. He didn't hurt anybody. He didn't assault anybody. He never tried to fight back. I don't know why you guys are so cool lying about this shit. There's absolutely no part of that video that shows that he was fighting. He didn't push anybody. He didn't. He
$14, $16 on the are what is you said take advantage of and don't appreciate what we have. You said that we take advantage of the things that we have here. Do you know what it's like to have a great uncle paralyzed by the Klan?
No,
do you know what it's like for your great
racism is not only restricted to
but
America.
I'm just saying, do you know what it's like for your grandparents to grow up in Jim Crow, South Carolina?
No, but I know something similar.
Do you know what it's like to be a direct descendant in this country of slaves, quite literal slaves in South Carolina?
No, but I know something similar. We have the same similar,
and that's great, and I love that. So whatever rights your ancestors fought for over in your country, that's great. But you're in this country. The fact that an immigrant black person immigrant, you're not even from here, can tell like Panda said,
I didn't tell nobody nothing. I said,
hold on, that you can tell that I'm still talking. You can tell the foundationally black people who put in blood, sweat, tears, years and years of segregation, oppression, degradation, every gradation you want to mother effing think of, that we're taking advantage. And that we are, I cannot think of because I'm so hyped. Like the other word that you use, you said that we're unappreciative. My girl, come on now.
Why are you guys fighting for illegal immigrants then? If you guys know what it's really about, then y'all will fight for your own rights in the black community.
Because at one point, my ancestors were an illegal immigrant. My ancestors were quite literally kidnapped, deprived of their language and history, and raised on a white fucking farm in South Carolina. What
we
are we
were not
talking
illegal
about?
immigrants.
What fight are you fighting? Illegal or
I agree with you,
home
Karen. We
state?
just
Like,
weren't
I don't
illegal
understand this. I don't understand the arguments, because one minute you guys are talking so bad about legal migrants. I'm not saying anything bad about Americans. I said I respect Americans. I love America.
But because you don't get to, because you don't, your people
understand that you're not under a dictatorship.
I wasn't. Sorry, I had got a call, but I wasn't done. You don't get to not be from here, and your ancestors.
I don't want to hear nothing.
I'm not done. Just chill.
I'm sorry. I thought it was Panda talking.
But you don't get to be not from here and have no blood, sweat, and tears in your ancestors and tell us what we can and can't do and what we can't fight for when we've been fighting since day one. And the only reason why your ass is a legal motherfucking immigrant is because of my people.
But I could vote. I could go to the council
and that's great.
So
you don't get to tell
foundationally
black Americans who they can and cannot fight for.
Why can I say that?
Ourselves and everyone else since the beginning of time.
Why?
It's crazy to me that it's crazy to me that you guys got
everything that you guys just asked me to do, and because I wasn't born here, you guys treated me like I'm an outcast.
I hate to do that, but you guys are the twin. Hold on, you guys are the ones that.
This is what I'm talking about. The separation of races.
You and your people
why
are
is
the
this
ones
like
that
that?
took advantage of what my ancestors fought for.
Okay,
and you telling me that we taking advantage for it?
Thank you, ancestors, for allowing me.
And you don't get to tell us. You don't get to tell us who we can and cannot let in. You don't get to do that.
No, I'm not telling you who you cannot let in. Your government is telling you that.
Hey, step in if you dare. Truth hit hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no
plan, no script.
One wrong.
Get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff
or you get revealed.
Step in, don't you wanna?
Sparring with Santana.
I don't care what you claim or your background. Facts only, if not, get clapped down. Whether you're left or right,
or you don't even
vote. If your logic is weak,
I'll sink your boat. Hey.
You talk slick, but you ain't got source.
No.
Just vibes, that ain't power, that's force.
I'm
the test, the trap, the trip, the call.
Hey.
You slip once, I'm snatching it all.
Go.
Yeah. Step in if you dare. You dare. Get hard like a punch in the air.
Punch in the air.
Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. Yeah.
One wrong move, get cooked real quick. No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff or you get revealed. Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Step in, you care. Get hard like a punch in the air. Ain't no rules, no plan, no script. One wrong move, get cooked real quick.
No cap, no shield.
Better know your stuff
or you get revealed.
Step in, don't you wanna? Sparring with Santana. Yeah. This ain't a safe place.
It is not.
This is flame space.
It absolutely is.
Don't you wanna?
Sparring with Santana. Guys, welcome back. This is Sparring with Santana, one-on-one debates with Trump supporters or anyone that disagrees with anything on the background. I am Santana, and we are only looking for some debates. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background. Only request up if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with something on the background. If you are a friendly, do all the wonderful things, tap the screen, share the live, send your daily heart me. It's only one coin and it'll boost the live and push us out to the FYP. I'm going to keep resetting the daily gift goal to these little 1 cent gift goals that will help boost the live as well. And guys, when you share the live, share it once, share it twice at the most, but make sure you hit that repost. That repost is so very important. So make sure you are hitting that repost, please and thank you. Repost live, guys. I think America lacks patriotism. Point blank. Period. Full stop. It's evident because of the administration that currently is in power. The fact that they don't actually value patriotism. And that's how it boils down. We could talk about the fact that ICE is literally slave patrol. Yep. There's an attack on American civil rights, political violence, racist, America first, the slogan, yes. And last but not least, we're in a constitutional crisis. All of those things persist today. So if you are a Trump supporter or you disagree with anything on the background, get in the box. We're only looking for some debates. But guys, please, Trump supporters, quick reminder, you may not know me. Hi, my name's Santana. And the thing about my live is I don't let Trump supporters yip yap in my chat. That is for my friends that are hanging out here with me. The chat is for friendlies. It's for people who have something intelligent to say. And so they say it in the chat. You get to actually get on the panel in the box and actually run your mouth. So no, you cannot be keyboard warriors. No, you cannot be thumb thugs. No. Twitter fingers will not be allowed. So if you're someone that supports Donald Timothy Trump or disagrees with something on the background, get in the box. Get in the box. You said you're an ally, but the new video is fake. That I appreciate it, but we're only looking for some debates. Santana is LAME is an actual ableist term. You said watch Polly and Ari as well as Johnny. They're much better people. You think so? Hey, Chaos, I'm going to mute you because I don't care what you have to say in the comments, but I can't send you a request because you got your request turned off. Come up here and tell me about it. Come up here and tell me about how all these other people are so much better people than me. And listen, I'm not saying that I'm better than anyone because I would never say that, but I'm better than you because I'm not a coward that's in the comments. I'm not saying that I'm better than any creator. I'm not saying that I'm worse either, but I damn sure am better than someone who hides behind a fake profile picture and a fake name and is scared to even get on the panel and say it with their chest. So I am not saying that I'm better than anyone else except you. Get in the box. Yeah. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Not gonna do it. Not gonna do it. Anywho, someone was saying, hey, can I come up? I'm an ally. Listen, I appreciate you so much, but we are only looking for some debate. So if you're friendly, tap the screen, share the live. Let's get the likes up. Also, if you would like to get a message across and I see it, I am more than happy to actually read off any of the messages that I see. Even more than that, if you would like to get it to a mod, if it's super important, they'll get it to me. And last but not least, if you would like to actually send anything to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, I will read that out. I will read it out for sure, but I am only looking for some debates. We're not looking for friendlies to join the panel. A couple of things that I want to really take a few minutes to call out because we didn't get an opportunity to speak about this earlier while we wait to see if anyone has the testicular fortitude. Hey, Rachel, if they have the testicular fortitude to join. I don't think they will, but just to see if anyone has the courage to get in the box. A couple of things. I don't know if you guys saw this, right? But this was information that came out this morning. Tom Homan was actually doing an interview, and Tom Homan has officially said that they are looking at the option of reducing ICE raids. They're reducing ICE raids depending on support from Minnesota when it comes to immigration enforcement. We'll get back to that in just a second. Jordan, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Wonderful, wonderful. Jordan, are you a Trump supporter or disagree with something on the background?
I just love America, so I support whoever my president is.
Yeah, I love America too. All right, but do you disagree with something on the background?
Yeah, I don't believe that there's something popped up. I don't believe that we lack patriotism at all. I think patriotism is about being proud of America. And as America, there's certain laws that go into order for people to become citizens. And I believe that, the initial plan was to get all the illegals out of here. But
undocumented, Frank.
Yes, sir. There you go. But either way, I believe the goal was to get them out of here and let them come back legally, So I don't agree with the way they are enforcing things. I think there's a lot of hate behind the way that they're doing things. But it doesn't make it any easier with people running into the streets, kicking their cars and doing all this stuff.
Yeah,
I believe there is a better way. And to be honest with you, I don't think Trump is 100% the best man in the world, by no means. But out of the two that were going to win, one or the other, I just had to go that way myself.
I understand. Listen, for me, it's 2026. I don't even care about who people voted for at that time. Right. I care more so about who people support today. But I would actually love to engage in this premise with you when it comes to ICE, right? And even more so patriotism.
Yeah, I got you.
But question for you. What if I told you that this entire thing that they're doing, right, with ICE, with the deportations, all of this, what if I told you this has nothing to do with them actually caring about America, about deportations or any of that? What if I told you it's all about money?
I could actually probably believe part of that. I mean, I believe all government at the end of the day, that's really what it all bounds down to.
Okay. So what if I can specifically prove to you that they care more about money than they do anything to do with actual deportation? Or as long as they can. Hey, Jordan, I'm going to have to mute you for a second. I hear your cute baby in the background, but it's a little loud. What if I can prove to you that while they say it's about deportation, got it, yep. What if I tell you that while they say it's about babies, when they say it's about deportation and all of this, it has nothing to do really with deportation and immigration, but it's all about the money, and they're selling undocumented immigrants into free slave labor and then sending them to concentration camps. What if I could prove that to you? Send you a request to come off mute.
I believe if you could prove that to me, then I would have a little bit more of a different view on ICE, which, like I said, there are tactics that they're using that I don't agree with already.
Got it. All right, I got you. Don't worry about it. All right, so a couple of things, right? So Donald Trump, the point that he ran on was based off of mass deportation, right? That was the main focal point of his reelection. He said that he wanted to actually engage in getting criminals out of the country. So he put a heavy focus on this when it came up to his running for office. And then even when getting into office, that's been a massive part of his administration. Donald Trump has done things, including given ICE a massive budget to the tune of the 14th largest budget in the world when you rank them against military budgets, not other agencies, but military budgets. So ICE has the 14th largest budget in the world, and plus they're trying to give them another $10 billion in this latest funding bill. So they're trying to give them more money than they've ever had. And they've also done things like allocate 20% of all federal law enforcement as far as assisting ICE. So that means like the FBI, CIA, things like that. They've allocated up to 20% of those other agencies to help support ICE. Now, they've also done things as far as trying to encourage people to join ICE. One, they've given incentives up to $50,000 as far as signing bonus. Two, they've also pumped money into right-wing influencers who have a positive perspective on ICE and trying to get them to create content or host lives that give a positive spin on ICE. Three, they have reduced the requirements to actually be able to join ICE, meaning the physical portion. They reduced that twice, and then they just got rid of it because people couldn't pass. They reduced the strictness of the background checks. So it made it easier for people to pass the background checks. Hold on to that one. They also reduced the amount of time that it takes to become an ICE agent, reducing it down to 8 weeks. So you can now officially become an ICE agent in a shorter amount of time than it takes to actually become a barber in the United States of America, right? But the one key factoid that occurred with the actual reduction of the background check, and something that was, I guess, expected or unexpected, is there's been a uptick as well as far as different hate group members joining ICE. The Boogaloo Boys, the Oath Keepers, the Proud Boys, all of them have flocked towards ICE because they've also given federal protections. The Supreme Court has officially ruled that ICE can actually racially profile people in order to actually detain them. So they have coverage from the Supreme Court. And back in May of 2025, there was a internal memo that was sent telling ICE agents that they no longer needed warrants to actually go into people's premises to enact arrests or whatever. They could just break into people's homes. Now, you put that on top of the fact that the Trump administration has been telling people like, hey, you can't arrest ICE agents. If you go after ICE agents, then you'll be held accountable by the federal government, and they have federal immunities. He's even threatened governors. So with all that being said, there's been a heavy focus. There's been a shit ton of money, resources, all this other stuff, and protections that were given to ICE as a whole. Jordan, before I tell you about the other key piece of that, wouldn't all of those things lend itself to like them actually being able to successfully enact deportation? Jordan, are you there?
Yeah, I just now figured out how to get my mute off. All right, so yeah, I understand all of the things that go into that. There's facts there. There's things that go on the line.
That was a question. I said, with all of those key indicators, since they have all those different factors, shouldn't they be able to actually deport at like a high level or be effective or efficient at deportation?
Yeah, I could agree with that. But to touch on something that you did say about, basically, pretty much stereotyping people based on the color of their skin or such, it's just kind of common sense, that the most of the people that are being deported, they come of, a little bit of a different color and an accent. So I think that's why they're being targeted. Absolutely. Yeah.
So, like,
Canelo.
that,
What about
like,
Canelo?
Yeah,
You know?
exactly. Like saying that you're going to racially profile based off of skin tone and like proximity or race or whatever. Like that's a thing. But listen, that's not even the point, because I don't even want to. I don't want to get into that. The thing that I want to give you is, like, with all of those things that I just told you, like all of that treasure trove of things, they're still deporting people at a lower rate than the Biden administration or the Obama administration. Did you know that?
No, I absolutely did not know that.
Yeah.
But I'm not agreeing. I see a lot. Sorry about that. I see a lot of people in the comments here. I'm not saying that it's right that they stereotype them or whatever or target them by the color of their skin. I understand that, lighter color skin people are obviously, can be foreigners too or whatever. But
I mean, you don't have to worry about saying that it's right or wrong. The Supreme Court already said they can do it. So like, it's a thing regardless of how we feel about it. So, but the point that I was getting to, though, is, do you know why, even though they have allocated all those resources, all that money, all that energy, all that effort, do you know why they're still unable to deport at the same level as the Obama administration or the Biden administration?
Why is that?
Because of what I told you earlier. They're not interested in actually deportation. They're selling people into free slave labor and then sending them to concentration camps. Hey, Jordan, did you know that slavery is legalized in the United States today? We still have legalized slavery.
I believe that a lot of people believe whatever the media tells them. I mean, that's where a lot of those things come from. Yeah.
Do you believe in the Constitution?
Yeah, absolutely. But I don't believe that there's slavery today in the United States.
Well, that's part of me proving it. I got it. Don't worry about it. 13th Amendment. Do you know the 13th Amendment?
No, sir.
13th Amendment, Section 1 says, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for a crime wherefore the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States of America or any place subject to the jurisdiction.
Right. Okay.
So the 13th Amendment says that that's the only way that slavery can exist. The private prison system.
Right.
You know that?
Yeah. So where are the resources that are saying that these illegal, or sorry, what was the word again you used?
Undocumented.
Where's the sources that the undocumented are being taken to these camps here in the United States?
Oh, I got you. Hold on, I'm building a cake. Yeah. No, I got you. I was just setting up the premise. All right, perfect.
I got you.
So 13th Amendment is the legalized slavery, the private prison industry. Now, a question I do have for you, Jordan, is, do you know who Core Civic is?
Yes, sir. My dad is in Whiteville. They are the owner of prison facilities.
Exactly. This makes it so much easier. Absolutely. Core Civic is one of the actual biggest benefactors of the private prison system. But something interesting has happened during this mass deportation process, right? Did you know, and you might know this, Core Civic actually had an investors call a couple of days ago, and they said that this is the golden age for them, because they not only are benefiting from ICE being able to detain prisoners in the private prison system, where instead of giving them an expedited trial, they're holding them for months, some people even up to 6 months before a trial, and they're holding them there. And Core Civic is benefiting from that. But also they have now secured contracts with the actual vans and vehicles. So when it comes to ICE being able to detain undocumented immigrants, they're getting paid for that portion, but they're also getting paid for the planes that are being used for deportation. So now Core Civic is getting paid for every single step of this deportation process. Did you know that?
No, sir.
Yep. Now, the interesting part about this, not only is Core Civic getting paid for this entire process, you remember how I said that Donald Trump and they're keeping these undocumented immigrants, instead of giving them a speedy trial to see if they're going to be deported, they're keeping some people have been kept up to even 6 months. Do you know what counts as an actual deportation? How do you get that check in the box for an official deportation?
No, sir.
Yeah, in order to get that check in the box for an official deportation, you have to either 1, send them back to the country that they originated from, or 2, send them to an agreed upon third party country if their country doesn't accept undocumented immigrants, right? So let's say Russia. Russia will not accept undocumented immigrants from Russia back into Russia. So we have to agree on a third-party country to send them to. But Donald Trump isn't sending them to their original country or the agreed upon third-party country. He's sending them to places like CCOT. Do you know what CCOT is?
No, sir.
CCOT is a torture camp that's located in El Salvador. Over 350 people died at CCOT last year, and it is a well-documented place where they torture people, right? Physical torture, mental torture, all this other thing. And Donald Trump has an agreement to send them to CCOT and places similar to CCOT throughout Africa, where they actually go directly to those places instead of going back to the place that they actually came from. So he's not getting credit for the deportation, even though he's sending them out of the country, right? So that's why his actual deportation rate is lower. It's not because he's not shipping people out. He's not following the proper practices of deportation. Now, I got one last twist for you, Jordan.
Yes, sir.
One last twist.
Yep.
You remember how I said it's all about money?
Yes, sir.
Who do you think the biggest benefactor is in places like CCOT?
I don't know, near state or government?
Core Civic. Core Civic is one of the biggest benefactors from CCOT. They have investments in CCOT. And so not only do they have investments in the private prison system here within the United States, but also in these different private prison systems in these different countries that the undocumented immigrants are being sent to. So again, what Donald Trump is actually doing is utilizing ICE, funding ICE at this massive level, giving them all the support, rounding up undocumented immigrants, feeding them into the private prison system, and then sending them to concentration camps, all in the sense of making money for Core Civic. And then they give kickbacks to the Trump administration through donations and also through things like helping pay for his ballroom and all these other things.
Right. Okay. I got a question. So, well, I just have something to say, I guess. And it kind of leads with the question, but anyway, so I think this is all based off of thoughts because obviously I've not did my.
Oh, you mean you or me?
Yes, me, sir.
Okay,
because I don't have any sources here other than what I see. I'm not constantly on CNN news, and I just know differences in economy and stuff like that because I run a small time construction business and stuff like that. So I can only tell different and stuff in that area. But, obviously this is one of the topics. So I think that the reason why they are enforcing these situations for the undocumented to go to places like this, because they jump over the fences or get over here, however they get over here. And then we pick them up and it's like, here you go. Here, you're going back to home. And then it's like, oh, well, we can do that again. I think he might be trying to prove a point. Hey, there's gonna be serious circumstances for committing the crime, coming over here, the way you are. It's not. I don't agree with it. I don't think they deserve that. I know that they come from far worse countries, and they just know that we have it a lot better over here, and they just want freedom. And I don't disagree with that, but I do agree that they need to do it the correct way. And there are correct ways of doing it, but they are committing the crime. So it's not like we're going and grabbing them from over there and then sending them there. They're putting themselves in that position.
I hear you, but like even with that instance, right? I mean, it's not even necessarily about making an example. It's about making money, right? And even when it comes to like making money and you saying doing it the right way, hey, what if I told you the Trump administration doesn't really care about undocumented immigration immigration as far as legal immigrants? What if I told you that they want to stop all immigration, or at the very least lessen immigration into the United States, no matter if it's legal or quote unquote illegal?
I wouldn't doubt it a bit. I believe the American dream is to be rich, and they're going to find however way they can profit.
Well, but no. What I'm saying is like, see, this is the problem that I have, because people on the right tend to say like, oh, we don't care about.
I'm just in the middle, sir.
I'm sorry?
Just in the middle. I'm just in the middle. I don't claim to be, left or right. I'm just kind of in the middle.
To be fair, you voted for Trump, right? And I hear you, but what I'm saying is the people that claim like, oh, We just want people to do it the right way, right? That's been a talking point, an actual thing. But what I'm saying is the Trump administration, while peddling that same premise, does not agree. They just don't want people. In his first administration, he actually talked about this and did it. And there's studies that show that he was actually successful. He wasn't successful as far as stopping undocumented immigrants who were coming into the country, but he was very successful with slowing immigration as a whole, in which this has been something that he even tied into Agenda 47, his platform before he actually became president, as far as being able to slow legal migration. And they've specifically done things to target legal migration into the country, including pricing out asylum. You know what asylum is, right?
No, sir. Absolutely don't.
Asylum is when people come to the country and they meet with a border agent and they say that, hey, I have a credible threat on my life. Right. And so they do a credible threat assessment to verify, like, if this person is fleeing another country because they're like going to get killed. And the crazy thing about asylum is less than 30% of people that seek asylum get approved for asylum. So it's very, very, very like stringent. Right.
Yeah.
And so if you're approved for asylum, then they let you come into the country and they give you like a court date to see about like citizenship and all this other stuff.
The same thing with like the opioid crisis as well. Like when the opioid crisis was affecting Black and brown bodies, doctors could pass it out without a reason why, but when it started affecting white people at a much higher rate, oh, now it's an issue. Now there's a crisis. Now it's hard for pain patients to even treat their pain because they treat everybody like addicts.
Be clear. Full context. There's a distinction between concealed carrying in a legal sense and brandishing said firearm. There's a distinction between brandishing and concealed carry, and that needs to be said, especially if you do believe in the law that currently exists right now. It's like, by the way, the NRA has come out and said that this is dangerous and wrong. Okay, to say this.
So, but that's not what I'm saying. That's why I gave the context of the escalation of political narrative on both sides that can lead to this after Renee Good, specifically after Renee Good. Not like if there was never a Renee Good situation, I look at this differently.
And even then, that still doesn't mean that this isn't murder. This is clearly murder. Okay. No situation, even if there were prior conflict, would justify responding this way on behalf of the agents. Okay. This is fucking absurd. And the fact that you can't look at this video and immediately see that is absurd. I'm serious. If it were the case that this was under the Biden administration and those were conservative protesters, can you fucking imagine what you guys would say if the left were saying that he was a threat just because he had a gun?
But that's
Can you
not
fucking imagine?
what I'm saying. I'm
Seriously,
not saying he's
the
a
double
threat
standards,
because
the
he has a gun.
hypocrisy is unbelievable. I can't believe that you defend this as an American, genuinely. I thought before, even like when I first saw this, I was like, oh, there's no defensible argument for this. There's no reason someone would believe that. People are just going to condemn this and still say they support Trump. I am genuinely shocked at the amount of people that have come up on my live stream and defended this. I am genuinely fucking shocked. This is fucking insane. There is no argument. There was no threat to any of the agents in this circumstance. He did not reach for the firearm at all. Okay? The idea that they needed to shoot in that circumstance is fucking ridiculous. You should be
So you're
pissed off.
specifically talking about the actual final part, because I asked, are you talking about the final part or the entire
Literally,
situation
the whole
leading
thing.
up to it?
The whole thing.
Well, see, that's
They
where we
had no
disagree.
reason
I
in-
think we can actually find common ground if we talk about the final part. Maybe we can find some common ground, or I can agree, but not the full context. I disagree. The full context, I disagree with you. If you isolate it to the final moments, I think maybe there's some leeway. I'm open to that, if you want to focus on that.
Do you think that the agents should have known better because they should have been de-escalatory given the conflict?
Okay, yeah, based on my own logic that I'm using right now, they definitely should have known better because of all of the escalation, but maybe that's just poor training then, I don't know.
Well, I mean, the Trump administration is limiting the amount of training to become an agent.
Really?
Yes. They did. They limited the amount of training it takes. They limited the qualifications.
Yeah, okay, but we did distinguish between ICE agents and patrol. So does that apply to them?
Wait, say that again?
Well, because earlier we were disputing, it wasn't clear whether it was ICE or patrol agents, and then you said that they're border patrol agents. So does that apply to them? Because we're talking about training now with ICE, but you said that they were patrol agents.
Yeah, I was referencing ICE in that specific context. I'm not sure if that carries over to Border Patrol as well. But
well, then that would be relevant in this specific situation if we're going to move forward with training then and handling of the situation, proper training. Because
yeah, I mean, if you,
ICE is
bad
training.
I think that there needs to be increased training from what there already is already.
Okay, well, I mean, then we can't truly argue that it's poor training based on Trump's administration and handling of ICE.
It definitely
if it
is poor
patrol.
training. I think it's poor training. I think it's definitely them being trigger happy. I think it's them literally hating like certain protesters such as this for literally just recording.
Hey, sorry, I just want to add something real quick. It's not even them like being trained. These CBP officers are not trained at all, no matter what, for urban type of environment. That's why having them there in the very beginning is bad, because they are not trained to deal with urban environments in terms of protesting or anything. That is not even how they train. So you could have somebody, for example, who has been on the force for like 10 years. They have no training for urban type of environments. That's why, in my opinion, they are so escalatory, is because they have no training. Even for somebody who has been there for 10 years.
If I could get references to that, I think I would be convinced with the final, on your view of the final outcome.
Sure. Yeah, sure. So you can go. I'll have to find you like a one source, but my understanding is right that the way that they're trained is that Greg Bovino brought people from the border towns up to Minnesota, and in their policy, the way that they train is they train for high risk situations, about going after gangs, about going after people on the border who may be dangerous. They are not specifically trained for the deep kind of urban protesting, that the way that ICE may be trained, but even they are not trained in that way.
But you brought up an interesting point. You said that they are trained for high dangerous, like I can't remember your wording right now, but you gave an example of like
gangs,
high, right? So if you can handle that, I'm sure. Like, I mean,
no. Why this is different is because in those situations, you have to, in a minute, become escalatory and become violent, because that other person is a known violent person. By the definition, in a gang or in a cartel, they are going to be criminals and be dangerous. That is very different than being in an urban setting with citizens who are not dangerous.
Pause. Okay, so I think definition-wise, we're getting closer, but so you're disagreeing that things can't seem heightened or, whatever, politically heightened from both sides, based on Renee Good.
No. So different type of heightened. Being in a cartel or a gang on the border is a different type of height. It's a higher type of heightened than in an urban situation when normal citizens are protesting and doing First Amendment rights. Even if you disagree with the way that they're doing it, it's still protected by the First Amendment, and that is very different than people on the border who are actively engaging in violence, where their stated goal is to do violence. It is very different.
Oh, still sounds like they're properly trained for high conflict situations.
No. See, what I'm understanding though is that when you talk to police who are trained in urban type of a de-escalatory type of environment, they are trained to be able to crowd control, to be able to de-escalate, to be able to control, because they know of the constitutional limits of what that goes to. They are not trained in the same thing because they're not dealing with people who are citizens. They are not dealing with people who have that same kind of way that they interact. It is a very different type of environment. That's my point. It's a very different type of environment. You're thinking, well, they're both kind of like, very dangerous, but they're a different type of dangerous. One is extremely more.
My creator, yeah, we're just having some fun. Relax, sharing the moments when the cameras are done. The real you, real love, no filter, no show. Seat at a table, let the world know. Brunch with my creator, can you see? Yeah, it's the human side of the screen. Grab a plate, take a sip, and let's unwind. Tell me what's really on your mind. Beyond the likes and the crazy trends, what's the story you don't post to your friends? No scripts, no filters.
The haters broke it.
What makes you laugh? What you've been through? The ups, the downs, the highs, the lows. We talk it all before the moment goes. No spotlight stress, just your real side.
Thank you.
No highlight reel, just the truth inside. What's the
hello?
the way What keeps you grounded at the end of the day? See, this ain't for the clout or the fame. It's for the soul behind the name. So come on in, let the people see the human like you and me.
They are so fragile. What's going on?
Real love, no filter, no show.
See at a table.
Let the world know. Brunch with my creator, can you see?
Hey. Oh, you like the art?
We laugh about the comments, the wild DMs. Talk about
Oh,
the
yeah.
feel when the screen goes down. What keeps you strong when the pressure's high? How do you heal when the love runs dry? What's your why? What keeps you moving still? What's the joy the algorithm can't kill? The wins, the losses, the lessons learned, and the moments where your spirit burned. Then we open the floor, let the people say hi. They've been watching your journey, now they see why. It's more than content.
You like the art? I appreciate it.
And today's the day they meet the real you. Cause behind the post there's a beating heart. Behind the numbers there's a work of art.
Don't worry, yo, no, I got you.
That's the space. Mask off, let me see your face. Brunch with my creator, yeah. We're just having some fun. Just relax. Sharing the moments when the cameras are done. The real you, real love, no filter, no show.
See at the table.
Let the world know. Brunch with my creator, can you see? It's the human side of the screen.
Hey.
Brunch with my creator, yeah.
Yeah. Brunch with my creator, girl. Hey, welcome back, chat. Welcome back, chat. So for anyone, well, first of all, let me say W's in chat for Stacy. Stacy sent a $5 donation, said, what is there to be proud of? We're watching our fellow citizens lie down and take it right up the arse while they cheer kneeling and killing in the street. Holy shit. Yes. W's in chat for Stacy. Thank you so much for the 5. W's in chat for Patty for the $50 Canadian YouTube super chat. Fucking Patty. W's in chat for Patty. Thank you so much for the $50 Canadian. Yeah, listen. Haters gonna hate. Haters gonna hate. They can try all they want, but they can't kill me. These won't hold me back. So yeah, they tried to take me down with, you know, a bunch of hateration, but I'm back. And since I'm back, I opted to do, you know, just do a Q&A. We're gonna keep it easy. We're gonna keep it smooth. I'm gonna talk to my friends. I don't want to talk to them. I'm gonna talk to my friends, and we'll go from there. So we'll do a Q&A. I'm willing to answer each and every question as I see them. And also, I don't want to, because I'm going to do a birthday live tomorrow, because tomorrow's my birthday. And I'm going to do a birthday live tomorrow. So I don't want to let the haters win. So we're just going to lock in, do a Q&A for a little while. So you guys can drop your questions in the comments. And if I see them, I will answer them as they come. But if you want to directly get your question answered, you can drop them in a dono, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you. If you have a direct question that you want answered, you can send a donation and I will answer that question directly. Or if you are over on the YouTube, you can send a donation. I will answer that question directly. Besides that, if you drop them in the chat, I will answer them as I see them. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. It's tomorrow. I'm so excited. I'll be 39. Holy fuck. I am getting old. Are you looking forward to the season 2 of One Piece live action? Absolutely. You know, popular to contrarian, or, you know, other people would say like, oh, the One Piece live action wasn't good. The One Piece live action was fucking dope. I enjoyed it. So I absolutely can't wait. Wait until I'm 63. I got it. Debbie's in the chat for Mike. Mike's in a $2 donation saying the real DEI is fucking ICE. Yes. It's funny that they actually they have so much faith in ICE while they're so incompetent. And they're not only incompetent in the sense of like how harmful they are when it comes to what they're doing with American citizens, but like they're not even doing their job good. They're not even doing a good job as far as what the fuck they're supposed to be doing. Think about this, guys. If we made the money they make, were given the resources they were given, if we had all the protections they had, and we still weren't good at our job, we would be fired. We would be literally fucking fired. So yeah, it's crazy. W's in chat from Mike. Thank you so much for the $2 dono and the question. Guys, if anyone else would like to, we're doing a Q&A. We're going to do a Q&A, so you can drop the questions in the chat and I will answer the questions as I see them. But if you would like your question answered directly, you can send a donation to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Pay links and link tree in the bio. Santana speaks for you, or you can send a super chat and I will read that out. Do you have any pets? No, I don't have any pets. I really, really, really want a dog, but my wife won't let me get a dog. Management will not let me get a dog. I would like to get a Doberman. Luke, no. First and foremost, it's always weird when you guys come in the comments and like, let me in, let these nuts in your mouth. Also, no, I'm not, this is not debates, this is a Q&A. If you have a question specifically for you, Luke, send it to the pay links. I'm not answering any of your questions in the comments, but yes, I would love if I could get a Doberman, but my wife won't let me get one. I want like a red Doberman. That's what I want. W's in the chat for it's John for the $1.99 super chat to say, are you excited about the new Dragon Ball Super? I am fucking excited. I got to go look at the actual, the trailer, because I've seen things like I missed the trailer when it dropped, but from what I've seen, people are saying like it's a remake, like they're just remaking Dragon Ball Super. I'm a little bit confused as far as how this is happening. But yes, I am absolutely excited about the new Dragon Ball Super. W's in the chat for it's John for the $1.99 super chat with the question. W's in chat for Troy. Troy sent a $2 dono, said, happy B-Day, just in case I don't see you tomorrow. Troy, thank you so much for that $2 donation and early birthday love. You are fucking awesome. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. W's in the chat for Angie for the $2 donation, saying, will you ever do a live with friendlies? Angie, it depends on what you mean when you say a live with friendlies. I do, it's been a while since I've done it's been a while since I've done Black Trivia. Like that's one of my favorite things to do, Black Trivia, where I sit and, I bring people up and we answer Black people trivia questions. And you don't have to be Black to play Black Trivia. You just got to know Black people stuff to play Black Trivia. And so, you know what? I might do that tomorrow after I finish my birthday live. I might actually play Black Trivia at the end of the live. So we might do Black Trivia tomorrow, guys. W's in the chat for Angie for the $2 dono and the question. What do you do live with Black Jesus? I don't do anything live with Black Jesus. I'm a little bit confused. I thought I blocked you. Block these nuts in your mouth. I don't care what you thought you blocked. Okay. Whatever. Guys, this is a Q&A session. We are doing a quick Q&A session. So if you are interested in getting a question answered, you can drop it in the chat. If I see it, I will answer your question. But if you want your question answered directly, then you can send something to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, Santana speaks for you, or you can send a super chat and I will answer the questions directly. Oh, wait, your handle is Black Jesus. I see you. Yeah. I would absolutely do a live with Black Jesus. Mexico loves you. I love Mexico. I haven't been to Mexico, but I really want to go to Mexico. Do you like solo leveling? Solo leveling is goated. There's a picture right here. There's a piece of art that you guys can't see, right? As a matter of fact, hold on. Don't even worry about it. I got you. I'll do this really quick. Look at that. That's the one that you guys don't get to see. This is the one that I stare at every live. Let's see here. W's in the chat for Jared. Jared sent a $1 donation saying, what's up, friend? Can't remember if I've ever asked this before. If I've only ever watched Akira, and the live action One Piece. Where should I start with anime? I truly hope you have an amazing B-Day. You deserve the best day possible. You're amazing and deserve a blessing in the world. Thank you so much for the $1 donation, the early birthday wishes. And listen, if you want to start, if you want a good starter anime, I would recommend like a shorter anime, but something that I know is good for sure. It depends on what you're into, but I would say like Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is short enough where, you know, it's new, it's action packed, it's a lot of fun, but also, you know, it's still going. I would say Demon Slayer. JJK too. Yeah, JJK. You're absolutely right. Fucking JJK. The thing that I worry about giving people like starter animes is that there's certain animes that you give them and you set a standard and then you like fuck people up. That's why I always worry about telling people to use like Solo Leveling as a starter anime, because if you use Solo Leveling as a starter anime, then you're going to expect all other animes to be Solo Leveling, and all other animes are not Solo Leveling. I am very, very adamant in making sure that you understand that all other animes are not Solo Leveling. So, but there's a couple of really good animes that you can use as a starter anime. W's in the chat for Jarrett for the $1 and the question. W's in the chat for Mike for the $1. Are you watching Fallout? No, I don't even know what Fallout is. Should I be watching Fallout? What is Fallout? I don't even know what Fallout is. I have no idea what Fallout is. Should I be watching Fallout? I should be watching Fallout. I don't even know what it is. It's based on a video game. Yeah, I've never seen it. W's in the chat for Mike. Guys, again, what's happening right now? Because I see people lining up in the request. You can join if you want to as far as getting in the request, but this is not a debate. I'm not debating people. This is a Q&A. So if you have a question, you can drop the question in the comments. Also, Joe, I'm just going to stop. I'm going to mute you because like you spamming the same thing over and over is weird. And plus you're fucking up the questions that may be dropped in the comments. So this is a Q&A. If you have a question, you can drop it in the comments. If I see it, I will answer it. But if you want to ensure that your question is answered, you can send a donation to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio. Or if you're on YouTube, you can send a super chat and I will answer the questions. We are just preparing. Like I said, you know, the haters tried to hold me back, but they can't do it. And I just want to make sure that we're good for my birthday live tomorrow, because I will be streaming and dog walking MAGA on my birthday. So if you're a Trump supporter and you want to get that work, you got to come back tomorrow, bub. You come hold this L tomorrow on my birthday, but this is just a Q&A today. Do you like anime? I don't know. I mean, it's okay. Is the government really going to shut down again? I do think they're going to end up hitting a partial shutdown. I know that like they are debating the funding that's connected with ICE and how that's going to roll out. So there are some back and forths and blah, blah, blah. What time tomorrow? I will be bright-eyed, bushy-tailed tomorrow. I'll be on at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific for my birthday live. So thank you. Thank you. So yeah, I think there will be a partial shutdown. I don't know how that's going to look as a whole. I think there's a necessity to hold up funding for this bill. And they're trying to justify like the approach that the Republicans are trying to take as far as like, oh, this is, what'd you say, Kingy? Grown man with anime doing a birthday live crazy. Kingy, you are my biggest fan. It's so weird. You're my biggest fan. I'm going to go ahead and mute you. You're here every day. You follow me. Guys, if nothing else, MAGA, they hate me so bad, but they can never stop watching. They hate me so bad, but they can never stop watching. They have to be here. They have to comment. They have to watch. Even when I mute them, they never leave. Think about that. That's fucking wild. I will mute them and tell them to get in the box, and they will never leave. They'll just sit here and watch. Whatever. Let me grab a couple of the questions over on the YouTube. Sorry, I don't know. Let's see. What about OG Pokemon? I didn't see that. I don't know what you're saying, OG Pokemon. Death Note and OG Dragon Ball are the great starters. You know, Death Note for sure. I wouldn't say Dragon Ball because, again, it's so long. That's the only thing. I wouldn't say that because it's the only thing. That's a hard one for a starter. W's in the chat for Monica for the $5 super chat to say, fellow Aquarius love. Thank you. I wish I could get my boyfriend to debate you, but he is c'est la vie. Can you teach us to debate our loved ones? Yeah, actually, like I've been meaning to put this together and I got to get it out. I plan on doing a how to debate MAGA tutorial, right? YouTube that I want to put out where I teach you guys how to debate Trump supporters. It's super easy, not even going to hold you. Super easy to debate Trump supporters. They're not smart. They don't know anything. All they have is the fifis in their tum-tum. Super easy. But I got to put that out. I got to finish. I got to film it and I got to put that out. But yeah, I got you. W's in the chat for Kale, who sent a $10 donation saying, happy early birthday. Thank you so much. Have you ever seen Dragon Ball Abridged? Funny shit ever. I know every single word from every single episode of Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Not going to hold you. Kale, every single word from every single episode of Dragon Ball Z Abridged. I fucking love it. What you need to watch though, Kale, Hood JJK. Hood JJK. If you don't know who Rab So Petty is, Rab So Petty is the one that created this saying. Hold on. This, hold on. Nope, not that one. Hold on. Where is it? Sorry, 1 second. Oh, yeah. Rab So Petty is the one that came up with this sound.
Oh, you think I'm losing? No, bitch, we losing. This how we gonna do this.
That's Rab So Petty. Right? So, yeah, if you haven't watched Hood JJK, you need to check that one out. Right? But yeah, I've watched Dragon Ball Z Abridged. W's in the chat for Cousin Jesse. What up, Cousin Jesse? Sent a $2 donation saying, Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I've never watched that one. I know you guys are gonna crucify me. I started trying to watch it, but I never got to it. That one's on me. Big Raga, the op stopper. So fucking right. Brotherhood is peak. I've never seen it. W's in the chat for Mike, who sent $1, said, have you attended any ICE protests? I haven't attended any ICE protests. It's kind of interesting when it comes to like what ICE is doing and the protests and all this other stuff. I kind of got some other thoughts on that. And I've been kind of getting nudged by some people that not only do I really care about, but some people that are like way smarter than me and have like way better, way better. God damn it, what's it called? Fuck, I forgot hold on. Oh, way better observation hockey than me. And they've been like, hey, maybe you should say the thing on live and tell the people the thing. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to tell the people the thing on live because not everyone can handle the thing. And so like, I've been kind of torn as far as certain things that I say. I try to make sure that I'm always like, whenever I get on live and start speaking, I try to make sure that one, I'm always giving accurate information as much as I can. Sometimes I get shit wrong. And if I do, you guys correct me and other people correct me as well. But I kind of hesitate when it comes to saying certain stuff, because I think that not everyone's always ready to hear what needs to be heard. So Vegeta for president, I can fuck with that. I can fuck with that. Guys, if anyone's wondering what's happening, this is a Q&A session. We're just doing a Q&A session because the haters tried to hate, and I won't let them stop us, especially not before tomorrow's birthday live. I will be dog walking tomorrow, MAGA tomorrow for my birthday. That is what I am doing. And so we're going to just do a quick Q&A. So if you have a question, you can drop it in the chat and I will answer it as I see it. But if you want to get your question answered for sure, then you can send something to the pay link and I will answer any question directly to the pay link. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links in the link tree in the bio, or you can send a super chat. Santana speaks for you. Thank you, Lost. I don't know what Lost. I don't know what you're talking about. Watch both. Read it. Read what? I'm sure. I believe you're saying read Full Metal Alchemist. Maybe I might have to do that. I might have to do that. W's in the chat for Melissa, who sent a $5 donation saying, "Hey, can I ask something out of curiosity? If it's too personal, feel free not to answer. But Santana, part of your culture, is too personal, feel free not to answer. But is Santana part of your culture or family background? Love what you do. Thank you." No, it's not. It's not. The fun fact about me, I took Spanish in middle school and flunked. I flunked middle school Spanish because I was in the class with my best friend and we fucking goofed off the entire time. Goofed off. And so I did not pass middle school Spanish, but my name was Santana. And so I've always kept that name. Now I ended up going on and taking 4 years of German, and then in college and undergrad, I took 3 years of French. And so I speak German and French, but I have never learned to speak Spanish, which I think would be more important to be able to speak Spanish today, but I failed. And so, yeah. So W's in the chat for Mike for the $1 said, we got to break them out of the matrix at some point. Mike, I know, but I can't say the thing. But if you guys want to hear the things that need to be said. So one time someone tagged me in a post and was like, "Hey, Santana, what can we do? Like, what can we do?" And I just tagged Sean. I was like, "Sean, you can answer this one." Because I might not say the thing, but Sean will damn sure say the thing. I fucking love Sean. I won't say it, but Sean will say it. I will not say it, but Sean will absolutely say it. If you don't know who Sean is, watch my legs. Right, Noah, am I tripping? Noah, am I tripping? You said, who is Sean? Sean is watch my legs. That's who Sean is. So. W's in chat for Domo for the $2 super chat to say off Verderhausen burden. I don't know what that is. I see it's a book, but I've never read that book. I didn't have to read that book, and I've never read that book. You know what we did? You know what my favorite German thing was, though? Ravioli. And not the food. If you know German, if you know anything about like German TV and you've ever watched the show Ravioli, if you know, you know. If you know, you know. He said, that's a greeting. Off President burden. No, it's literally, I thought you were talking about the actual. Sorry. Hold on. No, it translates. It's not a greeting. So the one thing that I will say is that I know formal German, not like speaking German. There's a difference between like the actual language and the way that you write it and the educated version versus like the saying and the phrasing and stuff like that. So yeah. Once I get deported back to Ich liebe Deutsch, aber mein Deutschsprechen ist nicht ganz gut. Yeah, I mean, it's not. I don't speak it that well anymore. But I used to. Right now, it's scheiße. Yeah. Anyway, how long have you been married to management? We've been married for over a year. We've been together since 2020. We met each other February of 2020, and then we didn't see each other again until October. I can't speak German very well. Yeah, you know what's tough for me? I like German and French are so close that I get it mixed up. My wife, she speaks other languages, and she does it so well as far as flipping back and forth between languages. I like mix shit up all the time. There's Santana. Yeah. Debbie's in the chat for Jared for the $1 donation saying, now here's an important question as we both live in the South and I have faith in you because you're a smart man and eat pineapple on your pizza. Beans or no beans in your chili? So this is going to be a little controversial, but I can do either or, right? Like the thing about me is like, I'm not picky when it comes to food. I'm so not picky when it comes to food. I speak from as a French speaker. I disagree so much. I know. Listen, I'm not saying that they're similar in the sense of way that German and French is, but they're similar words. Not exactly the same, but they're similar enough where they mean different things, but they're written the same way and blah, blah, blah. But I'm not picky when it comes to my food, and I will eat chili with beans or without beans. In the South, a lot of people eat chili without beans. So that's how they do it. Beans are always the way. I don't know. That's a controversial take because a lot of people won't eat beans in their food. So I don't know. I can take it or leave it. I can absolutely take it or leave it. I'm not that picky. Not that picky. If you eat pineapple on your pizza, you also screw you. Said if you eat pineapple on your pizza, I think you also bite your toenails. Stop it. Fucking stop it. No being so just wrong. Whatever. Finally get to see you live. This is actually just a Q&A session. We're just answering a couple of questions. So if you have questions, you can drop it in the chat. I will answer the questions in the chat as I see them. Or if you want your question answered directly, you can send it to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and link here in the bio. Santana speaks for you. I like casual Santana. Yeah, like, sometimes you got to kick back and, do your thug thizzle. Gotta do your thug thizzle. What's the weather like in Washington? It's fucking cold. Not as cold as South Carolina. So I had to go to the East Coast, and like I didn't really tell anybody why I was on the East Coast. I had a family member that passed away, but I was in the East Coast on the East Coast for over a week, and so it was freezing there. And I was supposed to stay a little bit longer, but there was supposed to be that massive storm on the East Coast, and then I was like, nah, fuck that. I got to get out of here before that storm hits. So I hopped on a plane and came back to Washington prior to the storm. And I will say that it is colder in South Carolina, or at least when I left, it was colder in South Carolina than it is in Washington State, which is fucking crazy. He said Santana likes to get nutted on. That's weird. It's weird that you're thinking about me getting nutted on. YouTube is weird, guys. There's a bunch of weirdo incels on YouTube that love watching me. Did you see Sinners? Yeah. I took my wife to see Sinners, and I didn't tell her that it was a scary movie. She doesn't like scary movies. Are you eating tiny cookies? Yeah. Chips Ahoy. Absolutely eating Chips Ahoy. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Scotland was not invaded by the United States. Stop that. You can't make jokes like that. Mm-hmm. Check the old Bird app. Just an FYI, if anyone ever wonders like how I get like the most up-to-date breaking information. Oh, the funding bill didn't pass. 55 to 45, they didn't, holy shit. Holy shit, that's big. That's big. Fucking government's gonna shut down again, holy shit. They fucking rolled Mitch McConnell in to vote in a fucking wheelchair. They propped Mitch McConnell up and rolled him into the Senate to get him to vote in a fucking wheelchair. But they voted not to pass the spending bill. So yeah, another shutdown. Debbie's in the chat for Sashta, who sent a $20 donation saying, I keep you on all day, whether you're live or not, a vlog. Oh, you really? You should go check out like some of the brunch with my creators. I have it saved in the playlist over on YouTube. You're my favorite debater and truth teller. Thank you for being awesome. You're a handsome devil. Love you so much. I love you so much. Thank you so much for the 20 and thank you for your kindness. If anybody's wondering what's happening, this is a Q&A live. So if you have any questions, you can drop the questions in the comments. And if I see them, I will answer your questions. And if you want your question answered for sure, you can send it to the pay links, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, pay links and Linktree in the bio. Santana speaks for you, and I will answer your question directly. The weekend at Bernie's. Yes, absolutely. That's exactly what it was. Fucking weekend in Bernie. Fucking weekend in Bernie. No more MAGAs, not for today, but we will be fucking dog walking them tomorrow for my birthday. We will be debating them and dog walking them tomorrow for my birthday. What will it be? Shutdown number 12 under Trump? It'll be a lot. So we didn't go into Scotland between 1 and 3 a.m. Oh, wait, I forgot to check about that. I have no fucking idea. Let's see. Holy fuck. Scottish officials are saying the United States abducted 2 people from Scotland in the middle of the night. This happened despite Scotland's highest court ruling that they had to remain in Scotland. Scotland is pissed more so than ever by Trump. Holy fuck. I'm looking for more information on this. So it doesn't look like there's been any reports from any like the major news networks. The National Scot The National Scot, which looks like a Scottish independent newspaper, is the one that's reporting on this. And this is what it says. It comes, wait, here it is. Donald Trump, did Donald Trump, U.S. unlawfully abduct 2 people from Scotland? It comes after the captain and the first officer of the Russian-flagged Venezuela-linked oil tanker captured by U.S. forces were reported to have left UK waters just after the courts in session in Edinburgh issued an interim ruling prohibiting their removal from the territorial jurisdiction of the court. Lord Young recalled the order on Tuesday after the court was told that the U.S. Department of Justice emailed Scotland Prosecution Service at 3:04 a.m. to confirm that the captain and first officer had been taken off the marina on the U.S. Coast Guard ship in Morono. This is super interesting because I can only find one piece of validation to say that happened, but then also the only thing about that is they're like saying that, oh, it was done, but they also removed the order for them to stay. So I don't know if it was legal or not legal, or that's some weird shit. W's in the chat for Elizabeth for the $5 donation saying, hey, hello, I'm also listening to In This Economy by Kayla Schlosskan. Do you have any other suggestions for a deeper understanding of our economy? I would also appreciate recommendations for understanding on United States history and politics. Elizabeth, I don't have any recommendations right off the top of my head, but what I can do is I can definitely send you some recommendations. I know we got some resources in our Discord. For me, honestly, I took my minor in undergrad was economics, and so I often look at different studies. What I do in my personal life deals with a lot of data consumption, trend lines, forecastings, things like that. And so in parallel, I have to look at the economy. So there's that. When it comes to U.S. history or politics, the one thing that I will say is versus just reading about U.S. history, which that's cool, I would point you towards world history. And the reason why I say that is because while the United States is 250 years old, there's other countries and civilizations that have lasted a lot longer than the United States. And so just looking back on our history, yes, that's good, that's pertinent, and we should know all these different things that have occurred throughout our history. But I think it's more beneficial to look at world history outside of us than just, U.S. history. I think that's where a lot of people go wrong as far as limiting things to just us here in the U.S. when you can draw direct correlations between other things that have happened in other countries versus where we are. So there's that. That was in the chat for Cousin Jesse for the $2 donation. Did you hear about the FBI raid on Georgia Voting Center? They took over 700 boxes of voter ballots and voter rolls. Trump is still running with the election fraud in Georgia. Yeah, Cousin Jesse, thank you for the $2. I talked about that. And I think even more so, it's not even necessarily about yes, it's under the guise of 2020. I think he's gearing up to try to steal 2026. Thank you, Elizabeth. I think he's really trying to steal 2026 midterms. I think that's what it's more so about. So, yeah. Anyway, guys, I am going to skedaddle because we've been on now for almost 5.5 hours. What up, Allison? We've been on for almost 5.5 hours. And, we did debates and the fucking haters started hating. So I'm going to drop off. Like I said, I'll be back tomorrow for my birthday stream. W's in the chat for Allison, who sent a $1 donation saying tiny violin for the soundboard. I forgot to fucking I got to put the tiny violin on for the soundboard. One sound that I haven't played in a while, and a lot of people might not know the sound.
I was a bitch. I'm going to be honest with you. I was a fucking bitch. I got it. Yeah. I was a bitch. About right. I was a bitch. All right. I was fucking scared.
I haven't played that in a while. If you know, you know. If you know, you know, just like if you know, you know.
Stop saying that. You guys are so fucked up. That is not true.
If you know, you know. Anyway, we'll be back tomorrow for the birthday stream where I will dog walk MAGA for my birthday. And so I'm going to hop off here and I might go hang out with some of my friends. I know Parker. I got to text him back. He texted me. I know Parker's live, so we might go say hi to Parker. I know Dean took yesterday off, so we might go say hi to Dean. I wonder if Pickles will be on. I haven't hung out with Pickles for a while. I was on with David yesterday. That was fun. Ooh, Kobe's on right now. I'm sure she's getting her some debates. Go see Athena. Go see Kobe. Kobe's on right now. Go show Kobe some love. All right, guys. We're gonna get out of here. We're gonna call it. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I love you. I love you. And each and every one of you guys have big heads. You don't have 4 heads, you got 5 heads. Your foreheads are so big, you don't have dreams, you have movies. But I still love you. Yep.